I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Noble Manner. Gran was shocked. I told you, the pace can't be that fast. The next morning, Gran got up early and started a new day. Just as he prepared breakfast, his cell phone rang. Gran picked it up and saw that it was the female reporter Evelyn calling. Gran's scalp suddenly numbed. After hesitating for a while, he answered the phone reluctantly. Hi. Gran. Good morning. What a wonderful day. Evelyn's enthusiastic greeting came from the other end of the phone. Across the phone, Gran felt like he was being roasted by Evelyn. Gran said, Good morning, Evelyn. Evelyn said, Goo, have you read the report I wrote for you? Do you know? Yesterday's newspaper sold like crazy. Sales hit a new high. I was praised by our boss. I also ended my internship because of this, and I can officially become a regular employee next Monday. Gran complained in his heart. Nonsense, you started amazing reversal. Gran. I am your god. And Alan Shearer. I'm not as good as Gran in that aspect. It would be strange if the sales volume didn't go crazy. Gran cleared his throat. Congratulations, Evelyn. I read yesterday's newspaper. You're great. What else can I say? I basically didn't put in much effort when I was interviewed. What else can I say now? As for outsiders who think I am arrogant after reading the newspaper, let them think so. Although it was passive pretense, I will definitely achieve what I have pretended to be. If I don't even have this little courage and boldness, how can I still be a celebrity? How can I become a world star? After rebirth, Gran's heart has become stronger and stronger. I heard Evelyn on the other end of the phone laughing happily. This is all thanks to you. Goo. I must thank you very much today. Gran hurriedly said. Ah, you're welcome. I didn't do anything. Indeed, I didn't do anything. It all depends on your own ability to become a regular employee, Evelyn. Of course, there is also your father's identity as a shareholder of Southampton Football Club. Evelyn said excitedly. Goo. I really love you to death. I didn't have much confidence in myself as a reporter before, until I met you. I found that I could only have a lot of ideas when I interviewed you. By the way, Evelyn changed the subject. Today is Sunday, you won't forget what you promised me. Gran pretended to be stupid. Ah. What did I promise you? Evelyn said coquettishly. Oh. Hate. You promised to ride my horse. I have never let anyone else ride this horse, but I especially hope you can ride it. Because I love you so much. I am willing to share everything with you. Damn, you seemed to be driving just now, and now you suddenly stepped on the accelerator and got on the highway. Evelyn, do you have to be so obvious in your hint? Even a serious person like me can hear it. Isn't this bad? We have only interviewed each other twice. Isn't the pace too fast? Gran coughed twice. Is this appropriate? Yes. Of course it's appropriate. Evelyn said excitedly. I'm going to record the whole process. I can take it out and enjoy it when I have nothing to do in the future. Damn. Evelyn, you actually have this kind of fetish. Mom is right, it's really too dangerous abroad. Gran said. It's not impossible to write, but forget about recording and taking pictures. Evelyn asked in surprise. You don't like it? Gran said solemnly. Of course I don't like it. I'm a serious person. Evelyn said. Oh, I understand, celebrities really don't like being photographed and recorded. Then, I'll find a painter to paint an oil painting for us and hang it on the wall of our house, right? Damn. What kind of family is yours? Gran. I suddenly don't want to go. Evelyn on the other end of the phone quickly softened her tone and coaxed. No, no, no. Can't I stop filming and painting? Please don't not come. Please, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. My father has been waiting for a long time too. Where are you now? I'll ask my pilot to pick you up by helicopter. When a woman acts like a spoiled child, a tough guy can't stand it. And if a helicopter is sent to pick me up, it's even more unbearable. Gran said helplessly. Forget about the helicopter pickup, let's do this. I still have to train for a while in the morning, and I have to rest at noon, and I will go to your house after 3 p.m., that's fine, right? Evelyn said excitedly. Okay. That's settled. I'll wait for you at home at 3 p.m., I'll ask the kitchen to prepare dinner, and you have to stay and have dinner with my family in the evening. Could it be lamb kidney pie again? Fight. Gurain gritted his teeth and said, okay. After all, this was what he had promised Evelyn last time, and Evelyn had helped a lot. Evelyn was a reporter for the Advanced Saints. If he had a good relationship with Evelyn, he would not have to worry about being nervous when being interviewed in the future, and he could also pick up skill bubbles while Evelyn was interviewing our opponents. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Gurain really wanted to ride Evelyn's horse. Great, then we'll see you in the afternoon. I'll send you my home address. I love you 3,000 times. Okay, see you in the afternoon then. After hanging up the phone, Gurain received the address information from Evelyn. 1 Winsley Street, Winchester. It turns out that the rich lady lives in Winchester. It's very close. After picking up that bubbles at the gym in Winchester in the afternoon, he could go directly to Evelyn's house. After breakfast, Gurain simply cleaned the dune villa, and then renovated the lawn behind the villa. He practiced dribbling and dribbling around obstacle cones, as well as set pieces and long shots on his own lawn. Although you can use the system for free, the system will not help you maintain your state. In the sport of football, competitive state is very important. And to maintain a good competitive state, training, integration, and comprehension are essential. All of these depend on self-discipline. The more you train, the better your sense of the ball will be improved, and the better you will integrate the skills you have already acquired, and at the same time, it will also better promote the development of your football quotient. After training at noon, Gurain returned to the villa comfortably, took a bath, had ice and fire therapy, and had a nutritious lunch. Recently, my appetite has been getting bigger and bigger, and I have to eat more than 2 meals in one meal. Fortunately, my body has not become fatter, but my muscles have become stronger and stronger. After taking a nap for an hour after lunch, Gurain disguised himself and drove to the gym in Winchester. It's time to pick up bubbles every day. Yesterday, Gurain picked up 8 bubbles in the gym, but failed to automatically exchange for new talent points. Today, Gurain's goal is to pick up 8 more, leaving 2 picking progress. What if he can get 2 useful skills for free at Evelyn's house? For example, the text writing skill that Evelyn dropped on the plane last time. If he can get this skill for free again, he can strengthen his ability to write scripts. Less than half an hour after arriving at the gym, Gurain easily picked up 8 white training time bubbles related to strength and physical fitness. Together with the one he picked up yesterday, the system automatically exchanged for 1 special talent point. Gurain directly added this talent point to the burst attribute. The burst attribute immediately increased from 76 points to 77 points. After leaving the gym in Winchester, Gurain followed the navigation and drove to No. 1 Winsley Street. The route became more and more remote. Half an hour later, the Cayenne had left the city and drove towards the vast countryside. Gurain once suspected that there was something wrong with the navigation. It was not until he saw a straight and wide road inside the manor that Gurain realized that Evelyn's home was not an ordinary residence. Gurain walked along the manor road and soon saw a magnificent English manor at the end of the road. From a distance, this English manor looked very familiar, as if he had seen it in a movie. Gurain looked up and saw the cursive house number on the black gate of the manor. 1 Winsley Street, Hayden Manor. This is it. Wait, Hayden Manor. Isn't this the prototype of Downton Abbey? Downton Abbey was filmed here. Moreover, the future Avengers, Age of Ultron was also filmed here. Evelyn's home turned out to be the famous Downton Abbey. Damn. I guessed that Evelyn was a rich girl with a helicopter, but I didn't expect that she was actually a descendant of an aristocracy. Such a magnificent and luxurious manor must have its own horse farm, right? The horse riding she mentioned before, is it really just a simple horse riding? What she said about filming and painting it on the wall, could it be that she just filmed and painted the process of riding a horse? I am a serious person, what the hell am I looking forward to? Oh. Forget it, since I am here. Gurain suddenly felt a little disappointed. When Gurain didn't know how to knock on the door, a butler in a tuxedo came over with a smile and bowed deeply to Gurain. Dear Mr. Gurain, Miss Evelyn specifically asked you to drive directly to the water park behind the right side of the manor, and she will wait for you there. Listen, Miss Evelyn's aristocratic manner is really different. Even the butler responsible for opening the door has a pure London accent. I haven't even introduced myself yet, and the other party knows who I am. This butler is still wearing a tuxedo in the hot weather. He is really dedicated. His clothes look very elegant. They should be worth a lot of money, right? Gurain nodded slightly to the manservant. Okay, thank you. The gate of Hayden Manor opened automatically, and Gurain stepped on the accelerator and drove in. As soon as he entered the door, Gurain couldn't help but marvel in his heart. There was an ancient fountain in front of him, and the water column of the fountain sprayed high, sprinkling golden water in the sun. The lawns on both sides of the ancient fountain were spacious and tidy, and were trimmed into shapes that ordinary people couldn't afford. The gardener on the road bowed to Guran from a distance. This made Guran feel like being greeted. "Hello, Mr. Wang." The old manor main building exudes tranquility and solemnity. The high stone walls and towering spires are completely typical Gothic architectural styles, making people feel as if they have traveled back to the lives of the nobles hundreds of years ago. Guran drove around the magnificent manor main building while visiting the beautiful scenery of the manor. Flowers of various colors bloomed along the road, which was beautiful, and the neatly planted trees were trimmed meticulously, without even a single extra branch. After bypassing the main building, Guran saw a very impressive garage. To be precise, it should be a parking lot. There was a big H mark on the upper floor of the garage, which is obviously for parking helicopters. Now the H is empty, obviously Evelyn's father has not returned yet. The garage is full of various luxury cars. There are 3 Rolls-Royces alone. Evil nobles Guran parked the Cayenne between a limited edition Aston Martin Vulcan and a limited edition Lamborghini 6th Element. The Cayenne, which has been modified with 8 shock absorber springs, has a strong aura. After parking the car, Guran walked out of the garage and walked to the right along the winding cobblestone path. Guran thought he would find the water park soon, but after walking quickly for 5 minutes, he still didn't walk out of this carefully trimmed green forest. It's as big as a forest maze. Guran couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Evil nobles. When can I experience the taste of nobility? After walking quickly for nearly 5 minutes, Guran finally walked out of this winding grove. A beautiful crescent-shaped artificial lake appeared in front of him. The lake was crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding trees and gardens. Guran was shocked. Poverty really limits my imagination. Other rich people only have a big swimming pool. But Evelyn's family owns an entire artificial lake. Evil nobles. When can I also? Just at this moment, a series of enthusiastic laughter came from the middle of the other side of the artificial crescent lake. "Hi, Goo. I'm here." Guran looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Evelyn standing on a diving board 5 meters above the water on the other side of the crescent 100 meters away, waving at him happily. Evelyn was wearing a simple blue swimsuit. Her toned body curves shone in the sunlight in the water. Just seeing such a beautiful bikini scene, today's trip was worthwhile. Guran then smiled and waved at Evelyn. "Hello, Evelyn. Your house is so big." "Thank you." Evelyn continued to wave her arms happily. "Goo, come swim over here. The water temperature is just right, it's so comfortable." "Okay." "Wait," Guran spread his hands helplessly. "Forget it, I didn't bring any swimming trunks anyway." Evelyn laughed and said, "There's no one else here, it doesn't matter if you don't wear anything." "Damn," Evelyn dares to say that you are not deliberately flirting. Guran waved his hands quickly. "Forget it, I'll just take a look." "What's the point of just looking? Come on. Let's play together for a while." Evelyn invited enthusiastically. "I have prepared swimming trunks for you, brand new. It's in the independent dressing room on the platform next to you. Go change and swim over, it's fun here. Please." "Alas, what a sin." Guran said helplessly. "Okay then." Guran walked to the lakeside platform next to him and found the independent dressing room. The dressing room is not big, and can only accommodate 1 person to change clothes. A few minutes later, Guran changed into swimming trunks and walked out of the independent dressing room. Seeing Guran showing his strong muscles like Bruce Lee in his upper body, Evelyn on the opposite diving board screamed excitedly. "Ah! Goo, your muscles are so strong. I can see them from here. Wow! This mermaid-line abdominal muscle," Guran said with a smile. "Evelyn, can you put down the telescope first?" Evelyn threw away the telescope and said with a smile. "Goo, you go into the water and swim over. We will go to the horse farm from the shore to ride horses later." Sure enough, I thought too much before. There is indeed a horse farm in Evelyn's manor. When she said riding a horse, she meant real riding a horse. I said, the pace can't develop so fast. It seems that we are just here to have a meal today, nothing else. While thinking so, Guran simply did a few stretches, and then dived into the water. Growing up in a coastal town, Guran was good at swimming. After his rebirth, his physical fitness, constitution, strength, and burst were greatly improved. Guran was like a big fish wearing swimming trunks in the water. Guran slid 40 or 50 meters under the water in one breath before sticking his head out. During the whole swimming process, his arms did not move, and he swam completely by treading water with the strength of his waist and abdomen. Evelyn on the diving board was stunned. "Ah! Goo! Your swimming style is so handsome. Wait for me. I'll come down to play with you." As she said that, Evelyn jumped on that 5-meter-high diving board. Bang! The water splash was well suppressed. Although it was far from professional divers, it was clear at a glance that Evelyn had specially invited a diving coach to learn. Guran couldn't help but secretly give Evelyn a score of 7 for her entry into the water. However, Guran waited for a long time, but Evelyn did not surface. Evelyn. Evelyn. Evelyn didn't respond at all, and the lake returned to calm. Guran thought to himself that something was wrong, and then he swam quickly to the place where Evelyn fell into the water like a swordfish at full speed. When Guran was about to dive into the water to search, Evelyn suddenly emerged from the water behind him and hugged Guran's thin waist. Guran was startled and subconsciously elbowed back. "Got you." Evelyn didn't even finish her shouting, and her comic-like exaggerated chest was hit by Guran's elbow. Evelyn screamed, and her body fell into the water and sank. "Damn it." Guran quickly hugged Evelyn. "Evelyn. Are you okay?" After shaking in the water for a long time, Evelyn finally exhaled and opened her eyes faintly. "Goo, my chest hurts so much." Guran breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I woke up. If I had been a little later, I would have had to give you artificial respiration." "Evelyn, you said you were fine, why did you scare me?" "I can't control my young body at all. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and stopped immediately. Otherwise, I would have asked your father to send a helicopter to take you to the hospital." "Don't rush to apologize, try to PUA the noble lady first." Guran immediately frowned and scolded with a frown. "Evelyn, what are you doing? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? I thought you really sank into the water. How could I not be nervous? Also, you actually bumped into my elbow just now. If you keep playing like this, I'm leaving." Evelyn really hated Guran's overbearing attitude. Although it hurt as if she was hit to pieces, Evelyn quickly apologized obediently. "I'm sorry, Gu. Don't be angry, I just realized that you actually care about my safety so much. I was wrong, I will never do this again, please don't leave." "Damn, PUA really works." Guran frowned and said, "Okay, this won't happen again, can you swim back by yourself?" Evelyn said tearfully, "No, it hurts." Seeing that Evelyn was about to cry in pain, Guran said helplessly, "Then what should I do? Can I still give you a massage?" Evelyn's face turned red. "Okay, just use the same force used on the plane." "Shit, are we really getting serious?" Guran suddenly became a little reserved. On the plane, that was an accident." Evelyn pouted and said, "Then wasn't it an accident this time as well?" "That's right. Just press it, can I still suffer loss?" Guran cleared his throat. "Okay then." Chapter 252 Evelyn's Weakness. Guran. "Do you want to win an Olympic gold medal for your country?" Evelyn opened her mouth slightly, as if she wanted to say something. Usually, she was very eloquent, but when she was held by Guran, she couldn't say a word. Hectares, does this count as catching Evelyn's loophole? No, how can this be called a loophole? It should be called a weakness, a very big weakness. Guran smiled secretly, but asked in a very serious tone, "What's wrong? Is my strength too great?" "No, that means you think my strength is too weak." Guran slightly increased the strength. Evelyn loosened her lips that were bitten wide, and said with a slightly resentful tone, "Gu, it's not this one, huh?" Guran was slightly stunned. "Damn, Evelyn, you are really stupid. I have used a complete set of Dragon Claw hand combos, and you said it's not this one. Didn't I press it in vain?" "Well, from the perspective of my young body, it's not in vain." Guran couldn't help asking, "Why didn't you say it at the beginning?" Evelyn said aggrievedly, "I don't know what happened. I felt like I was under a spell and couldn't say a word." It was indeed a weakness. If you want Evelyn to shut up in the future, just use the Dragon Claw hand combo. There is nothing wrong with this move except that it is inconvenient to use it when there are people around. Guran sighed, "It's okay, I'll do it again." Guran changed his hand and continued to use all his skills. Evelyn bit her lips tightly and closed her eyes slightly. After a set of Dragon Claw hand combos, Guran stopped. If he didn't stop, his swimming trunks would be torn. Dragon Claw hand is also a double-edged sword. Hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt yourself by 2,000. Evelyn opened her eyes with an unsatisfied look. "You're so amazing, I really feel much better. You're really omnipotent and can do everything." Guran smiled, "It's nothing. It's really nothing, nothing else, just practice." Evelyn said, "It's almost time, why don't we go horseback riding?" Guran nodded and said, "Okay." After riding a horse, you can have a meal and go home. What an ordinary day. Tomorrow morning, you will officially join the Southampton first team. Evelyn said shyly, but I can't do big movements for the time being. You have to hold me and swim to the shore. No problem. Guran put one hand around Evelyn's waist and swam to the shore with one hand. Evelyn felt Guran's powerful muscle strength, and the happiness at the corners of her mouth could not be concealed. After getting ashore, Evelyn took out 2 new equestrian night suits from the locker and handed one of the men's night suits to Guran. After the 2 of them took a shower in the shower, they changed into night suits. When Guran came out of the locker room in a tight knight's uniform, Evelyn's eyes were full of crazy, "Ah! Gu! You look so handsome in a knight's uniform. With your figure, you're a natural knight. I love you so much." Guran smiled, "Evelyn, you look beautiful in a knight's uniform too. By the way, what about my own clothes? They are still on the other side." Evelyn smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I will ask the maid in charge of housekeeping to wash and dry them, and they will be sent over after we finish riding horses." "Oh, is that so?" Guran nodded. "Come on, follow me, I can't wait to introduce you to my Hercules." Evelyn excitedly led the way in front, and soon took Guran out of the lakeside woods. At the end of the woodland path, there was a small golf cart parked. Evelyn jumped into the car. "Across this golf green, on the other side is our family's horse farm. Get in the car." Guran and Evelyn squeezed together, the 2 young bodies pressed tightly together. Although it was a small golf cart, Evelyn's speed was not slow at all, and she didn't even brake when turning. After a while, the 2 of them crossed the vast golf course and came to the even more vast horse farm grassland. Guran said again, "This grassland is so big." Evelyn drove the car directly to a row of grand stables. "We're here." Evelyn jumped out of the car excitedly. "Gu, follow me." Guran followed Evelyn into the stable. The entire stable was spacious and bright, filled with a strong aroma of grass and trees. Huge wooden troughs were neatly arranged along one side, filled with plump hay and fresh oats. The horse manure in the stable was cleaned very promptly, and the floor was clean and dry. The walls of the stables were covered with saddles and harnesses of various sizes, and even a knight's sword and shield. Walking in here, it really felt like traveling back to the Middle Ages in Europe. The majestic tall horses in the stables immediately neighed agitatedly when they saw someone coming in. "I don't need to introduce these horses to you. They are all ordinary horses of my father and other uncles in the family." "Damn, such good horses are just ordinary horses." Guran couldn't help but secretly gasp. Guran asked, "So, there are more than just your family living in this manor?" Evelyn said, "Yes, we are a big family. All the uncles and aunts have the right to inherit this manor, so they and their wives and children naturally live here. However, our family owns more than half of the inheritance rights of this manor, and my 2 uncles and an uncle and an aunt share the other half of the inheritance rights." Guran continued to ask, "Then who has the final say if I want to rent your manor to make a movie?" Evelyn asked in surprise, "Gu, you can also make movies. What type? Is it an action movie? Who will star in it? Can I make a cameo?" "Evelyn, you really deserve to be a reporter. You have so many questions. But I won't tell you that the future box office champion Avengers: Age of Ultron will be filmed in your house. After all, I haven't started drawing by hand yet." Guran said, "Oh, I'm just giving an example." Evelyn smiled and said, "Oh, I understand. Let me put it this way, my uncles and aunts only have the right to live in this manor, not the right to sell or rent it. For things like what you said, you can just go directly to my dad, but my dad hates making movies, so he will never open the manor to the film crew. This is quite troublesome. However, in the future, Avengers: Age of Ultron will indeed be filmed at Hayden Manor, so theoretically, Evelyn's dad can still handle it. Forget it, it's too early to consider such things now. I still have to focus on playing football. There's no rush for hand-painted scripts, just go with the flow." While thinking about this, Guran continued to walk into the independent stables in the back row with Evelyn. This place is obviously more upscale than the stables outside, and even the walls of the stables are decorated with exquisite murals. There is a tall black horse in the stable, with a shoulder height of 1.7 meters, and its skin is as gorgeous as satin. Its mane is carefully woven into a flower braid, which is very beautiful. When Evelyn and Guran approached, the fierce black horse neighed angrily, and the sound was deafening, and even the windows of the stable trembled. "What a powerful horse!" Guran couldn't help asking, "Is this Hercules?" Evelyn curled her lips in disdain, "No way. This horse is called Windchaser Killer, and it belongs to my cousin Thomas. Windchaser Killer is 8 years old, 2 years older than my Hercules. He is the fastest and most domineering in the stable, and he always bullies my Hercules. I heard that cousin Thomas plans to take him to participate in the equestrian racing competition at the 2012 London Olympics. It turned out that this is an Olympic legal racehorse. Equestrian events are definitely events that only rich people can afford. At the same time, it is also a very profitable event. Equestrian racing competitions are all gambling related. The better the racehorse, the higher the appearance fee. It's just that the name is too disgusting. Why is it called Wind Chaser Killer? I am the son of the wind. How dare you call me Wind Chaser Killer? You deserve it. Guran raised his middle finger to the 9 black horse as a greeting. Evelyn next to him chuckled, her pretty face full of joy. Goo, you're so nice. Although everyone thinks that Wind Chaser Killer is fast, I still think that my Hercules is the fastest, but Hercules' speed has not been fully developed. Let's go, the next stable is Hercules' stable. As she said that, Evelyn pulled Guran into the innermost stable. A dark golden tall horse appeared in front of Guran. Guran's eyes suddenly lit up. This horse is shorter than the Wind Chaser, but has a more symmetrical body and longer limbs. In particular, it is covered with light golden fur without a single stray hair. It looks like it is wrapped in a layer of dynamic gold foil, and its appearance is extremely noble. Her slender neck is held high, and every muscle in her body is full of strength and elegance. Her large almond-shaped eyes are large and bright, and her spirits are high. As soon as she saw Evelyn coming in, she immediately stepped on the horse's hooves excitedly and neighed lightly. Oh! My Hercules! Evelyn ran up happily and hugged the horse's neck. Hercules also rubbed Evelyn's cheek affectionately with his wet nose. One person and one horse, they get along extremely harmoniously and intimately. Evelyn stroked Hercules' broad nose. Hercules, this is Mr. Guran. I'll tell you a secret. I like him so much. You have to let him ride you obediently later. Guran. Can this be considered a secret? Besides, can this be considered a secret? Forget it, I'll just pretend I didn't hear it. Hercules seemed to understand and snorted disdainfully, shaking his beautiful head. She actually disagreed. Evelyn turned back to Guran and said, Goo, this is my Hercules, how is it? Isn't she beautiful? Guran said sincerely, really beautiful. Even a novice who doesn't know anything about horses can tell at a glance that Hercules is much better than ordinary horses, even better than the Wind Chaser just now. Evelyn proudly said, her breed is the Akhiltic horse from Turkmenistan. It was a birthday gift from my father 6 years ago. I raised her since she was a child. The relationship between us is not that of sisters, but better than that of sisters. The legendary Fergana horse of the Akhiltic horse. Guran couldn't help but secretly take a breath of cold air. No wonder, as soon as I saw this horse, I felt that it was of good quality and extraordinary temperament. It turned out to be an absolute aristocrat among horses. The oldest and rarest BMW in the world. Even a young Akhiltic foal can be sold for £1 million. If it is a foal with good appearance and pure blood, it is absolutely no problem to sell it for £10 million. More importantly, raising such a horse is much more expensive than raising luxury cars and yachts. Not only must it be taken care of in the most meticulous way, but it must also be trained on time. Financial resources, material resources, and human resources are all indispensable. Guran looked at Evelyn's Hercules, his eyes full of uncontrollable desire. Even if he saw Evelyn through her swimsuit, he didn't do so hard. Guran asked immediately, can I ride her? Evelyn smiled and said, of course you can, but you have to be careful. Hercules has only been close to me since she was a child. She is indifferent to other outsiders and even violent. Once, a young groom in our family wanted to touch her after feeding her, but she kicked him with her front hoof and injured 3 ribs. I had to use a helicopter to call a doctor to check and treat Hercules' front hoof. Guran. I will try not to hurt her hoof. Oh, that's not what I mean. What I mean is that Hercules is only gentle to me. In fact, she has a very strong temper and is very arrogant. So far, no one has ridden her except me. Before riding her, you'd better have some emotional communication with her first, such as touching her and praising her. You can't just ride her hard. Guran nodded. I understand this process. Evelyn stepped aside. Come on, touch her first. Guran walked up to Hercules and reached out to touch her golden fur. Hercules suddenly neighed in anger and dodged Guran's hand fiercely, not wanting to be touched. Damn, I haven't even ridden him yet, and you don't even call it touching. It really is a fierce horse. Thinking of this horse being a 1,000-year-old noble among horses, it is understandable that Guran is a bad temper. Not only did Guran not mean to stop, but he became more interested. This is a sweat-blood horse. Guran asked. Legend has it that the sweat of this horse is blood-colored. Is this true? Evelyn chuckled. How is it possible? Anyway, my Hercules has never shed red sweat. Guran continued to reach out and touch Hercules, and Hercules resisted even more. Evelyn said helplessly. Forget it, it seems that she still rejects you. In this case, she will not let you ride. I will change you to a more docile one. What's the point of riding other horses? If you want to ride, ride the noble. Guran smiled faintly and said, no, I will ride her. Evelyn said with admiration, you are indeed worthy of the man I have set my eyes on, Gu. I know that a man as manly as you is never afraid of challenges. Okay, wait a moment, I will prepare the saddle for you. After that, Evelyn took a set of black saddles from the wall and skillfully put them on Hercules' horseback. Hercules was quiet and did not resist at all. When Evelyn led Hercules out of the stable, Hercules danced briskly and seemed extremely excited. The warm afternoon sun sprinkled on Hercules' fur, blooming a champagne gold metallic luster. Under the fur, the strong muscle outline is full of power and beauty. Guran liked it more and more in his heart. It's really a BMW. When Evelyn handed the reins to Guran, Hercules shook his head anxiously and kept gnawing in a threatening manner. Evelyn soothed Hercules' nose. Be good, Hercules. Be good. Gu is one of us, you have to be obedient. Guran reached out and touched Hercules' fur. This feel is really smoother than satin. Especially under the sun, Hercules shines brightly. Guran can't hold back anymore. Guran felt that Hercules was a little calmer, so he grabbed the saddle directly, stepped on the stirrup with one foot, and jumped on the horse's back, which was 1.65 meters high. However, Hercules was prepared. Before Guran's buttocks touched the saddle, Hercules neighed violently, struggled to break free from Evelyn's comfort, and rushed forward more than 10 meters with Guran. This speed is as fast as lightning. The sense of power is almost explosive. Then, Hercules suddenly stopped, raised his front legs, supported by his strong and powerful hind legs, and stood up straight with his muscular body. Guran was unable to maintain his balance due to this series of thrilling actions, and could only rely on instinctive reaction and muscle strength to hold onto the saddle tightly. Evelyn next to him screamed, "Ah! Hercules! What are you doing? You can't do this. Stop it. Listen. Stop it quickly. You absolutely cannot hurt Gu. He is my guest. And he will join the Southampton first team tomorrow. If you dare to hurt him, do you know how many people in Southampton will want to kill you for meat? Do you know?" When she was nervous, Evelyn would turn into 1,000 ducks, and her mouth could not stop at all. Guran did know how to make Evelyn shut up, but now Guran couldn't spare her a hand. Although he was almost thrown under the horse's hoof several times, the scene was extremely thrilling, but Guran was not nervous at all. Instead, he was full of excitement, and the adrenaline in his body was bursting. This is more exciting than any physical confrontation in any football game before. Ha 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 ha, so fierce. It is indeed a sweat-blooded horse that only the truly strong can ride. This feeling is so cool that I can't stop. There is no need to stop. Come on. Physical fitness 78, constitution 74, strength 75, power 75, balance 63 attributes are all open. Guran quickly stabilized his center of gravity, and his waist and abdomen core strength completely exploded. The muscles of his whole body seemed to condense into a human-shaped steel plate. Guran's arms tightly grasped the reins, and his thighs clamped the horse's belly tightly. Hercules felt the pressure of the mountain, and then he kicked back and forth crazily. Guran's upper body swung back and forth on the horse's back, but his waist and abdomen were always upright. Waist and horse are one. This is a pure power confrontation between one person and one horse. No wonder this BMW is called Hercules, it is really powerful. Guran felt that his physical energy was being consumed rapidly, and his strength had reached the limit of his physical body. But Guran did not lose his strength at all, and continued to fight against this fierce sweat-blooded horse with the core strength of his waist and abdomen. Evelyn, who was next to him, was stunned. She did not expect that Hercules would be so manic when being ridden by a stranger, and then she did not expect that such a manic Hercules could not do anything to Guran. Guran's male hormones exploded directly. Guran was more fierce than a wild horse. It was too wild and too explosive. Evelyn's delicate body trembled uncontrollably, and she could not help but want to give Guran's waist and abdomen a thumbs up manually. Hercules kicked wildly for more than an hour. Guran's waist and horse were one, and he persisted for more than an hour. Guran's skeleton seemed to be about to be shaken apart, and every muscle was pulled to the limit, but Guran never relaxed. Finally, Hercules could not bear it anymore, panting heavily, and gnawing with resentment and relaxing. Guran also slowly relaxed as Hercules released his strength. After Hercules completely calmed down, Guran reached out and touched the light golden mane on Hercules' neck. Hercules did not resist anymore. She had been tamed by Guran. Evelyn ran up with an incredulous look on her face and shouted very quickly, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" Goo. You actually tamed my Hercules. Have you learned to tame horses before? No, you must not. Because I see that your posture on the horse is not standard, let alone taming. But you did it with your amazing strength and endurance. Goo. You are so strong. You are a man among men. Guran smiled while panting. How should I put it? One force can defeat 10 skills. Evelyn widened her eyes in surprise. What do you mean? It means that great strength makes miracles happen. Oh. I see. Evelyn said with infatuated eyes. Goo, you're great. I really admire you so much. Although you are not a professional horse trainer, I believe that as long as you are willing to develop in this direction, you will definitely be an Olympic gold medalist. Absolutely. Do you have any idea of participating in the Olympic equestrian competition? If you do, my Hercules can be loaned to you. You can come here to Ryder for training at any time. I will cover all the expenses. What the hell? Participate in the 2012 Olympic equestrian event. And win a gold medal for my country. There are still 2 years left. If I really put in the training, it's not impossible, but forget it. Although I can do everything after my rebirth, there is always a priority. Besides, I'm already a professional player, so there's really no need to divide my energy to train in equestrianism. Of course, riding a Fergana horse is really cool, and riding it occasionally will also be a great benefit to the improvement of physical attributes. Football players have never just trained in football competitions, such as tennis, table tennis, skiing, golf, and multiplayer sports. It's not too much for me to practice equestrianism. What if I can really win a gold medal for my country? Wouldn't I be on the list of celebrities in the family tree? I'll be the first to burn incense in the ancestral temple in the future. 2 years later, when my parents see me riding a horse in the Olympic arena, they must be very confused. Ha ha ha. Guran thought about it, then smiled and said, okay, but I don't have extra time to train, maybe 2 or 3 times a month at most. Evelyn said excitedly, yes. 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 I believe that with your strength, 2 or 3 times a month, you can definitely win an Olympic gold medal. Hercules. You're going to be rich. You will soon become the most valuable horse in the world. I will hire a professional equestrian coach for you later. At this time, 2 golf carts came from far away and stopped in front of Hercules. Hercules raised his front hoof anxiously. Guran and Evelyn reached out to comfort him at the same time, and Hercules calmed down. 2 men and 1 woman got off the 2 golf carts. Chapter 253. Your circle is really chaotic. Evelyn's on the spot teaching. Is there a better reward than this? I don't believe it. The 2 men and 1 woman who came here all looked like young people about the same age as Evelyn. The leader was a blond man with an arrogant expression. He was also wearing a tight night suit, but the difference was that he was holding a shiny whip in his hand. Following him was a chestnut-haired girl with a model figure and glamorous makeup. The girl looked pretty good, but her posture was a little frivolous, and the strong perfume on her body could float for 30 meters. Her demeanor was obviously inconsistent with the green luxurious long dress she was wearing. The flat-headed man who got off another golf cart was very strong, 1.9 meters tall, and his sports t-shirt was full of bulging muscles. As soon as the blond man in the lead got off the car, he greeted Evelyn with a fake smile. Hi, cousin. Obviously, this was Thomas, Evelyn's cousin who wanted to participate in the Olympic equestrian competition mentioned before, Guran's potential opponent for the Olympic gold medal in the future. Evelyn frowned slightly. Good afternoon, Thomas. Thomas introduced proudly, my fiancée, Victoria's Secret model, Riley, you have met before. Riley fiddled with her green skirt. Hello, Evelyn. Evelyn stared at the green skirt on Riley and said coldly, hello, Riley. The next person is amazing. I must introduce him to you. Thomas introduced him solemnly. This is Riley's distant cousin, former captain of the England national rugby team U18 youth team and current professional player of Leicester Tigers Rugby Club, Ferdinando Medina. Leicester Tigers is considered a top-notch powerhouse in the English rugby league, and is equivalent to Real Madrid in the rugby world. The burly man with a flat head straightened his back and said to Evelyn with a gentlemanly smile, hello, beautiful Miss Evelyn. I have heard from Thomas that he has a cousin who was as beautiful as an angel and likes sports. After seeing her beauty today, I feel that Thomas has deceived an honest man like me. Miss Evelyn, how can you be as beautiful as an angel? You are an angel, you are the goddess of the sports department. What the hell? Guran, riding on the back of Hercules, frowned slightly. This rugby boy came prepared. He actually flirted with my woman in front of me. Although Evelyn is not my woman yet, she will be mine sooner or later, including the person in the horse. How can I let you think about her? Before Guran could make a move, Evelyn said to Ferdinando with disgust on her face, "I don't like rugby. What I like is football. And the most important thing is that I don't like greasy boys like you." Ferdinando's face full of flattering smiles suddenly twitched. Guran was secretly happy to the extreme. Evelyn, a noble lady, really doesn't tolerate other people's faults. Thomas next to him quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ha ha ha, Ferdinando, I told you a long time ago that my cousin is very prickly." Guran thought to himself, "Prickly? I've touched it, and it's very soft and elastic." Ferdinando also found a way out for himself. "Ha ha ha, it really lives up to its reputation. But the more this happens, the more I admire Miss Evelyn." Guran laughed in his heart. What a cheap bone. The female model Riley chuckled and said, "I think my cousin and your cousin are a good match. If they can make it, then I will be even closer to you." Evelyn said coldly, "Oh, don't waste your time. Let me introduce you to this. This is the star of hope of Southampton Club. He is the successor to the Premier League scorer selected by Alan Shearer. He will definitely lead Southampton Club to the Championship in the new season. He is the super demon star that Liverpool, Chelsea, Manchester United, Manchester City and other giants are bidding for. Guran. He is also the male god that thousands of girls worship and pursue, and I am also pursuing him." Thomas and the other two are all embarrassed. Guran secretly admired in his heart. Southern girls are really fierce, dead to love and hate, and never hide and hesitate. Since my own woman is so powerful, as your man, I can't let her down, right? I must support her. Guran rode on the back of Hercules, looking down at the three people in front of him. "Hello, all of you. Evelyn, don't worry about her, she is my woman." The Hercules under his crotch also neighed proudly, as if to echo Guran. Evelyn excitedly looked up at Guran. "Oh, Gu," Thomas snorted coldly, "cousin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you actually found a Chinese guy as your boyfriend. Aren't you afraid of losing face for the family if it gets out?" With Guran's support from behind, Evelyn immediately opened fire. "Chinese men are so many times stronger than British men. And, Thomas, you don't seem to have the right to say anything about me, right? Everyone in the family knows that you are actually a lesbian, and you and Riley are just in a marriage of convenience. Damn, this is so exciting. Evelyn, you are so good at talking." Guran was almost going crazy with joy. Thomas and Riley looked extremely embarrassed. Riley wanted to make a few more excuses for Thomas, but Evelyn didn't give her a chance. "Riley, shut up first. I really look down on you. You are willing to accept a marriage of convenience just to marry into a wealthy family. But who knows how much fun you have out there? Is this distant cousin of yours really your distant cousin? I'm afraid he calls you cousin during the day and cousin at night." You, Riley was so angry that she was shaking all over and didn't dare to talk back. Fernandito smiled awkwardly and said, "Miss Evelyn, you're going too far. Riley and I are really cousins. Besides, you have no evidence for what you said, right?" Evelyn raised her head high and looked at Thomas and others with contempt. "Evidence? I never ask for evidence when I scold people. If you dare to provoke me, I will scold you until you collapse." Thomas said angrily, "Evelyn, you're too much. For a Chinese outsider, you actually treated your cousin, your future cousin-in-law, and my friend like this. Your elbow is turned outward." Evelyn sneered, "You still count as an elbow. Trash, parasite, if it weren't for the little money distributed to you by the family trust fund, you wouldn't be able to make a penny in society. You have the identity of a noble son, but you don't have the noble spirit that a noble should have. Oh, by the way, speaking of elbows, it reminds me of when you laughed at me when we were kids. I pushed you to the ground and beat you, breaking your arm." Thomas was about to explode. "No. That didn't happen at all. I wasn't beaten by you. It was me who broke your arm." Evelyn shrugged. "In that case, why don't we fight again now?" Thomas was immediately numb. Although he was half a head taller than Evelyn, his body was not as strong as Evelyn. More importantly, he was not as tough and brave as Evelyn. Guran secretly admired in his heart. "She is worthy of being my future woman, Guran, so awesome. Evelyn is such a treasure girl. I thought she was just a rich lady, but she turned out to be a noble lady. I thought she was just a weak college student who graduated from a journalism major, but she turned out to be a goddess of the sports department with full attack power. Damn, I'm really tempted." Light at this moment, a blue skill bubble fell under Thomas' feet. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and sweat it. Horsemanship +1. Damn. There is still an unexpected surprise. Haha. Fortunately, 2 pickup progresses were reserved today. Although the art of horse riding is not very useful for football, it is very useful for equestrian competitions. If you upgrade the art of horse riding to +9, you will be able to achieve perfect unity between man and horse no matter what horse you ride in the future. With the unlimited potential of Hercules, wouldn't the Olympic gold medal be as easy to get as a dandelion on the hillside? It's so beautiful. Gurran moved his mind and picked up the blue bubble under Thomas' feet through the air. A warm feeling exploded from the center of his forehead and then spread throughout his body. Gurran took a deep breath and gently placed his hand on Hercules' smooth horseback. Gurran felt something deeper beneath Hercules' strong muscles. Hercules seemed to sense it as well, and responded with a joyful neigh. So cool. The art of horse riding combined with the mind can really achieve unity between man and horse. At this time, the female model Riley said aggrievedly, "Thomas, Evelyn is crazy, let's ignore her, let's go." Thomas gritted his teeth and said, "No. In front of my fiancé, in front of my brother, I can't swallow this bad breath. Evelyn, I am a gentleman, as a gentleman, I don't want to fight with an unreasonable crazy woman like you. But, do you dare to race with me? I will ride the wind chaser killer and compete with you Hercules in speed. Let's use horse racing to decide the winner." Evelyn frowned slightly. Hercules is still not faster than the wind chaser killer. Hercules has never participated in a formal competition, while the wind chaser killer has participated in the International Equestrian Federation competition for 2 consecutive years. If she really uses horse racing to compete, she will definitely suffer. Thomas suddenly laughed like a villain. "What? Don't you dare. Where did your arrogant spirit go? Don't you always say that your Hercules is very strong? If you don't dare to compete, then bow to me and apologize. Not only apologize to me, but also apologize to your fiancé Riley who was slandered by you. And apologize to my good friend Ferdinando." Evelyn didn't know what to do for a while. She definitely wouldn't apologize, but the horse racing guru cleared his throat. "Evelyn was swimming with me just now, and I accidentally used too much force, so she is not suitable for riding now." Once these words came out, the lethality was even more shocking than Evelyn's mouth cannon just now. Thomas and the other 2 are all dumbfounded. "What do you mean by accidentally using too much force? Is it that kind of excessive force?" Especially Ferdinando, who still wanted to climb up the ladder to pursue Evelyn, his nose was almost crooked with anger. Evelyn, who had just been firing up Thomas and the other 2, smiled shyly at Gurran. "You're so annoying, Gu, why do you tell others everything?" "It's confirmed." Lighter blue skill bubble also fell under Ferdinando's feet. Gurran took the opportunity to concentrate his mind and saw. While charge +1. This is a rugby skill. British rugby does not require protective gear, and collisions are allowed during the game. In rugby games, as long as you don't hit the back or the chest, it is a legal collision, no matter how strong the force is or how rough the action is. However, this kind of collision in a football game will reach the level of a foul. So, this skill is a garbage skill for Gurran. Gurran simply ignored it. "This is the last time to pick up the progress today, and I just need to get a free horse riding skill." Then I heard Thomas said angrily, "Huh. Everyone can make excuses. If you don't dare to compete, just say you don't dare to compete." "Evelyn, bow and apologize." Gurran said proudly. "I said, she really can't compete with you, but her man, that is, me, accepts your challenge." Evelyn was shocked. Gu. She knew that Gurran had never received any equestrian training, and Thomas had been riding since he was a child. What's more, Hercules really couldn't outrun the wind chaser killer. Evelyn didn't want Gurran to lose, especially for herself, so she couldn't let Gurran lose. Seeing Evelyn trying to stop Gurran, Thomas burst into laughter. "Fuck you, Chinese guy, you really don't know how high the sky is. A lowly person like you, I would even find it dirty to let my horse, how can you be qualified to race with a real noble? But for the sake of my dear cousin, I will give you this opportunity to humiliate yourself." Evelyn said angrily. "Thomas, you are looking for death, right? Gu. Don't pay attention to him. Let's go." Thomas blew a whistle and said arrogantly, "Are you scared? Are you scared now? All right, then get out of here. Hey, Chinese guy, before you leave, do a somersault for me and I will give you a reward, which can be regarded as a duck fee for your service to my cousin." As he said, Thomas took out a coin from his pocket and flipped it at Gurran with his thumbnail. Gurran raised his hand and fanned it back accurately. Snap! The coin brushed Thomas' ear and embedded directly into the seat of the golf cart behind Thomas. Thomas and the other 2 suddenly changed their faces. This reaction ability, this accuracy, this strength is too scary. This fierce slap is like slapping all 3 of them in the face at the same time. Gurran sneered, "If you want to die, just say so. There's no need to waste money. Don't worry, since I've agreed to your challenge, I won't break my promise." However, it's boring to just compete for victory or defeat. Let's talk about the bet. Thomas calmed himself down and said arrogantly, poor Chinese, you can decide the bet. Evelyn said firmly, of course he decides the bet. Thomas grinned like a villain and said, it's good to have your words, cousin. If I win, of course I will definitely not lose. If I win, I don't want anything expensive. I just want your Hercules to mate with my wind chaser a few times, and all the foals they give birth to will belong to me. Evelyn roared angrily, what did you say? Grant said calmly, what if you lose? Thomas laughed wildly, it's impossible for me to lose. If I lose, I, my fiancé Riley, and my friend Ferdinando will all be at your disposal. Grant lowered his head and asked Evelyn, darling, is there anything you want? I'll help you win it back. Evelyn was angry, but Grant's darling made Evelyn intoxicated. Goo, I want the green skirt on Riley. Grant smiled and said, what's so good about that green skirt? I'll give you 8 or 10 later. Evelyn explained, that skirt was my grandmother's skirt. I don't want it to be worn by someone who doesn't deserve it. Oh, I see. Grant gently patted the back of Evelyn's hand, then I'll win it back for you. Evelyn looked up at Grant with infatuation in her eyes. Well, if you can help me get my grandmother's skirt back, I will definitely thank you very much. Grant looked at Evelyn's chin, it's a deal. Ferdinando on the opposite side was almost jealous. Grant said to Thomas coldly, you heard it all, if I win, let Miss Riley take off her green skirt on the spot. Riley's face changed drastically, no. This is not asking for a skirt, this is clearly asking me to embarrass myself. I won't do it. Thomas said, what are you afraid of? Do you think I will lose? Riley said anxiously, Thomas. I am not wearing anything inside. Thomas was startled, and then said indifferently, it doesn't matter, I can't lose. You listen to me. Compared to the face of his fiancée, Thomas wanted the wind chaser and the colt of Hercules more. Riley glanced at Ferdinando for help, and Ferdinando nodded calmly. This secret communication naturally did not escape Grant's sharp eyes. Grant couldn't help laughing secretly in his heart. These two people really have an affair. Evelyn really said it. This triangle relationship, your circle's really messy. Thomas laughed triumphantly, that's it. Let's race around this racetrack horse. The starting point is the end point. Whoever returns here first wins. Grant shrugged indifferently, okay. With the horse riding technique plus 1-inch hand, Grant felt very confident. Thomas looked like he was sure of victory, and laughed wildly, Chinaman, you will regret it. You will soon know the strength of an Olympic-level horse racer. Wait for me, don't run, I'll go prepare the horse first. As he said that, Thomas walked into the stable. Ferdinando took the opportunity to walk to Evelyn's side and said in a gentlemanly manner, dear Miss Evelyn, I think it's completely unnecessary to make such a fuss. How about this, you give in, and I'll go to Thomas to talk about it. Let's forget about it, and you won't have to lose the bet, right? Of course, I don't want anything in return, I just want Miss Evelyn's contact information get out. Evelyn could no longer hide the disgust on her face. Ferdinando was frustrated and backed away with a wry smile. Evelyn then looked up at Grant with her big watery eyes and said in a very gentle tone, Goo, how about I do it? You are not familiar with the racetrack horse, nor are you familiar with Hercules, and Hercules really can't outrun the wind chaser killer. I can't let you lose. If you have to lose, let me lose. Grant lowered his head and smiled at Evelyn. What's the difference between you losing and me losing? Evelyn's body trembled slightly. This is the most simple, but most touching love word she has ever heard. Evelyn said excitedly, I understand. Goo, you mean that we are one? What the hell? What I mean is that if you lose, Hercules will be paired with a wind chaser killer, and if I lose, Hercules will be paired with a wind chaser killer. Of course, if you insist on understanding it that way, Evelyn, there is nothing wrong with it. Grant then nodded calmly, yes, that's what I mean. Evelyn said sweetly, with you here, I'm happy even if I lose. You don't have to worry. I won't give my Hercules to Thomas anyway. At most, I'll spend more money to get it done. Don't worry about it. Grant smiled and said, I want to win a green dress for you. Evelyn smiled and said, okay, I'll teach you how to ride a horse temporarily. Evelyn checked the tightness of the saddle and reins and said, pull the reins to the left to make the horse turn left, pull the reins to the right to turn right, and pull the left and right reins back together to stop. Don't put your legs on the stirrups with one lower than the other, otherwise you will easily fall sideways. Don't sit firmly on your butt, but let it rise and fall with the horses running and bumping. If you want to control the horse well, the reins are only the surface. What really matters is the control of the core strength of the waist and abdomen, the control of the thigh muscles, and the strength of the upper arms. Of course, there is also an excellent brain. You have to rely on your brain and try to find the balance point between you and the horse. Use this balance point as your shared center of gravity so that you can keep in line with the horse's rhythm. It is important to maintain a shared center of gravity. If you can't find the horse's rhythm, your body will affect the horse's running state, and the horse will naturally not be able to run fast. And the sooner you find the shared center of gravity with the horse, the more you can stimulate the horse's speed potential. Guran nodded slightly. I see the principles of competitive events are inherently the same. How to control a horse is essentially the same as how to control a ball. And true geniuses can draw inferences from one example and apply it to other similar situations. At this time, Thomas walked out of the stable leading the saddled wind chaser, and said with a sarcastic smile, "On-site teaching. Ha ha ha. Cousin, I think you should just admit defeat on the spot. It's more decent this way." Guran sneered. "It's enough to beat you." With strong waist and abdominal strength, support from leg muscles, his understanding of competitive sports, and the horsemanship skill +1, Guran is full of confidence. Evelyn ignored Thomas, but stood on tiptoe with her head raised, and asked Guran timidly, "Gu, can I give you a kiss of blessing? I know this request is a little bit excessive, but if I kiss you, it might bring you good luck." Guran said nothing, lowered his head and sealed Evelyn's chattering lips. Evelyn felt like she was electrocuted, her toes were stretched straight. She forgot to breathe. Guran touched Evelyn's hot cheek. "Just wait for me here, and when I win, I'll reward you well." Evelyn said in a daze. "Well, is there a better reward than this?" "I don't believe it." Light Ferdinando next to him dropped another blue bubble. Guran didn't even pay attention to it, and shook the reins directly, urging the Hercules under his crotch to the starting line. Chapter 254 explodes. The true strength of the Fergana horse. Guran. "That's right, I am the villain." Thomas grabbed the whip and jumped on the horse, and proudly urged the wind chaser to the starting line, and lined up side by side with Guran. The wind chaser neighed at Hercules, threatening him, arrogant and rude. Hercules was tense and pawed at his hips restlessly. Guran concentrated his mind and gently soothed Hercules' slender neck. Under the influence of the horse riding technique, Hercules immediately calmed down a lot. Thomas was slightly stunned, and then sneered indifferently. "Trash Chinese guy, a pure novice like you, I bet you will fall off the horse before you can even run 100 meters. Guran sneered. "Fuck idiots like you, even if I have never ridden a horse before, it's enough." "Fuck." Thomas said grimly. "You dare to scold me? Let me see how I deal with you." Guran said arrogantly and contemptuously. "Then come on, you'll be finished if you see me do it or not." In the process of tit-for-tat with Thomas, Guran always kept his hand on Hercules' horse neck. Hercules snorted heavily, as if he was feeling Guran's strong fighting spirit. At this time, the female model Riley stood between the two tall horses, raised her arms and asked loudly, "Two gentlemen, are you ready?" Thomas touched the brim of his helmet with his hand. "All right." Guran also said coldly, "Let's start." Riley said loudly, "Ready, go." Thomas immediately flicked the whip, and the wind chaser screamed in pain, and leapt up with all four legs. Guran also shook the reins violently at the same time, and Hercules also ran. Evelyn shouted loudly, "Gu! Come on! Hercules! Come on!" The wind chaser started quickly, and the starting force was also very fierce. The grass and soil on the grassland were thrown up in a shotgun shape. Hercules' starting speed was not slow, but he was half a body behind the wind chaser at the start. "Go! Go!" Thomas whipped the wind chaser twice in a row, and the wind chaser continued to accelerate. In an instant, the wind chaser left Hercules behind by a whole body length. Hercules tried hard to catch up, but the gap was still getting bigger and bigger. It must be said that as an Olympic-level racehorse, the wind chaser is indeed powerful. In comparison, Hercules is indeed a little slower. But Guran believes that this is definitely not the true strength of the Fergana horse. What Hercules lacks is not the body or talent, but the courage to challenge the old king. Hercules was just suppressed by the momentum of the wind chaser. As long as Hercules can be activated and cheered up, catching up with the wind chaser will not be a problem at all. Guran was not in a hurry at all, and did not whip Hercules with a whip like Thomas did. Guran calmly integrated his waist and horse, maintaining balance while looking for the common center of gravity with Hercules. His buttocks did not sit on the saddle at all, but bent his legs and used his thigh muscles to cushion the bumps when Hercules ran. Hercules' muscles are very strong, and the power that burst out of Guran's muscles is unexpectedly like Hercules' Fergana-level muscles. The sense of balance between the man and the horse was almost instantly fused together. Man and horse become one. Hercules neighed happily and galloped away with all four hooves. Only 1/5 of the race had passed, and the wind chaser was far ahead of Hercules by more than 10 meters, but in the blink of an eye, Hercules approached. Thomas looked back and was immediately horrified. It's not like he had never competed with Evelyn before, but every time his wind chaser could easily lead Hercules by 20 or 30 meters. I thought that this time when I met Guran, a novice rookie, the wind chaser could be at least 45 meters ahead, but in the end, Hercules caught up. Thomas immediately whipped the wind chaser twice with a whip, and the wind chaser screamed in pain and ran wildly. Hercules also tried his best to chase, but he was about to be left behind by the wind chaser again. This horse still lacks self-confidence. Guran then lay on the ground, close to Hercules' ear, and said in a deep voice, "Hercules, I know that a good horse like you can feel what humans mean. Listen carefully, do you want to be second all your life and be stepped on by the wind chaser? Are you willing to become its reproductive tool? Or, let's fight together and let those people and horses who despise you see what a real sweat-blood horse is." Hercules seemed to really understand, and roared like thunder, and his forehooves were filled with new power. Wherever he passed, the grassland and the earth trembled. The gap between the two horses narrowed in an instant in a way visible to the naked eye. Hercules' potential speed was activated. When the race was halfway through, the wind chaser not only did not get rid of Hercules, but was overtaken by Hercules. Thomas looked back and was shocked. He really couldn't understand why a pure equestrian rookie could ride so fast. And, without using a whip. Seeing that Guran was about to be parallel to him, Thomas whipped his whip frantically, urging the wind chaser to speed up. However, the wind chaser's speed had already reached its limit. Even if Thomas' whip drew blood marks, it could not speed up and break through. But Hercules had a lot of stamina. As the gap continued to narrow, Hercules realized for the first time that he could surpass the arrogant wind chaser. Hercules' whole body was full of explosive power. Seeing that he was about to be overtaken, Thomas raised the whip in his hand in shame and anger, and whipped Guran's side ribs fiercely. This place is far away from the starting point, and no one can see it. Moreover, even if someone sees it, what can it do? It just says that whoever reaches the finish line first wins, and it does not say that force cannot be used. I am a British nobleman. Who dares to say anything when whipping a lily trout with a whip? Thomas' eyes were full of blood. When Thomas whipped a sneak attack from the side and back, Hercules sensed the danger, screamed suddenly, and his body instantly moved to the side to dodge. At the same time, Guran also felt a fierce force coming from behind him, and then he leaned sideways on the horse's back. The whip barely passed Guran's shoulder, and a whip wind as sharp as a blade was produced. Bullshit. You're looking for death. Guran angrily scolded the national quintessence, and at the same time, he grabbed the whip tip of the whip with his backhand. Pull hard. Thomas opened his mouth wide, and before he could scream, his body was uncontrollably pulled off the horse's back by a huge force, and fell to the ground like a dog chewing mud, breaking with his face. His whip was on his wrist, and he had no time to break free. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet, and fortunately, the track of the racetrack horse was soft enough, otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Guran ignored Thomas who fell off the horse, shook the reins, and urged Hercules to run wildly. This time, Hercules was able to avoid Thomas's whip attack, and he deserved it. What a good horse. It really deserves to be the most awesome warhorse in the ancient battlefield. Guran's adrenaline was overflowing, and the Hercules under his crotch was also very excited, sprinting violently. After losing his rider, the wind chaser slowed down immediately. Thomas angrily climbed up from the grass of the horse farm, spit out the dirt and grass foam in his mouth, and cursed. Fuck. Guran. Fuck. I will kill you. I must kill you. Thomas limped and caught up with the wind chaser who had stopped in place, and after turning over the horse, he took a shortcut to chase Guran and Hercules. This is their family's horse farm. He grew up here since he was a child, so he naturally knew the shortcuts. But Guran didn't know, and still galloped along the track. When there was only 1/5 of the race left, Thomas came from the shortcut and suddenly appeared beside Guran. Guran frowned immediately. This time, Thomas didn't dare to whip Guran again, but he took advantage of the sudden rush from the shortcut and let the wind chaser squeeze Hercules. The wind chaser was very arrogant, even opening his mouth and showing his long fangs, pretending to bite Hercules. Hercules was inexperienced and was obviously a little afraid. Guran didn't wait for the wind chaser to get close to Hercules, and kicked the wind chaser in the face. That's right. I've been looking down on you for a long time. Guran used 70% of his strength in his kick. The wind chaser jumped up in pain and kicked his front and back hooves desperately. Wind chaser. What are you doing? Chase me. Thomas kept whipping the wind chaser with a whip, trying to control the situation. But the wind chaser was completely out of control, kicking more violently. You will suffer for your own sins. Hercules. Go. It's time to prove yourself. Guran kept his balance and shook the reins hard. With the support of Guran's kit just now, Hercules instantly became tough. Hercules sprinted at full speed, and his speed exploded to a new high again. One man and one horse, at this moment, completely merged into one, just like a champagne gold lightning, rushing straight to the finish line. Evelyn, standing at the finish line, saw the familiar figure and horse shadow appear, and was so surprised that she couldn't believe her eyes. Ah! It's really Gru. It's really Hercules. Oh my God. Oh my God. My man. My horse. Hercules. Your speed is activated. Goo. I knew you could do it. I knew it. I knew you were a real genius. I knew that the real strong people are not only good at playing football, but also very strong at riding horses. Ah. Goo. I love you. I love you crazy. Goo. Evelyn cheered and jumped. The face of the future sister-in-law Riley was pale. The face of the future sister-in-law's distant cousin from Andita was as ugly as it could be. Amid Evelyn's excited cheers, Hercules rushed to the finish line first. Guran immediately pulled the reins to stop the excited Hercules. Hercules snorted excitedly, his forehead still alternately stepping on the grassland, as if he was still not satisfied. Guran patted Hercules' neck soothingly, and when he raised his hands were full of bloody horse sweat. The Fergana horse really lives up to its reputation. Evelyn said before that she had never seen horse sweat like blood, but that was only because Hercules had not activated her true war horse talent. The Fergana horse is not a pet, it is a real war horse. Guran couldn't let go of Hercules, no, he couldn't let go of his crotch. As soon as Guran turned over and got off the horse, Evelyn rushed up excitedly, hugged him, and hung on Guran's strong body. Evelyn's lips tapped Guran's cheeks enthusiastically. Ah, Gu. My Fergana prince. You are so great. You are so great. If it weren't for Riley and Ferdinando, the two annoying light bulbs, Evelyn would have tasted Guran's taste now. And she would taste him from head to toe. Guran smiled and said, Evelyn, your Hercules is great too. Evelyn pressed her finger on Guran's lips. No, it's our Hercules. Guran smiled. Yes, it's our Hercules. At this time, Thomas, covered in mud, rode the wind chaser back to the starting point in a mess. The wind chaser knew that he had lost and couldn't raise his head in front of Hercules. This is even more true in the animal world, where the strong are respected. It has been the same for humans since ancient times, but the process of competing for supremacy is not as simple as in the animal world. Thomas turned over and got off the horse, pointing at Guran with a whip in anger. You Chinese bastard. You actually pulled me off the horse and kicked my horse's head. Guran said coldly, that's right, I did it all. Are you satisfied? If you dare to point the whip at me again, and dare to call me a Chinese again, do you think I will still do you? Explain the cause and effect. No need. Who should I explain to? Explain to Riley and Fernando. They're in the same group with Thomas. Their butts are crooked. How can they care about the truth of the matter? As for Evelyn, there is no need to explain. Thomas is nothing in Evelyn's eyes. Do I need to take off my pants to fart? Ah. Evelyn collapsed in Guran's arms. Gu, you are so manly. You exude the top hormones of human beings from head to toe and from every pore. You are so cool. I love you so much. Only a passionate southern girl could make such a straightforward confession. Guran patted Evelyn's hips. Be restrained, there are people here. Evelyn looked around. Is there? Is there? Why didn't I see it? The two of them sang the same tune, and Thomas and the other two are almost mad. Lights, lights, lights. Thomas and the other two dropped blue skill bubbles at the same time. Guran immediately gathered his mind and looked at it calmly. Thomas dropped the horse riding technique +1. From Andita dropped the powerful hand throw +1. This skill can be used in football, but it is only useful for goalkeepers and sideline serves. Moreover, this skill can be picked up casually when you're in the first team, so there's no need to waste a progress here. The female model sister-in-law Riley also dropped a skill, fast dribbling +1. Guran. Is this skill serious? Is it to quickly take off your own clothes, or to quickly take off other people's clothes? Damn, what am I thinking? Isn't this skill something that anyone with hands can do? Besides, a serious person like me never takes off other people's clothes. They take them off by themselves. Guran directly ignored the bubbles dropped by Riley and Fernandito, and picked up Thomas's horse controlling technique remotely. Guran was refreshed. Today's 10 pickup progress is complete. The sister-in-law Riley folded her hands in front of her chest and said angrily, "Evil man. Bully." Guran was not angry, but left. Isn't it a kind of pride to be broken by this person who relied on his ancestors to rob others to accumulate primitive wealth and call him a villain? Guran smiled happily and said, "That's right, I am the bad guy. But I, the big bad guy, won. You should not have forgotten what the bet is. At 8 o'clock tonight, maybe, probably, possibly, there is a certain probability, and I can't guarantee it with my life, there will be a second update." Chapter 255a. Perfect Closed Loop. I am an all-around superstar. Evelyn was completely conquered. That's right. Evelyn also said proudly, "Admit defeat. Riley, take off my grandmother's green dress and give it back to me. It belongs to the women in our family. You don't deserve it." Riley eagerly grabbed Thomas and cried tenderly, "Thomas. Thomas. They bullied me." Evelyn sneered. "You cry when you lose. Be decent and don't force me to do it myself." Thomas gritted his teeth. "This time doesn't count. This time Guran broke the rules. He pulled me off the horse and kicked my horse. Otherwise, I couldn't lose." Guran sneered. Yes, I also fucked your mother, otherwise how could I have a wild son like you? You. Thomas was so angry that his face turned red like pig liver. Evelyn laughed happily. "Goo, when I interviewed you before, you didn't say much. I didn't expect that you were so good at arguing with people. Can arguing with people be the same as being interviewed? To be interviewed, you have to rack your brains, choose words and sentences, and pay attention to your celebrity image. But, do I need to think about scolding people in private? I have lived 2 lives, how can I bear the wrath of rubbish?" Guran smiled faintly. "I'm sorry, but being rude is my specialty besides playing football." Ferdinando stepped out to block Riley. "You've gone too far. The education I received does not allow you to treat a lady like this. This is not what civilized people do. Your name is Guran, right? Thomas just said that you committed a foul, so your game doesn't count. If you are not convinced, why don't we compete like professional players and redetermine the outcome?" Okay. Thomas immediately said, "Let's compete again and redetermine the outcome." Future sister-in-law Riley also shouted excitedly, "That's right. The last time doesn't count. Let's compete again, and this time we have to compete in a professional way, and a foul counts as a loss." Evelyn sneered, "A bunch of scum who can't afford to lose. Even my riding boots with horse manure on them look down on you. Goo, let's ignore them. My dad should be back by now. Let's change our clothes and prepare for dinner. Don't let these 3 scum ruin our good mood." Guran smiled and said, "On the contrary, I'm in a good mood. Someone else has offered his face to me, how can I not respond? Besides, I promised to help you win the green dress back. How can an immoral villain like me let our sister-in-law Riley leave wearing a green dress?" Evelyn smiled sweetly. "Goo, when you said we, I was so happy. Okay, then I'll listen to you." Evelyn turned her head and asked Ferdinando with disgust on her face, "Tell me, how do you want to compete?" The muscles on Ferdinando's face twitched a few times, and then he said in a deep voice, "It's very simple. He is a professional football player and I am a professional rugby player, so let's compete in the form of a duel on the field. This 30-meter white field is the field. There is no need for football or rugby. Whoever breaks the opponent's bottom line first wins. You can block, intercept, and use any rugby collision rules. You can't collide with the chest, you can't collide with the back, you can't kick, you can't step on people. Other than that, all technical moves are allowed. Am I clear enough?" Thomas immediately said, "Good. That's fair. What a joke. The collision rules in rugby are much more relaxed than those in soccer. This is obviously a rule that is in Ferdinando's favor." Guran smiled coldly in his heart. "Okay, sure, we'll compete according to the rules you set. But how do I know if you will default again after you lose?" Ferdinando laughed confidently. "I can't lose." Guran picked his ears. "I'm so tired of hearing this." Evelyn also said coldly, "Goo, don't compete with them. They have no credibility at all." Ferdinando frowned and said, "Then what do you say?" Guran pointed at his future sister-in-law Riley and said, "Hand her over to Evelyn. If I win, Evelyn will just take off the green skirt. So that you won't default again." Evelyn said happily, "That's right. That's right." Riley said to Ferdinando anxiously, "No. With her thin arms and legs, she couldn't beat Evelyn at all. If she really fell into Evelyn's hands, let alone resist, she couldn't even escape." Ferdinando smiled at Riley to comfort her. "Don't worry, Riley. How could I lose to a Chinese guy?" Riley opened her mouth, but finally nodded helplessly. Well, let's draw our respective baselines first. Okay. Ferdinando drew a line on the north side, and Guran drew a line on the corresponding south side. You, come here. Evelyn hooked her finger at Riley. Riley bit her lip, walked up to Evelyn with a cat step, and said harshly, Evelyn, don't be too proud and arrogant. Ferdinando was different from Thomas. Ferdinando was a professional football player. He will beat your Chinese little white face to the ground. Evelyn sneered, you have been sold twice by two different men in a row, and you are still here. Riley's face changed, and her defense was instantly broken. After Guran drew the baseline, he stood behind the baseline. From here to the opposite baseline, it is about 30 meters. With Guran's sprinting speed, a son of the wind can arrive in the blink of an eye. But this competition is not as simple as speed. The interception of professional football is very fierce. In football games, hugging the waist is a technical foul, but in professional football, hugging and throwing are normal, not to mention that there are no referees here. Fernandito wants to chase Evelyn but fails, and he will definitely retaliate maliciously. So, this duel is not about speed, but about who is stronger and more powerful. Come on. Just before officially entering the first team, try the firepower of professional players. Guran's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Thomas took the whip and stood in the middle. Are you ready? Fernandito moved his ankles, shook his creaking neck, and said arrogantly, let's ask the other side, I don't need to prepare. Guran sneered. Then come on. Thomas raised the whip, ready to go. Snap. The whip was thrown down, and Guran and Fernandito sprinted from the bottom line on both the north and south sides at the same time. Thomas quickly retreated to a safe position. Guran's speed was obviously much faster than Fernando's. As a professional rugby player, his sprinting speed was certainly not bad. Fernando was also the main center of the team, and his sprinting speed was also his strong point. However, compared with Guran, Ferdinando's sprinting speed was not good enough. Guran's sprinting speed was not only fast enough, but also had a sense of power and beauty like violent aesthetics. Seeing Guran sprint, Thomas and Riley on the sidelines instantly tensed up. They thought Guran was just an Asian pretty boy. Even if he was a professional player, he was a substitute player on a low-level league and could not play. But they did not expect that Guran's sprint would be so fierce and domineering. Evelyn raised her arms and shouted wildly with her eyes full of crazy. Ah! My sweaty prince. Go, go, go. Beat Fernando. The Hercules next to him was also excitedly cheering for Guran. Since Guran helped her surpass the wind chaser, she also fully recognized Guran. In the blink of an eye, Guran rushed across the center line and headed straight for Fernandito's bottom line. Fernandito knew that he could not sprint faster than Guran, so he immediately rushed towards Guran sideways with a fierce look. Guran did not slow down at all. When the two were about to collide, Guran suddenly shook his body, slowed down his pace, and changed his line lightly and flexibly, instantly avoiding Fernandito's savage shoulder collision. This change was too fast. Under the extreme high speed, Guran's control over his body muscles has reached an incredible level. What's more amazing is that Guran was fighting with his brain. Fernandito was caught off guard by Guran, and before he could turn around and hit back, Guran actually pulled his center of gravity back in an instant, changing from passive to active, and slammed into Fernandito with his muscular shoulders. Strong 75 points. Strength 75 points. Reasonable collision +4. Bang. Ferdinando was too distracted by return to defense, and was directly knocked away by Guran. He staggered and almost lost his balance. This was a pure physical confrontation. It was a direct confrontation of strength and power. Guran felt as if his shoulder had hit a car, and his shoulder muscles ached slightly, and he also bounced back 2 steps. The physical condition of professional football players is really amazing. He didn't knock him away directly. And Fernandito felt like he was hit by a super high-powered steamroller. How could this be possible? How could this Chinese guy be so strong? He is obviously much thinner than me, and obviously half a head shorter than me. Fernandito was also experienced in defense. After stumbling a few steps, he quickly stabilized his balance and turned around. He jumped up and hugged Guran's waist with both hands. Fernandito wanted to use his wrestling skills to throw Guran to the grass. But Guran had already activated the Son of Wind acceleration. With a strong sense of power and extreme acceleration, Guran was like a bullet fired from a barrel. Although Fernando hugged Guran's waist, he had no time to exert force. Guran directly dragged Fernando, who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms, to sprint to the baseline. Fernando's legs left a deep grass mark on the grass, plowing the ground. Fernando was panicked. He is the captain of the England national rugby U18 team. He is also a main player of the Leicester Tigers. Now he can't stop Guran even if he hugs his waist. How can he say that he is a rugby player in the future? Fernando tried his best to stop Guran. But Guran's waist and abdomen core strength was fully opened, and his thick thigh muscles almost burst the white tight night pants. Guran's spring speed was reduced by more than half because of Fernando's dragging and hugging, but the strength confrontation did not decrease at all, and there was a tendency to break through the limit. Guran's adrenaline was bursting. Unstoppable. Fernando's veins were bulging, and he was close to exhaustion. Thomas and Riley on the sidelines all opened their mouths wide, looking at this extremely shocking scene in disbelief. Evelyn excitedly screamed, "Goo! Too fierce. Ah! This is a real man. I can't stand it." Hercules was also gnawing excitedly. As a horse, she has opened her eyes today. Guran made the last full sprint and directly pulled Fernando across the baseline. Win. Guran stretched out his hand and clenched his fist to celebrate with Evelyn and Hercules. Yes. Yes. Evelyn shouted excitedly, "I'm so happy." The future sister-in-law Riley's lips turned pale, covering her green skirt and quietly retreating. Hercules neighed and raised his front hoof to block Riley's escape route. Evelyn grabbed Riley. "Want to run? Leave my grandmother's green skirt first." As she said that, Evelyn directly started to pull it hard. Damn, it's really an open space. As a Victoria's Secret model, Guran's young body, which was trimmed cleanly, couldn't help but look at it a few more times from a distance. Although he was watching, Guran was serious in his heart. Riley, whose green dress was taken off, was completely broken and burst into tears. Thomas was so angry that he was shaking all over. "Evelyn, you're too much. She will be your sister-in-law soon. How can you treat her like this? Ah! You're too bullying. I won't allow it. I won't allow it." Fernando raised his fist in anger and hit Guran hard. Guran had been prepared for Fernando's move. Seeing Fernando's move, Guran was not polite. While dodging Fernando's fist, he directly hit Fernando's heart with an inch punch. Bang! Fernando was directly beaten back 5 or 6 steps, fell to the ground, and didn't move. One move. Just one move. No hesitation. Fernando. Fernando. Thomas rushed over and shook Fernando, who was knocked unconscious by a punch. "Chinaman, you killed someone." Thomas screamed. The future sister-in-law Riley didn't care that she was not wearing anything, and threw herself on Fernando. "Fernando. Wake up. You can't just leave me like this. What will I do after you die? Have you forgotten our vows of love?" Thomas said angrily, "What? You don't. Fernando obviously only loves me. Get out of here." How the hell did he get 2 truths out of 1 punch? Guran leaned over to take a look at Fernando lying on the ground, then sneered, "Don't worry, he's just temporarily unconscious, it's easy to wake him up." Guran pushed away Thomas and the neatly trimmed Riley, who was in the way, grabbed Fernando's collar, swung his hand, and slapped him wildly. The whole racecourse was filled with the sound of slapping. Fernando's face was swollen until he finally said in a trembling voice, "Stop hitting me, I'm awake." Guran then let go of Fernando. "You're welcome." Fernando. While Thomas and Riley were fighting for Fernando, Guran withdrew and hid his achievements and fame. Evelyn happily hugged Guran. "Goo. You're amazing. You are not only a football star, you are also an all-around superstar. Oh God. I am completely conquered by you. I am so lucky. I dare say you are the most perfect man in the world. No other. I wish I could have you now." Guran smiled and said, "Let's go eat first." There was a long time after dinner. Evelyn smiled and said, "How about we watch a show first?" "Damn, Evelyn, you are so mean. Your cousin cheated on your future sister-in-law's male lover, and your future sister-in-law's male lover cheated on your cousin. It was such a perfect closed-loop affair, and your cousin fell off his horse, your future sister-in-law was strict, and your cousin and your future sister-in-law's male lover Fernando not only plowed the ground but also had a swollen face. They are all so miserable. Is it really appropriate for us to stay and watch?" Guran cleared his throat, then, watch for a while. Evelyn looked at Guran with infatuation. "Oh, Goo, we are really a perfect match." Chapter 256. "I'm sorry, it has come to this point, I have to pretend to be cool. Oops. I've failed." At dusk. The afterglow of the sunset shines through the colorful window lattices and gently sprinkles on the luxurious main dining room of Hayden Manor. In the center of the hall is a gorgeous dining table covered with a snow-white silk tablecloth. Guran and Evelyn, who have changed their clothes, sit opposite each other on both sides of the long dining table. The exquisite and beautiful sterling silver candlesticks add a touch of romance to the dinner. More than a dozen male and female servants carry dishes in and out, carefully not daring to make any mistakes. Today's dinner should have been hosted by Evelyn's father in person, but when Evelyn and Guran were watching the closed-loop tearing scene with great interest, Evelyn's father called and told them that he would be back later tonight and asked them to eat first. Evelyn simply didn't wait. After all, there are more important things to do after the dinner. Evelyn, who changed out of her equestrian knight's clothes, restored the elegance of a noble lady. Her blonde hair was scattered on her shoulders, exuding the sweet scent of fruit wood, and paired with her porcelain white skin, she was truly beautiful beyond description. She was wearing a dark blue classical long dress decorated with tassels, her slender waist outlined a graceful curve, the lining in the skirt supported the typical aristocratic girl's temperament, and the big V shaped on her chest generously showed the charm of women to the extreme. When you think of the performance of those little stars and internet celebrities in China who were in cover-up, afraid that the poor will see and the rich will not know, Evelyn is simply a walking textbook. Evelyn looked at Guran affectionately. I had a super happy day today. This is the happiest day I have ever had since I was a child, thank you. It's a bit early to say this now, it's not dark yet, and there's more fun to come. By the way, such a high-end aristocratic dinner should not have food like lamb kidney pie, right? Guran cleared his throat. Evelyn, I'm happy too. By the way, are we really not waiting for your dad? Evelyn smiled and said, our family is very direct. If he says you don't have to wait for him, then you don't have to be polite. Okay. In this regard, foreigners are really straightforward. If they say you don't have to wait, then you really don't have to wait. Before the two of them had a few words, the dining table was full. The silver tableware shone with a luxurious luster under the dual reflection of the sunset in candlelight, and the exquisite porcelain plates were neatly arranged with colorful and fragrant Western food. The appetizers included bocuse with foie gras oil and black truffle sauce, Kent's top caviar seafood platter, top beef tenderloin with oil-soaked French fava foie gras, French black truffle foie gras sauce with green apple cheese and Austrian platinum caviar, Norwegian smoked salmon with cream mushrooms and herb-stewed eggs, Burgundy herb sauce baked snail soup as Mediterranean cream pine mushroom soup with wild black truffle black old abalone soup. The salad was Oslo sweet and sour oysters with organic vegetable salad rolls, Italian vegetable curry cakes with Chinese Sichuan spicy sauce, and Provence potato roasted octopus salad. The main course was Hayden Manor Mill grilled 3 whips with Alaskan snow crab claws and gilded Paris sauce, Provence charcoal grilled venison with pan-fried black corns, and red wine braised lamb saddle with porcini and black truffle sauce. Looking at the full table, Guran was numb. The cheapest dish on the table would cost thousands of yuan in a domestic Western restaurant. Especially the Hayden Manor Mill grilled 3 whips with Alaskan snow crab claws and gilded Paris sauce. What kind of whip is it? Guran couldn't help asking. Do you usually eat this? Evelyn chuckled. How is it possible? Of course we eat so much because you're here. Usually we are very simple, just eating black truffles with wagyu or something. Guran. No wonder you are so well developed. Evelyn added, this main dish of Hayden Manor is unique to us, you must try it. Damn it. Evelyn, do you not believe in my strength, or are you worried that I will not give in? Believe me, although I am very serious, my young body will go crazy and even I am afraid of it. This, I, actually, really don't need it. Oh, goo. Evelyn said coquettishly, this is all from my heart, just eat it all. Guran smiled helplessly, okay, don't regret it. Evelyn was beaming with joy, how could I regret it? Watching Guran eat a lot of black truffles, oysters, and roasted 3 whips, Evelyn's smile was almost unable to close. Just as the dinner was about to end, a half-bald man in a suit, over 50 years old, strode into the restaurant. Dad. Evelyn stood up happily, you're finally back. Let me introduce you, this is the rising star of Southampton that you've been thinking about, Guran. Goo, this is my dad that you've been thinking about, the owner of Hayden Manor, Sir Jonathan Adelaide. Guran stood up solemnly. Hello, sir. Jonathan strode over excitedly and shook Guran's hand vigorously. Hello, young man, I've been looking forward to the day I could meet you. I'm very sorry, I was going to have dinner with you, but I was temporarily delayed because of business matters, please don't mind. No, no. Guran hurriedly said, thank you, sir, for inviting me to dinner. It's an honor for me to meet you, sir. Your manor is so beautiful, and your daughter is even more beautiful. The food is also very rich and delicious. I dare say, sir, you must be the happiest person in the world. Ha ha ha. Sir Jonathan was very pleased with Guran's flattery. Mr. Guran, you and I really hit it off right away. Let's have a drink. Jonathan waved his hand, and the servant brought 2 glasses of bright red wine. Grant wanted to say that he didn't drink because he had to drive soon, but Jonathan was such a straightforward master, and it would be bad to offend his master. Grant immediately picked up the wine glass, clinked glasses with Jonathan, and drank it all in one gulp. Jonathan gave a thumbs up and said in admiration, "Awesome. Young man. You're in great shape. My 20-year-old dear blood tonic wine, you drank it in one gulp." Grant. What? Jonathan shook his head. "I can't do it. I can't stand the power of this wine. I have to take small sips, and try to finish it before going to bed at night. Oh my God, you old man." Grant felt his face flushed instantly, and his blood was boiling. Evelyn said distressedly, "Oh, Dad. Look at you. Gu never drinks, but today he gave you a huge face." Jonathan was slightly startled. "Good boy. So sincere. But I still have to take a sip, otherwise my heart can't stand it." Grant tried hard to control his manic heart. "Sir, please feel free to do as you please." "What the hell can I say? Can I step on the old man's neck and pour it in? Alas, I am still young after all. It doesn't matter, anyway, it's not me who was howling tonight." Grant's eyes unconsciously glanced at Evelyn's big V. "Why is the alcohol getting more powerful?" After Jonathan took a sip of the medicinal wine, he exhaled comfortably, pulled his tie, and asked Grant to sit down. Grant sat down politely, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at Evelyn. Evelyn asked with concern, "Dad, you look a little worried today. Is your business not going well?" Jonathan smiled bitterly. "My dear daughter, you really understand that? Dad and his partner's shipbuilding factory encountered a major strike. There is a large overseas order that is about to default. That damn partner suddenly withdrew his investment. If we can't fill this funding hole as soon as possible," Jonathan glanced at the luxurious manor dejectedly, "I'm afraid we will have to say goodbye to this place in the future." Evelyn exclaimed, "Dad, are you kidding? I can't afford black truffles in the future." Jonathan shrugged helplessly. "Things are not that bad. If it doesn't work, I will sell the shares of Southampton Club first to fill the hole completely. It's just that I always feel that it will be a loss." When he heard the shares of Southampton Club, Grant frowned. "With me in the Southampton Club, it will definitely appreciate greatly in the future. If I can take advantage of this opportunity to buy it, I can not only treat it as an investment, but I may even become a major shareholder and become the owner of Southampton. Really buy a club for fun. Be your own boss. Imagine that when the substitute comes on the field, the commentator screams in a hoarse voice, 'What? Our boss is warming up.' Ha ha ha. The effect on the scene must be full. So cool." Grant immediately asked, "Sir, how many shares do you have in Southampton Club?" Jonathan said without hesitation, "Oh, I hold 2.19% of the shares of Southampton Club and its affiliated industries, including land, outline stores, newspapers and all other assets. It's worth about £20 million. What's the matter, young man?" "Oh, nothing, I'm just asking casually." Grant changed the subject. "Sir, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are willing to consider it." Jonathan asked quickly, "What suggestion?" Grant said, "It's very simple. Temporarily rent your Hayden Manor to the most popular Hollywood crew as a filming location. In this way, you can not only earn a considerable amount of any rental, thereby alleviating your pressure, but also increase the valuation of your Hayden Manor. Even if you really can't fill the hole in the next few months and have to sell Hayden Manor, you can sell it at a very high price." Jonathan slapped his thigh. "That's right. But where can I find a movie that can be shot in my Hayden Manor and can also be the world's box office champion? Sorry, things have come to this point, I have to pretend." Grant cleared his throat. "In fact, in addition to being a professional football player, I am also a Hollywood screenwriter." "Walter!" Jonathan and Evelyn exclaimed at the same time. Grant said lightly, "Yes, I'm not kidding. Not long ago, Christopher Nolan bought my hand-drawn script for Batman 2. It's now being filmed in full swing and is expected to be released by the end of the year." "Oh my God!" Evelyn screamed excitedly. "Goo! You can actually hand-draw scripts. Oh my God! You really are an all-round genius." Jonathan was also shocked and said, This is incredible. You're good at both literature and sports." Not really, not really." Grant smiled and said, "Sir, if you agree to rent Hayden Manor for filming, I can hand-draw a best-selling script and specify in the script that it must be filmed on location at your Hayden Manor, otherwise I won't sell the script. In this way, you can easily negotiate a good rental price and temporarily ease your financial crisis." Jonathan said excitedly, "If that's the case, that's great. As long as you can help me get through these most difficult 3 months, I believe I can make it." "But, my dear Drew, writing a script is not easy, right? Can you finish it within 3 months?" You still have to participate in training and competitions. Evelyn added, you have to find time to come here for equestrian training. To win an Olympic gold medal. Guran sighed quietly. It's certainly not easy to hand-draw a script, and it's even more difficult to hand-draw a script that can win the box office championship. However, I am willing to do my best for you and Evelyn, sir. In less than 3 months, at most 1.5 months, I can let the top Hollywood crews come to my house with my script to pay the rent. Evelyn said with affection in her eyes, so it's all for me. Jonathan excitedly held Guran's hand. Gu, if you can really do it within a month and a half, you'll be my brother from now on. Damn it. Don't. Before Guran could object, Evelyn hurriedly said, oh. Dad. Gu is my friend. Jonathan laughed. It doesn't matter, we'll talk about our own things in the future. Come on, Gu, let's have another sip. Jonathan picked up his 20-year-old deer blood tonic wine. Guran waved his hands quickly. No, sir, I really can't stand drinking anymore. I can stand it, but your daughter can't stand it either. Dad, drink it yourself. I'm going to take Guran to visit Hayden Manor again. Evelyn took Guran's hot hand. Jonathan nodded and said, that's right. We need to have a good look around, so that we can inspire Gu to have more inspiration. Then, see you next time, sir. Okay, Evelyn, you must take good care of my good brother. Dad. Evelyn stopped her feet in anger, and suddenly the time was magnificent. Guran felt a little dizzy and didn't know how he walked out of the restaurant. Blowing the cool breeze at night, Guran felt even more confused, and his hands couldn't help but touch Evelyn's waist. No. I can't do this. I can't let my young body control me. Guran said secretly in his heart, while trying to move his young hands from his waist and put them on Evelyn's hips. Guran. Evelyn smiled at Guran with her eyes blurred, and leaned into Guran's arms. Gu, you hand-painted the script for me, right? Yes. I knew it. Evelyn's face was full of sweetness. The two of them supported each other and hugged each other to get on the golf cart, and the two young bodies were squeezed together again. Gu, where do you want to go? I passed by a small forest before. I thought you wanted to see my room. I'm not that kind of person. I know everything. Evelyn stepped on the accelerator, and the golf cart sped away. The speed was too fast as Guran's manic heartbeat. Bang! The golf cart crashed into the maze-like forest. It overturned. With the cool summer breeze, the leaves swayed in the wind. There was a grove of trees swaying particularly violently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novellas. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. Has my rebirth been discovered? I misfeed Zushai Jinchengzi throat lozenges. At nearly 12 o'clock in the evening, Guran drove back to his Southampton villa. If it hadn't been for the very important welcome ceremony for the first team tomorrow, Guran would never have let go of this noble lady who said, how could I regret it? So easily. After returning to the Southampton villa, Guran took a bath in some ice and fire physiotherapy, and most of his physical strength was restored. The higher the physical attributes and the higher the physical attributes, the faster recovery will occur. Lying in bed, Guran couldn't sleep for a long time. Guran could only concentrate on checking the calculus formula, and then he finally suppressed the excitement in his young body and fell asleep. Early the next morning. It's so hard to wake up without Sophie, Maria, Hathaway, Hanami, and Evelyn. Guran suddenly remembered that yesterday, while drinking, he had promised Evelyn's father to hand-draw a script. Guran couldn't help but hold his head and let out a long sigh. In fact, hand-drawn scripts are not a problem, but since yesterday's overturning battle, the matter of hand-drawn scripts has suddenly become less urgent. After all, my main job is playing football. Working on scripts, equestrians, and wanting to buy a club and become the owner is really too unprofessional. Yes, not because I have got Evelyn, but because I want to do my job properly. I really just want to play football. Therefore, let's put off the hand-drawn script for 2 days. At least wait until the first team is established. After Guran made up his mind, he got up and went to the gym in the villa to practice waist and abdominal core strength for a while. This is one of the self-discipline plans he made for himself. No matter what strenuous things you did last night, as long as you wake up in your own villa, you must first practice in the gym for half an hour to keep your body in good competitive condition. The core strength of the waist and abdomen is very important, not only for the main business of playing football. Guran concentrated on training. After training the core strength of his waist and abdomen, Guran took a happy bath and did some ice and fire physiotherapy. The physical energy consumed yesterday has basically been completely restored. After eating a nutritious breakfast, Guran drove to the Staplewood training base feeling refreshed. The weather today is good. As the first day of joining the team, such good weather is undoubtedly a good sign. Guran was humming a song while driving. As soon as he arrived near the gate of the Staplewood training base, an Odyssey MPV suddenly accelerated and swerved to intercept it, stopping directly in front of the Cayenne. Damn it. Guran quickly braked. Guran pressed down the window glass, stuck his head out and was about to curse, when he saw 7 young men with black hair rushing out of the Odyssey. Guran was shocked. Kidnapping. Or is it that the fact that I am a reborn person has finally been discovered, and they want to take me back and slice me into pieces? Guran quickly shifted into reverse gear. Guran. Don't run, don't run. We are not bad people. The black-haired young man opposite shouted to Guran in familiar Chinese. Guran hesitated for a moment, stopped the car temporarily, and put his foot on the accelerator. If the situation went bad, Guran would hit the accelerator and run over without hesitation. As a reborn person, such vigilance is a must. A young man in the lead ran up to me with excitement on his face. Guran. It's really you. We finally caught you. Sure enough, they still want to arrest me and slice me into slices. Guran gritted his teeth and was about to step on the accelerator when he heard the man continue. Don't run, don't run. We are all your die-hard fans in China. Eh? Guran was stunned for a moment, then blurted out in Chinese, fuck you, are you a fan? Normally he just fucked in his heart, but this time he could finally say it with his mouth. Yes, yes. The 7 young Chinese said in unison. Guran. I'm so excited to see you. Your CME tower is too big. You're ours. How proud. Being a grassroots player, you can still make foreigners call you daddy. Guran, can you sign it for me? Whether I can pick up foreign girls depends on your signature. It seems like these are really my fans. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Even if you are my fans, you can't drive like that. Sorry, we are so excited. Guran, sign your name for me. Okay, please be quiet. Let me get down to business first. The fan in the lead said. Guran, you may not know me yet, but my online name is Maxart. Oh Guran. He said thoughtfully. If you give me your online name, then I won't even know you. Maxart smiled without caring and continued to introduce. The people around me are out of print Shenzhen. It's nice, so many memories of the past. Sang Kyuguin, Hiku Seichura, and Kiashan who was holding Jordan's back. Everyone whose name was reported excitedly shook hands with Guran. Guran was immediately confused. Why do you all sign up for online names? Maxart smiled and said. Well, our real names don't have any fame, but thanks to you, our online names are still small in a certain domestic football forum. Famous people. Only 7 of us are here today, and there are many well-known netizens in China who are not here, such as our technical boss Maxim Zhongbianqiu, and Maxart pulled out a long list. In Wafeng, book friends 2-0-2-2-0-3-2-0-0-3-5-0-4, Zhajiang Bailing Mine Standard King, Little Princess Harry, GNG, I fell into the starting point and can't get out, Bada Dharma Quicksand, Vast Skyfi, Moonlight Tide, Mises How Yes, Bai Sha Susang, I Spoiled Water, Yingning, True Self-Reflection, Uncle Zhao Di, Egbertine, Nurong Huihu and other brothers, they all asked me to mention their names in front of you. Oh my god, there is no sense of violation. Guran was shocked. Wait a minute, how come so many people in China know about me? I just participated in a British high school amateur competition and didn't even play a formal professional game. How come people in China know about me? I heard the netizen named Juiping Xinjian laugh and say, more than just knowing. There are tens of thousands of die-hard fans like us who like you very much. We are crying and shouting to see you killing everyone on the court. Damn it, Guran quickly asked. But, how did you know? The netizen named S_nice rushed to say. We have seen your performance in the British High School Amateur Competition Finals. Maxart relay broadcasted most of the game, but unfortunately at the most exciting moment of reversal, Maxart was caught by the on-site security, and the live broadcast tools were confiscated, and he was almost sent to the account full of black guys. Maxart blushed. Autumn, these are all trivial matters. In short, Guran, in addition to wanting to express the love and support of domestic fans for you in person, we come to you this time. We also have something very important to think about. We know that you have obtained a labor permit and are already a player in Southampton's first team, but there's no live broadcast of League One in China, and fans who like you in China cannot see you. Wonderful performance. So we netizens like you spontaneously formed an internet startup company. Each of us signed up and became a shareholder of the company. We developed an app for watching football on our mobile phones in 1 week. Software, so that we can watch your game through the mobile phone. But we still need to get authorization from you as the client, and we also need permission from Southampton Club for online copyright broadcast. Oh. Grant suddenly understood. This is of course a great thing. So what does the old saying say? People in my hometown don't know how awesome I am outside, just like walking in brocade clothes at night. Moreover, these young people have really good vision. The next 10 years will definitely be the decade when the internet explodes. Mobile apps, online live broadcasts, and any other project will be in the spotlight. Just as Guran was about to reply, he saw the guards at the Staplewood training base rushing out with shields and swing sticks, and surrounded Maxwell and others with a roar. The doorman Kenny shouted loudly, "Goo! Are you in trouble? Do you need our help?" Guran quickly leaned out and waved at Kenny. "Hey Kenny, everything is fine here. They are all my friends. I won't introduce them one by one. It's okay, just call us if you need anything." "Thanks, Kenny." "Yes." Kenny smiled and asked his colleagues to take the guy away. Maxwell took a deep breath. "It scared me to death." The netizen named so many pests in the misty rain also breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so dangerous, it almost exposed me," the young master of the Wing Chun London branch. Grant said with a smile, "Brothers, I have to go to training soon, so I can't talk to you in detail. However, I am very, very interested in your internet startup company. Let me give you a sample of your app. Give it to me and your contact information. I'll take a look at it. You can go back and wait for my news." Okay. Maxwell and others immediately handed over the contact information and app sample to Guran. The netizen named Sam Keewood suggested, "Guran, take a photo with us before you leave." "Okay, of course, no problem." Guran was also very happy to see his compatriots here in Southampton. Happy. Guran got out of the car and took photos with 7 netizens one after another. A netizen named Igu Sajura said with a cool expression, "Guran, I don't have an industry here in Southampton, but I run a foreign trade company in London. If you have import and export needs, you can always do it. Find me, this is my contact number." Okay. When receiving the business card, Guran was cautious, fearing that Igu Sajura would suddenly use the Yeonjeong Dragon Flash. Out of Prince Shinjian said, "Brother Guran, I don't have an industry here in Southampton, and I don't have an industry in London, but I opened an entertainment agency in the largest Chinese community in Manchester. If you need to develop the entertainment industry, or if you want to meet domestic and foreign internet celebrities, just come to me. I am also responsible for the overseas promotion of the app and your personal image promotion. When you come to Manchester, just see how I arrange it for you." "Oh shit, for an entertainment boss." Guran quickly took the out of Prince Shinjian's business card and said, Okay, I will definitely contact you when I go to Manchester." A netizen named Kiashan from Jordan was very popular. He smiled familiarly and said, "Brother, I don't have an industry here in Southampton, I don't have an industry in London, but I don't have an industry in Manchester either, but I studied journalism at Oxford University. I will explain you on the app in the future. Related competitions. Oh. Can it be replaced by beauty? I don't have any beautiful fans in the country. Shouldn't it? I can accept even Zushai's kind, well, sisters who was only 16 now. I have to ask my parents to buy the program Game Storm for me, and then wait for sisters who to apply for the job, and feed Zushai from Snap Golden Throat Treasure." Guran secretly complained in his heart, and said with a smile, "That's great, I can't tell that you ordinary looking people are actually hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Fuck. Guran, are you praising us or criticizing us? See you in the domestic hot search tomorrow. Chinese talented players who have not yet become famous dislike their fans for looking average. I think I'm pretty good, that's all. It's just a little bit worse than Guran." Ha ha ha. The atmosphere at the scene became lively in an instant, and everyone became closer. "By the way, Guran, when will you make your official debut? We can't wait. Is your triangle relationship with Linda and Sister No true? Guran, can you give me a jersey? Just the jersey you wore in the amateur national competition. If you don't have a jersey, just give me some shorts. Socks are fine too." Guran said quickly, "Don't worry, brothers, amateurs. There are no more jerseys for the national competition, but the Southampton jerseys will definitely be arranged for you. I really don't have time now. Just wait for my news." Maxwell immediately said, "Okay. Then we won't disturb you." We'll go back and wait for your news. Yes. Come on, Guran. Let us make your name known to the world. There will be a response. Come on. We all support you. It feels so good to be supported. Guran's heart warmed. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. Guran got in the car, waved to Maxrat and others, and drove into the Staplewood training base with a foot on the accelerator. Guran is really impressed that he drove such a handsome Cayenne at such a young age. His Cayenne has been modified. As a car player, I can tell at a glance that his Cayenne shock absorbers are super good. He just likes cross-country. Yeah, maybe he likes field battles. We are his fans, how can we say this about our idol? But Guran doesn't have any pretense at all. No. It's so damn close to the people, ha ha ha. Football stars are different from entertainment stars. Football stars are more temperamental and don't push things so much. I think he may not know it yet. His current influence in the country. Yes, he really doesn't know that we are the first we Guran. Although we are not doing the APP to make a fortune, if this project succeeds, we will really do it. I'm going to make a fortune. Outed Prince Shinjian waved his hand. Let's go back to Manchester. I'll make the arrangements tonight. Is this what I imagined? This must be done abroad. If you're arranged, you won't be caught in a sale, right? Don't start a business before you start your business. Shut up. The 7 entrepreneurial young people got into the car happily and left the Staplewood training while talking and laughing. They set embarked on the road to happiness. At this time, Guran drove into the parking space No. 1 of Staplewood's parking lot. First team. I am coming. As soon as Guran got out of the car, a short and fat staff member in a suit and leather shoes walked towards him. Hi. Gu. The PUBG staff member shook hands with Guran very familiarly. I have heard your name throughout the whole holiday, and today I finally met you in person. TSK. You're better than I thought. Taller, stronger, more handsome. Haha, when I saw you in the Advanced Saints newspaper saying that you would win the English top scorer and lead Southampton to the championship, I was a little skeptical, but after seeing you when I came to you, I was immediately 100% convinced that you can definitely do it. You're the star of hope for our Saints. Who was this? It started with a lot of rainbow fog praise. Guran smiled politely and said, thank you, who are you? Chapter 258. Even the madman Morinho calls it crazy one-on-one training. Sorry. I was so excited that I forgot to introduce myself. The short, fat man in a suit grinned, and then spoke very quickly. My name is Rick Gerard. Everyone calls me fast-working Rick. Of course you can also just call me Rick. I am the club affairs assistant. From today on, I will be your exclusive personal assistant. We handle all personal matters and needs within the club and outside the club, ranging from helping you buy groceries and paying phone bills, to helping you contact the club's senior management to express your dissatisfaction. Internally, we can help you sort out your training schedule and remind you of the game schedule, and externally, help you deal with external media, deal with negative news. In short, you can leave anything to me as long as you need it. If you have a dog, I can even help you walk your dog while you are training. Fuck. Isn't this nickname really aims at you? By the way, I actually have my own personal assistant. Is this the kind of treatment only main players get? Even the main players may not have it. And I'm just a star player. I'm treated extremely well. Guran quickly asked, is there a mistake? Rick, who was doing things quickly, grinned and said, of course there's no mistake. I won this after several rounds of internal competition with 2 beautiful assistants. How could I be wrong? Rick had a proud expression on his face. I'm so awesome, please praise me. Guran. Just listen to Rick continue to speak very fast. Gu, let me tell you about your schedule for today. Your schedule for today is quite full. We will be at Laulacy at 9 a.m. There is a meeting with the senior management in your office. You will have to go to the physical examination hall for a physical examination at around 9:30. At 11 o'clock, there will be a formal welcome ceremony for joining the team. You will get to know the members of the first team, if they can all arrive at 11 o'clock. Guran said in surprise, don't you need to train this morning? Rick was stunned, and then left. I have long heard that Gu loves training, but I finally saw that you don't need to train this morning. Today's the first day after the team returns from vacation, and the requirements are not so strict. The new head coach Nigel Adkins also has a lot of paperwork to deal with, so the first team players only need to be available before 11 o'clock. That's fine. It's just a simple adaptive training in the afternoon. We have just returned from vacation, and everyone needs a buffer to gradually get into this state. According to the pre-season schedule, there will be an open training session tomorrow, and the club will invite invitations at that time. Major media and well-known fan groups came to our first team training ground to watch the first open training session of the new season. The day after tomorrow will be the normal team training. After that, we will have 4 season games. There are pre-season warm-up games to be played, and we have 2 pre-season warm-up games to play in August. After that, there is the professional league. That is, before you play the official professional league, there are still 6 warm-up games. But I haven't received any pre-season schedule yet. I heard that there are countless teams that want to hold pre-season friendly matches with us this year, including Liverpool and Arsenal. If they want to play a friendly match with us, Liverpool is even willing to give us a large share of the ticket revenue from the friendly match. Of course, this needs to be decided after the head coach is in place and carefully screened. I bet that Coach Adkins must be very happy now. Yes, he is a League One coach, but 2 Premier League giants lined up at the beginning waiting for him to nod to accept the invitation, ha ha ha. Damn, he actually had the opportunity to play with the Liverpool first team and the Arsenal first team in that pre-season warm-up match. Can you play against Gerrard and Cesc Fabregas when you come up? Southampton club is indeed a club with rich heritage. The opponents in the warm-up match are also advanced. It's really cool to become a professional player. Even if you start in League One, you still have the opportunity to play against the stars of the top clubs. Grant suddenly became excited all over. Rick, please inform me immediately as soon as there are any pre-season schedules. Okay, Rick will take care of things, don't worry. Rick assured, patting his thick chest. After finishing speaking, Rick added, no worries, you came early enough today. The senior executives of Lawless probably haven't arrived yet. I'll find you a lounge. You can rest and relax first. In a moment, I will notify Old Les and they will come over as soon as possible and meet you in advance. As he spoke, Rick took out his cell phone and was about to call Old Les. As expected, things are done very quickly. Grant quickly stopped Rick's hand. No, don't let him pull it out, just follow your original plan. I also want to take this time to go to the training ground to warm up. Huh. Really, I don't understand what pulled it out means. But since Grant said no, Rick put down the phone and said, okay Goo, you are so diligent, you have to spend 40 minutes on training. You can go to the first team training ground to train. I will go contact the female reporter who just became a regular member of the Progressive Saints newspaper to take pictures for you and publish it in the newspaper. Oh shit, if I guess correctly, the female reporter who just became a regular employee should not be able to get up now, and I'm sure she is. Grant, who had been unable to go to work all day today, quickly waved his hand. Rick, I don't like to show off, I just want to train. Rick hissed, sorry Goo, it's my pattern. You are so diligent, I should contact the TV and idiot outside the club to report it. Grant suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. Rick, take a break, really, take a break. Rick was excited. Said, Goo, I'm just too excited. I can't wait to prove to you how fast I can do things. No need to prove. I believe it. Thank you. Goo. Thank you for your unconditional trust. Rick, while thanking him, he picked up the phone again and quickly dialed the number. Grant was immediately numb. Wait. Didn't you agree not to contact the media? Rick said seriously. Of course, I'm not contacting the media, I'm contacting your dedicated team doctor, dedicated physical therapist, and your exclusive assistant coaches. Since you want to train, they must also be present when you train. This is your privilege as the star of hope. Grant could already think of poor Michael and Gregory. The assistant coach who once trained at Real Madrid has a painful expression on his face. Those 2 beautiful personal assistants competing with Rick, why are you so incompetent? As long as you give me some strength, I will be your boss. Rick, you can do whatever you like. Anyway, no one can stop me from training. Grant stopped talking and walked into the first team's training ground. The first team's training ground was mowed yesterday and is in very good condition. Grant quickly changed into his training clothes and sneakers on the sidelines. His training clothes are still those from the Buck Steelhorns era, and his sneakers are still Messi's special sneakers that he bought himself. Although he is a Southampton first-team player today, the Southampton club has not yet given Grant a first-team number, so Grant does not have a Southampton jersey or customized training clothes yet. Sneakers can be distributed now, but the club sneakers are all ordinary models provided by sponsors, which are definitely not as expensive as the expensive Messi-specific ones I bought. After changing into his jersey and sneakers, Grant stepped onto the turf of the first-team training ground. Finally, stepping on the soft and comfortable turf, Grant's every pore felt refreshed. This feeling is so wonderful. Whether it's horseback riding or hand-drawn scripts, nothing is as good as that feeling of being able to play football in the training ground. This is my real career. I will start from here, step by step, to reach the top of world football. Grant took a deep breath of fresh air, then threw off his legs and started running in circles in the empty training ground. His speed is fast and steady, and his pace, frequency and breathing rhythm are well coordinated. After 20 minutes of warm-up running, Grant's body was sweating slightly and his condition was just right. Immediately afterwards, Grant stretched seriously again. After stretching, Grant set up the obstacle cones himself and began to control the ball around the obstacles. It was not until the end of the training that the dedicated team Dr. Michael and physical therapist Gregory hurried to the training ground. "Oh my God," Madive shook his head bitterly. Gregory also covered his face. "I thought that being the exclusive person for Gu would only mean working overtime after training, but I didn't expect that I would have to work overtime in advance. Although I shouldn't expect Guran to get injured, in theory, I can only work overtime in the future. We will have a vacation only if Guran is injured. Yes, I don't expect Guran to be injured, but normal players will always be injured several times in a season. Yes, we still have a vacation. Of course, we never want Guran to get hurt. That's right, we can't even take a day off." The two of them were talking and almost cried. At this time, Guran ended the training, packed up the obstacle cones and walked off the field. Guran greeted Michael and Gregory energetically. "Hi, good morning, you two. Nice to meet you," Michael said with a happy smile on his face. "Good morning, Gu. I'm so glad to see you." Gregory also smiled happily. "Gu, you are so diligent. Come on, sit down and let us check and massage you. Thank you for your hard work." He sat down on the bench on the sidelines and said, "The training ground for the first team is really nice. I like it here. I should come here earlier." The corners of Meg and Gregory's mouth twitched at the same time. During the massage, a middle-aged coach wearing a white training suit, with his hair slicked back and quite aura, came to the training ground. "You should be the star of hope they mentioned, Guran, right?" The middle-aged coach walked up to Guran and looked at Guran's body with sharp eyes. "Well, you're a bit thinner than I thought. You're indeed. It's time to strengthen training. Let me introduce myself. I am your exclusive assistant coach. My name is Jacob Kottner. You can just call me Jacob. I just came from the assistant coach training at Real Madrid Club a few days ago. The class has been completed. From today on, I will be responsible for your one-on-one training in physical fitness and technique." Guran quickly stood up and shook hands with Coach Jacob. "Hello, Coach Jacob, nice to meet you." "You," Coach Jacob said without a smile. "I'm also very happy to see you come to training so early. This is good. A professional player should have such a professional attitude, but I still want to put the ugly words up front. I am a relatively strict person, and I demand my players to be as strict as I demand myself. It is precisely because I am so strict with myself that I have the opportunity to be selected by Real Madrid to study there." When he was training at Real Madrid, his performance in every aspect was the best among all assistant coaches. You should know about Jose Mourinho, right? It doesn't matter if you don't know, I can tell you, he is Real Madrid's current coach. Even a madman like him praised me for being crazy in training. I hope you not only have such a good performance on the first day, I hope you can maintain such a professional attitude in the future. During your training, I will continue to train with you. If you fail to meet the standards during training, I will require you to train until you reach the standards before you can leave." Mr. Michael on the side cleared his mind. With his voice, he kindly reminded, "Well, Jacob, I think you should not say such ugly things." Gregory also said kindly, "Jacob, take it back quickly, otherwise you will regret it." Coach Jacob sneered, "Regret? The worst thing is to be replaced, but I don't care, this is my usual style. You must meet the high standards of a senior assistant who graduated from Real Madrid. Otherwise, what kind of star of hope is that? Of course, if you can't stand it, you can apply to the club to replace me. It doesn't matter." Guran said with a smile. "No, Coach Jacob, I like your style. To be honest, I can't wait to experience what even Coach Mourinho calls a crazy pair." As soon as we started training, Coach Jacob said, "Very good, now we have a good impression of each other. There is no training session this morning. There will be recovery training for the whole team in the afternoon. I will come to practice with you then. See you in the afternoon. Then, I will train you according to Real Madrid's one-on-one training method." Guran smiled and said, "Okay, Coach, I'm looking forward to it." Coach Jacob nodded with satisfaction. "Okay. See you in our training class." Guran couldn't hold back the smile on his face. "Okay, Coach Jacob." Maib and Gregory on the side shook their heads helplessly. As soon as Coach Jacob left, personal assistant Rick trotted over in a hurry. Rick said, "Gu, the senior executives are almost here. It's time for us to go to old Les's office. Meet also pack the medical bag, goo, then we will wait for you at the physical examination center. Okay. Guran changed into his casual shoes, put on his training clothes and walked to the complex. Rick hurriedly said, Goo, are you going to meet the senior officials wearing this? I think this occasion is quite important. Have you changed into formal clothes? At least wear a suit on your upper body. Guran shrugged, not with me. Rick said, okay, it doesn't matter, I'll take care of it for you. The two walked into the complex, and Rick grabbed an employee who was about the same height and skinny as Guran and said, put your clothes on. Take it off. Quick. The employee looked horrified. No. Rick took off the employee's suit jacket at lightning speed and put it on Guran's body. Guran. Just listen to Rick speaking very fast. Mr. Guran, thank you for your service. Your code will witness an exciting high-level meeting. Remember to pick up your code at the front desk of the complex at noon. Jacket. Before the employee could react, Rick pulled Guran into the elevator. No. No. My Armani. My new Armani. No. 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 After getting on the elevator, Guran could still hear the employees wailing. Guran couldn't help but said, Rick, isn't this bad? Rick chuckled, how about putting it aside for now, and you can tell me whether I do things quickly or not. Guran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fast is really fast. Rick said with satisfaction, thank you. Your praise is my motivation to get faster and faster. Guran. Okay, just be happy, Rick. Bite. The elevator reaches the high-rise office area. Rick walked quickly in front of Guran and knocked on the door of Old Les' office for Guran. The advantage of having a personal assistant is that you don't even need to knock on the door yourself. Rick clicked his heel and said in a very solemn tone, Mr. Rice, senior executives, distinguished board members, please allow me to announce loudly. Southampton Star of Hope. Mr. Guran is here. Damn it. The club was dead and there was no other way. Guran had no choice but to bite the bullet and walked into Lila's office. Wow. The whole office burst into thunderous applause. All the senior executives had their hair neatly combed, their suits, shirts and ties were straight, and even their clapping movements seemed to have been rehearsed in advance. All the senior executives stood up to greet Guran when he walked in. Including an old guy sitting in a wheelchair and taking a Slink bottle, he also struggled to stand up. What is pie noodles? That's it. Chapter 259 Contract Upgrade. Reset the sky high termination fee. Oh. My dearest Gu. Welcome. Old Rice rushed over and gave Guran a big hug, and kissed Guran on both cheeks. This intimate gesture made Guran, who was already a little socially awkward, even more socially awkward. Guran said quickly, Hello, Mr. Rice, long time no see. Thank you and the gentlemen of the club for applying for a work permit for me. Looking at the entire English football world, I'm afraid only you and Southampton Club can do it. Old Rice was almost flattered to the sky by Guran's words, ha ha ha. Gu. We are all family, no need to say thank you. In addition, the suit you wear today is really handsome. Guran smiled awkwardly, oh, the suit is not mine, it's borrowed temporarily. Old Rice said even more admiringly, Gu, you have a good eye. Guran said, actually, Rick helped me pick it up on the road. Old Rice took Guran's hand, Gu, if you keep talking like this, I really don't know how else to praise you. Come on, let me introduce you to the important people in our club. Old Rice pointed to a tall man with a fat body and said, this is our CEO, Mark Fry. The CEO is the chief executive officer of the club, that is, the manager of the club. He is the decision maker of all major projects such as transfers and contract renewals. He is also responsible for managing the daily operations of the club, as well as communicating and coordinating with the team management, coaching staff and other departments to ensure the normal operation of the club. Mark Fry can be regarded as a hero after Southampton Club was penalized and relegated. Mark Fry relied on his own ability to piece together this mess that was almost collapsing and about to be disbanded. He is not proficient in football business, but professional managers do not need to be particularly proficient in football. Mark Fry is indeed a good hand in managing the club, especially in dealing with club crises. On the issue of the labor permit this time, he also stood firmly on the side of Old Rice and supported his work. Mark Fry smiled and shook Guran's hand. Welcome, dear Gu. I know that several Premier League clubs have been eyeing you recently, but please believe that Southampton is your home. Everything that others can give you, Southampton will do its best to give you, and everything that others cannot give you, Southampton will continue to do its best to give you. Damn, these words made people feel warm in their hearts. If I wasn't a reborn person, I would really be moved. Guran shook Mark Fry's hand with a real sense. Thank you, manager, and thank you Southampton Club. I will also fight for the Saints with all my passion. Come on, isn't it just a business courtesy? Come on. I can do it. Mark Fry exclaimed. Great, Goo. You are such a good player. With you, our Southampton Club will definitely be able to take a big step forward. I am very much looking forward to your performance in the new season. Guran hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Fry. Old Rice pointed to a man wearing glasses and said, This is our financial director, Nicola Quartz. The financial director is a senior boss who is responsible for the club's financial management, budget planning, financial reporting and financial-related matters. If the team can play well, the budget planning and bonuses will naturally be high. Of course, the financial director may also deposit the money in the bank to earn interest. Nicola Quartz shook hands with Guran. Goo, welcome to become a member of the Saints. I hope you have a good and brilliant start to your career here. Guran responded politely. Hello, Mr. Quartz. Thank you for your blessing. I will definitely work hard. Old Rice pointed to another old man with silver hair and said, This is our sports director Mark Watt. The sports director is a senior boss who really has real power and is responsible for the transfer policy of the specific team, player recruitment, and cooperation with the coaching staff to achieve the team's tactical and competitive goals. Although Guran's contract terms and the application for the work permit were handled by Old Rice, in fact, most of the background work was done by this Mark Walker. Old Rice's achievement is to use his own status to open up the key links. Mark Walker smiled and patted Guran on the shoulder. Goo, I am very optimistic about you. I believe you will succeed. Guran said quickly, Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you very much for everything you have done for me. Mark Walker was slightly stunned, then nodded to Guran with a smile. He thought that Guran would probably just perfunctorily answer him, but he didn't expect that Guran actually understood everything he did in the background. Mark Walker liked Guran very much, and now he likes him even more. Old Rice pointed to a relatively short middle-aged man with an excited face and said, This is our marketing director Woodhouse Ingram. The marketing director is responsible for the club's brand promotion, marketing strategy, commercial partnerships and various marketing activities. Woodhouse Ingram said excitedly, Goo, I'm very happy that you can become a member of our Saints. You are also very famous now, especially when the scandal between you, Linda and Sistano came out. The attention of our Southampton club has skyrocketed. According to statistics, the search engine searches for you, Linda and Sistano are rising in a straight line, and as a result, the search volume of our Southampton club has also risen. This season's investment activities are already full. Damn, don't read the Sun. Guran said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Ingram, but I must clarify that I don't know Miss Linda and Sistano at all. Nothing happened between me and the two of them, really. Woodhouse Ingram waved his hand indifferently. Of course I know this, but from another perspective, someone uses you to create scandals, which means you are popular. What is a star? Only when you are popular can you be called a star. Goo, even if you haven't played a professional game yet, your popularity is already at the star level. Guran couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The marketing director really hit the nail on the head. If you want to become popular, you can't become popular without some controversial topics. Of course, from a long-term perspective, if you want to rely on gossip type and controversial topics without real substance, you will be out of fashion quickly and fall hard. Therefore, you must be strong yourself, have convincing achievements and awards, and then of the appropriate topicality, so that you can become a top star step by step. Thank you Mr. Ingram for your guidance. I will work hard to move towards the path of a real big star. Haha, Goo, I like you so much. Come on. When necessary, our marketing department will also help you type and ensure that you can always maintain your popularity. Damn, it's better not to have this kind of popularity. How can I face Linda and Sistano when I really see them later? Old Rice pointed to another middle-aged man with a bald head and a sleep face and said, This is our business director, Philip Buds. The business director is different from the marketing director. The marketing director's work focuses on marketing and improving the club's brand image, while the business director is responsible for more specific matters, such as negotiating sponsorship cooperation, ticket sales, commercial contracts, purchasing necessary supplies, arranging business receptions, and club shops and other related matters. Therefore, this is also a very lucrative position. Philip Buds grinned and said, Goo, do you know that before the new season starts, our season ticket pre-sales have increased by 8.2% compared to last year. This is all thanks to you. You have a great influence in Southampton. Many fans have called to ask when your new season's jerseys will go on sale. There is a share of the sale of jerseys. The more you sell, the more you will get. Guran smiled and said, Mr. Buzz, this is up to you. Old Rice on the side smiled and said, this requires the jersey numbers to be determined. This requires our new coach Nigel Adkins to submit an application. I have urged him to determine the player numbers for the new season within today. As long as Adkins submits your number, we can soon place an order with the Amber Factory. Philip Buzz smiled and said, I can't wait. The so-called Umbro Amber, also known as Umbro, has a classic pattern of a large diamond wrapped in a small diamond. Amber is also the current equipment sponsor of Southampton Club. From jerseys, shoes and socks, training suits, training vests, to obstacle cones, human wall signs, resistance bands, etc. For training, they are all sponsored by Amber. Old Rice pointed to another middle-aged man with gray hair and said, this is the executive director of the board of directors, Andre Cohen. The executive director is generally the chairman spokesperson in the club, representing the interests of the Liebherr Group. Andre Cohen smiled and shook Guran's hand. Gu, our chairman, Ms. Katharina Liebherr, has been very busy recently and cannot spare time to attend your welcome ceremony. However, she specifically asked me to express her congratulations to you. She hopes that you can have a good time at Southampton Club. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly or through Rick. I will do my best to help you solve them. Guran also hurriedly said politely, thank you, Mr. Cohen, and please thank Ms. Katharina for me. Then, Old Rice introduced Guran to several other major shareholders and sports consultants. Old Rice himself is also one of the sports consultants of the club. Of course, Old Rice, as a consultant, has great power. Even if he is not the general manager, sports director, or executive director, he can still make key decisions. Guran can also see that the senior management in this office is secretly divided into two factions. One side is the old ministers of the Southampton Club, and the other side is the new ministers of the Liebherr Group. The CEO, sports director, and most shareholders belong to the old ministers. The executive director, financial director, business director, etc. belong to the new ministers. And Old Rice is the only one who can balance the power of the new and old factions. In particular, the matter of obtaining a work permit has made Old Rice's status in Southampton Club rise. At present, Southampton Club does not have a data analysis director, only data analysts and scouts, but obviously data analysts and scouts are not qualified to stand here to welcome Guran. Even Guran himself did not expect that today's high-level welcome ceremony would be so grand. As a young player who came from a grassroots background, had no professional youth training, and had never played a professional league, such a standard is indeed a bit beyond the norm. Guran couldn't help but secretly wonder in his heart, Old Rice might have something else to do. After the introductions were completed, everyone sat down one after another. Old Rice said with a smile on his face, Gu, in addition to introducing you to the top management of our club today, there is actually another small matter. Sure enough. Guran smiled slightly. Mr. Rice, please speak. Old Rice smiled easily and said, we are all family, so I won't beat around the bush. After unanimous consultation, we, the senior executives, have decided to upgrade your contract. What the hell? Guran couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, the contract has been confirmed and signed, and it only needs to pass the physical examination to be activated and take effect. There is no need to change it. However, before it officially takes effect, it is okay to change it. But why? Oh, Guran suddenly realized. It must be the recent offers from Liverpool and Manchester City, coupled with Manchester United's disruption and Chelsea's covetous eyes, which made the Southampton club feel invisible pressure. Guran smiled and said, Mr. Rice, if you are worried about those Premier League clubs making offers to poach me, then you don't have to. I got the work permit thanks to your and other gentlemen's efforts, and I will not betray my professional ethics. My career has been determined to start from Southampton, and I will not change this original intention. That being said, we also believe in your loyalty, but, Old Rice smiled dryly, we are all professionals, and it is safer to implement it in the contract. The sports director Mark Walker next to him interrupted at the right time. Gu, just agree. If you don't agree to upgrade the contract, Old Rice will not be able to sleep well at night. Old Rice smiled and said, that's right, not only I can't sleep well, but the senior executives present can't sleep well either. Gu, we tried our best to help you apply for a work permit. We upgraded the contract, in fact, to be frank, just to feel at ease, can you understand? These words were said sincerely enough. Guran smiled and said, of course, Mr. Rice, go ahead and let me hear it. Solid enough. Old Rice nodded sincerely, and then took out a revised list. First of all, we will increase your weekly salary. The weekly salary we gave you before now seems obviously not enough, and you deserve a higher weekly salary. Specifically, we plan to increase your weekly salary from the original £2,600 to £3,000. Wow! So generous. Although it is only £400 more per week, this is already a main-level weekly salary. Moreover, it is higher than the weekly salary of the other two promising stars Chamberlain and Luke Shaw. Before Guren could speak, Old Rice said, "In addition, we have also negotiated with Coach Adkins about your playing time. He promised to give you more playing time, especially in the cup games. As long as you perform well enough, you will even have the opportunity to start in the cup game and play the whole game." Start. Play the whole game. This condition is really too tempting. Old Rice, you are so good to me, you must want to win me over with more than just these benefits, right? Guren continued to listen calmly. Then he heard Old Rice continue. "Also, we are going to give you a signing fee of £100,000. As long as you pass the physical examination this morning, our financial director will immediately transfer the money to your account. Also, we will provide you with free legal support and tax clearance services, so you don't have to worry about legal and tax issues in the future. Also, we will add a dedicated personal assistant for you, that is Rick. I believe you are already familiar with him. Also, we will give you a loyalty bonus. The base price of this loyalty bonus is £500,000, and it will increase every season. For example, this season is £500,000, next season is £1 million, the next season is £2 million, and the next season is £4 million. Of course, you must stay in the team for at least 3 years and meet the minimum attendance rate indicators to activate this loyalty bonus clause." Damn, this contract upgrade is really full of sincerity. There is actually a signing fee and a loyalty bonus. Old Rice, you must have some intention. Guren smiled calmly. "Mr. Rice, if my estimate is correct, there should be more restrictions, right?" Ha ha ha. Rice laughed. "Goo, you can't say that. Of course, we do have a small change, that is your minimum termination clause. With the increase of your weekly salary and other benefits, the total price of your contract has also increased, so the minimum termination clause of £5 million is definitely not acceptable. After unanimous discussion among the senior management, we decided to upgrade your termination clause to a new amount, £8 million. Damn. I haven't even played a game yet, and I'm worth £8 million. Guren couldn't help but secretly take a deep breath, feeling a little dizzy, and his head was buzzing. Seeing that Guren pursed his lips and didn't speak for a long time, Old Rice was also in a state of anxiety. Not only Old Rice, but the senior management in the entire office held their breath and waited anxiously. This is the most critical moment. If Guren is unwilling to increase the minimum termination clause, the club can't force him at all. Because legally, Guren is still a free agent. And he is a free agent with a work permit. Guren can choose not to sign with Southampton and turn to other clubs directly. Of course, this is very unethical, but there are many unethical players in football. Not long after, Guren said calmly, "Southampton club has given me so many benefits, I can accept the £8 million termination fee." The senior executives in the entire office breathed a sigh of relief. But made the senior executives breathe back their breath. Guren smiled faintly. "I also have a condition." Old Rice said cautiously. "Goo, you can make any conditions." Of course, he hoped that Guren would make conditions. It is better to make conditions than to refuse to sign directly, but at the same time, he was also worried that Guren would deliberately ask for a high price by taking advantage of the offers from Liverpool and Manchester City. Chapter 260. How rare is a good Chinese player? How rare? Alas, it's all for playing football. Guren smiled and said, "It's not a big condition. It's like this. Several good friends in China have developed a mobile phone app for watching football matches. The main purpose is to let my fans in China see me. Yes, I didn't expect that I still have fans in China. In short, if you want to broadcast live on mobile phones, you need the mobile phone authorization of our Southampton club." The senior executives present were all stunned. They expected all kinds of conditions that Guren might propose, including giving the main players welfare treatment, or providing a car or something, or further increasing the commercial share, or even replacing Rick with 2 beautiful personal assistants. But they never expected that Guren would propose a condition that confused them. Live broadcast on the internet. And it's a mobile phone app live broadcast. What kind of condition is this? The market in this area is too small now, right? It's almost non-existent. Who doesn't watch live broadcasts on the spot or on TV now? Even if you're an internet addict, you would rather watch live broadcasts on an internet computer. Who would watch live broadcasts on a small mobile phone app screen that gets hot and freezes after watching for a while? And from the perspective of the commercial contract, there is no clause about the copyright of mobile phone live broadcast. Business director Philip Butts cleared his throat. As far as I know, the current live broadcast is very unstable, and the traffic charges are extremely high. People would definitely prefer to come to the scene or watch the live broadcast on TV. Guran did not argue, maybe, but who knows in the future. These friends of mine have never done it before, basically it's just for fun. But since they found me, it's naturally difficult for me to refuse. They just want a mobile phone network copyright authorization. Of course, if there's any income, they will definitely pay for the mobile phone network copyright share. Several senior executives looked at each other. Can this kind of small-scale playful thing make money in the Chinese market? It turns out that he is just a football player, and he doesn't understand the way of investment at all. Marketing Director Woodhouse Ingram was the first to express his opinion. I think there's no problem with this. The Chinese market is very broad. We can use this app to increase our popularity and influence among Chinese fans. This is definitely a win-win situation for us. Business Director Philip Butts also nodded and said, that's right, there is no cost. Although I think it is impossible to make money, Southampton Football Club will not lose money, right? If we can really make money, it will be like picking it up for free, so I agree. CEO Mark Fry pondered for a moment and said, mobile internet copyright, this is really new. But I think it should still be classified as a large internet copyright. Since it belongs to internet copyright, it not only requires authorization from our Southampton Football Club, but also requires the approval of the business directors of the English Football League and the English Football Association. Of course, they should not block us with this kind of fly-meat level copyright. As long as your friends can pay the online live broadcast fees of the English Football League and the English Football Association for a whole year in one lump sum, if we can't handle it, we still have old rice. With old rice, there will definitely be no problem. This is much simpler than a work permit. Guran asked, how much is the 1-year buyout fee for the big network copyright? Mark Fry said, if it is just for the live broadcast of your games in Southampton, then I don't think it will be very high. The two companies together will not exceed £1 million at most. As for our Southampton club, we only want 20% of the net profit, and we don't want any other money. The other senior executives also nodded. Guran's eyebrows moved slightly. £1 million a year for the buyout of the big network copyright. This is actually very little compared to the tens of millions of TV broadcast fees. However, for an app startup company, £1 million a year is equivalent to 10 million in China. In the era when app live broadcasting was just starting, it would be very difficult for an unpopular football app to back the capital of 10 million. Guran then said, £1 million is really a bit high, and I also plan to buy shares in their app. Mark Fry naturally understood what Guran meant. Mark Fry smiled, £1 million is just my estimate. In fact, there is a lot of room for maneuver. After all, you are just using a mobile phone app, and you are not broadcasting all the English League One games live. Let old rice come forward and change the buyout of the English League One company and the English Football Association to 10% of your net profit, and we will take the other 10%. You can also pay a one-time public relations fee of £100,000, and this matter can basically be settled. To be frank, the public relations fee of £100,000 is a matter of course. If old rice hadn't come forward, this £100,000 of public relations fees would not be given even if you want to do £100,000 plus 20% of the net profit share, to get the large network copyright of Southampton club-related games in China. No matter how you calculate it, it is appropriate. Guran immediately said, okay. Just do as Mr. Fry said. Old rice frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, is this all you want, Gu? I mean, isn't this too simple? For old rice, this kind of thing is really too simple, so simple that he is a little embarrassed. Guran smiled and said, I am very satisfied with it, club. I have never thought of asking for a high price from Southampton club just because the Premier League club made an offer to me. I only mentioned the online copyright authorization this time because my brothers in China found me. Old rice held Guran's hand with admiration on his face. Gu, you are such a player with great professional ethics. It would be great if every professional player in Southampton could be like you. Don't worry, I will personally handle the mobile app copyright matter for you and will definitely get it done. I will also ask the legal department to write the treaty we talked about into the contract. Yes, why not? The Chinese market has huge potential, but there are few Chinese players. Do you know how rare and difficult it is to find a good Chinese player in the UK? Just like Woodhouse said, we can take the opportunity to expand the Chinese market. This is not a condition you put forward to us, but a benefit for us. Old Rice is still very good at speaking. Guran smiled and said, "Thank you for saying that, Mr. Rice. Then I have no other questions. I fully agree to the club's upgraded contract for me. I can't wait to hand over the beginning of my professional career to the Saints. I can't wait to prove my value to all the bosses." Good. Well said. Fuck, I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to your debut. I can already predict that tomorrow's public training session will be very exciting. I will definitely bring my family to watch it then. Every one of the senior executives present applauded excitedly. Guran quickly stood up and thanked him repeatedly. Increasing the minimum termination fee is actually not a big deal for Guran. Since it has been determined that he will start at Southampton, then no matter whether it is Liverpool or Manchester City's offer, it will become less attractive. With the current strength and fame, even if he really goes to Liverpool and Manchester City, it will be difficult to get a chance to play in the first team. At Southampton, as long as he performs well enough and becomes a regular starter within half a season, he will have more opportunities to play in actual games, which is very good for his growth. Lay a solid foundation in English Football League One first, and then you will have to worry about the big clubs lining up to poach him. What is the limit of 5 million or 8 million? Maybe he can really wear a bathrobe and wait for Linda and Sister No to come to his house to send him warmth. Guran tried to calm down his excitement. Old Rice rubbed his hands happily. "That's great, Gu. We will arrange for the legal department to modify the contract immediately. Rick, you can take Gu to the physical examination center now. After the physical examination, our new contract will be ready. You can bring Gu back to sign the new contract." Rick immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Rice. Gu, let's go." Guran then said goodbye to the room full of executives. "Thank you everyone, then I will go for the physical examination first." "Okay, Gu. Wish you all the best. Come on, Gu. We are all very optimistic about you. Looking forward to your performance in the open training class tomorrow." After Guran shook hands with the executives one by one, he followed Rick out of the executive office and took the elevator to the physical examination center. In the elevator, Rick said in admiration, "Gu, I have to say, really, I have to say, you are so stable. I have been a personal assistant of the main players for many years, and I have seen all kinds of players. You are the most stable one I have ever seen. Just for your stability, you will definitely become a big star in the future." Guran smiled. "Thank you, Rick. After all, I am a grassroots newcomer and don't know much about many rules of professional clubs. Please take care of me in the future." Rick was able to be two beautiful personal assistants, and his ability must be beyond doubt. As for the idea of replacing Rick with a beautiful personal assistant, it was just a complaint in his heart. As a person who only wants to play football, Guran certainly hopes for a capable assistant in his career. Rick said excitedly, "Gu, you are so polite. This is the first time I have met such a polite player like you. You are indeed worthy of being a Chinese. Don't worry, from now on you are my king, and I will be your personal servant who is always at your beck and call." Damn, this profession is called eunuch in our China. Guran cleared his throat and said, "Okay, Rick." Ding. The elevator door opened, and the physical examination hall arrived. Rick rushed out of the elevator like a hound, knocked his heels, and opened his mouth to announce Guran's arrival. Guran quickly grabbed Rick. "No, no, no, keep a low profile, keep a low profile." "Yes." Rick shut up helplessly. "Hi Gu." Maven Gregory, who had been waiting outside the physical examination hall, came up to greet him. "Did the senior welcome party go well?" "Wow, Gu, you look so handsome in this suit." Guran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Forget about the suit, let's hurry up and do the physical examination." "Okay, follow me." Maeve led the way. Guran had come to the physical examination hall before. At that time, there were only 4 doctors on duty. Today was the first day back from the holiday. Players from the first team and the reserve team had to come to the physical examination center to complete the physical examination after returning, so more than a dozen doctors from the physical examination center were present today. In addition, 2 players who had already returned were undergoing physical examinations in the physical examination room. When Guran came, all the doctors immediately put down their work and ran out to surround Guran. Some took out paper and pen to ask Guran for an autograph. Some took out their mobile phones to take a photo of Guran. This scene almost got out of control. "What are you doing? Go back to work." The chief team doctor, Dr. Pal Jensen, who had a full white beard, frowned and roared, controlling the situation. The doctors could only disperse in disappointment. This was the time when Maeve and Gregory were most proud. Although they always had to work overtime, as Guran's exclusive team doctor and exclusive physical therapist, they naturally had the right to accompany him during Guran's physical examination. After Drive Jensen dismissed the other doctors, he walked up to Guran with a smile and said enthusiastically, "Hi, Gu. Long time no see. You look very good." Guran shook hands with Dr. Jensen. "Hello, Dr. Jensen. As you can see, I'm here for a physical examination." "Of course." Dr. Jensen smiled and said, "For such an important matter, I must come and check you in person. Moff, Gregory, you two will be my assistants. Rick, stand away and don't touch my equipment." Rick shrugged helplessly. "Pal, why haven't you forgotten the time when I unplugged your electrocardiograph to charge my phone?" "Didn't I realize it was wrong after I unplugged it, and I quickly plugged it back in for you. Look at my mouth shape, get out." Okay, Rick stood aside obediently. Guran couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I regret it. I still want a beautiful assistant." Dr. Jensen turned back and smiled at Guran. "Let's hurry up. Come on, take off your shirt. Maeve, you connect the biosignal electrodes. Gregory, you go prepare the ECG." "Okay." Maeve and Gregory were busy in a skilled and orderly manner. Guran took off his shirt with a numb expression, revealing his strong tendon muscles. "Wow, what a great figure. I really want to try it." The female doctors in the physical examination center drooled through the glass. A player who was testing the bearing capacity of the joints shouted tremblingly, Doctor, come and turn off the machine, my Achilles tendon is about to tear." The female doctors hurriedly dispersed and returned to their respective jobs. But their eyes still couldn't help but glance at Guran. The first test is the ECG cardiopulmonary function test. This test is to test and evaluate the health of the player's heart and lungs. The heart and lungs are also the most important for football players. Without a good heart and lungs, it is impossible to engage in intense football. ECG examination is divided into two parts: static test and dynamic test. Static test is to lie on the test bed and measure electrocardiogram, blood pressure and other indicators. Dynamic test is to wear an oxygen mask on the multifunctional physical test machine and run at a constant speed. Guran is already very familiar with such tests, and completed the static test and dynamic exercise test step by step. The ECG data report soon arrived in the hands of Dr. Jensen. Looking at the report, Dr. Jensen couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "Gu, your cardiopulmonary capacity is perfect. Your physical fitness is very good. Of course, according to the report, you should still have a lot of room for physical improvement. Yes, it doesn't matter, don't be afraid, just improve your physical fitness boldly, and your cardiopulmonary capacity will be stronger. You don't know the feeling of being woken up by yourself every morning." Guran smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Jensen, for your advice. I will continue to improve my physical fitness." Dr. Jensen solemnly signed his name on the ECG report to confirm that the test report is true and valid. "Very good, let's go to the second item." The second item is the physical examination, which is to check the basic physical characteristics of the players such as height, weight, and body fat content. Guran stood barefoot on the multifunctional physical tester. 10 seconds later, Guran's physical data appeared on the LCD screen of the physical tester. Height 184.2 centimeters, weight 72.7 kilograms. The height has increased by 2.5 centimeters compared to the data measured when he was in the school team. From rebirth to now, in less than 3 months, he has grown 4.2 centimeters. The improvement in physical fitness is really visible. Although the weight has decreased by 1.1 kilograms, the figure looks much stronger than before, less fat and more muscle. At this time, the BMI and body fat ratio data are also displayed. BMI index 2147, body fat ratio 10.82%. Wow, seeing this body fat ratio data, Guran himself was shocked. The body fat ratio of professional players is generally 12%, and the body fat ratio of 10.82% has surpassed the average professional player. The improvement in physical attributes is really awesome. If I raise my physical fitness to over 80, combined with scientific training, wouldn't my body fat percentage be over 10? Top athletes have a body fat percentage of 8%, while Ronaldo's is 7%. Compared to my previous 13% body fat percentage, the gap between me and Ronaldo has narrowed significantly. The only problem is that improving physical fitness is a double-edged sword, but we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? Sooner or later, I have to max out my physical fitness, all for the sake of playing football. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the second examination. After signing, Dr. Jensen praised, "Gu, your physical data is perfect. Your body is very well trained. I can't believe you are a grassroots person. I dare say that in addition to training on the training ground, you also train at home, right? Shooting after dribbling past people, that counts, right? Guran cleared his throat. Autumn, Dr. Jensen, you are really good at judging people. Dr. Jensen said proudly, of course, I am the chief team doctor of Southampton Club. Okay, the third item is urine analysis. This is to check whether your urine protein and other indicators are normal, and whether you have taken any banned substances. It will also analyze your kidney function. A female doctor ran over excitedly. Let me do it. Let me do it. It's finally my turn. Guran's crotch tightened. Chapter 261. The first professional contract of my football career takes effect. It's finally time to choose the number. Dr. Jensen frowned and said to the young female doctor who ran over with the urine tube, Rebecca, don't get excited. You're just doing urine analysis, not watching. Dr. Rebecca hurriedly said, Pal, I want to be responsible for my test samples. Responsible from the source. Dr. Jensen said, why are you not responsible for other players' test samples? I am embarrassed to say it out loud. Go back quickly. Moff, you accompany Guran to the bathroom to collect urine samples. Moff smiled and said, okay, Peter. Guran was slightly relieved. If he was surrounded by female doctors, he would really be unable to urinate. A few minutes later, Guran handed a tube of warm urine sample to Dr. Rebecca. Dr. Rebecca raised her eyebrows at Guran, and received the urine sample like receiving champagne. Damn, it's too dangerous abroad. Guran quickly returned to Dr. Jensen. Dr. Jensen said, it will take a while for the urine test report to come out. Now let's move on to the fourth item, the blood test. Heidi, you do it. Okay. Pal. Another curly-haired female doctor held the needle with an excited face. Goo, I'm glad I can prick you, don't worry, I'll be gentle. Okay. Guran stretched out his arm calmly. The blood test includes complete blood cell technology, liver function, kidney function, blood sugar, blood lipids, platelets, anemia indicators and other items to comprehensively evaluate the player's internal health status. Dr. Heidi asked softly, does it hurt? Guran said helplessly, no, Dr. Heidi. Dr. Heidi smiled softly, if it hurts, you must tell me, I will comfort you well. Guran's mouth twitched. Dr. Heidi, don't just touch my arm, you should prick it. Even if you prick it and then ask me if it hurts. Dr. Heidi chuckled and said, oh, I just want to touch your blood vessels first. Guran, is it too late for me to transfer now? The southern female doctor of Southampton Club is so enthusiastic that it is unbearable. After finally drawing blood, Guran hurried back to Dr. Jensen. The fifth item is the bone density test. As soon as Dr. Jensen finished speaking, a player rushed in front of Guran and lay on the bone density tester. Dr. Jensen immediately said, hey, Harding, please move aside and let Guran do the bone density test first. The player named Harding frowned immediately. Why? I'll lie down first. Besides, who was Guran? I don't know him. Dr. Jensen said coldly, the fact that you don't know him only shows that you are ignorant. Guran is the rising star of our Southampton. This is his physical examination before his contract takes effect. The club attaches great importance to it. Everything should be based on Guran. Guran didn't mind much. It's okay, Dr. Jensen, I can do other projects first. Dr. Jensen insisted, in my physical examination center, I have the final say on everything. Harding, unless you don't want your physical examination report anymore, otherwise, make room for Guran and don't waste our time. Harding walked down from the bone density tester angrily. When passing by Guran, Harding deliberately bumped Guran's shoulder with his shoulder, muttering softly, but the Chinese guy, what a cocky bird. The bump was very heavy, but Guran stood on the ground without moving. For Guran, whose physique and strength have been improved, this level of collision is just a tickle. But this is obviously a provocation. Guran smiled coldly in his heart. He originally wanted to be polite to Haldane, but now there's no need. Maeve, who was standing next to him, asked with concern, Gu, are you okay? Guran smiled faintly, nothing is wrong. Maeve breathed a sigh of relief, I'm fine. I'm fine. That guy is called Dan Harding, a veteran who has played professional games for more than 10 years. He is 26 years old this year. He transferred to Southampton 2 years ago and often bullies the club's newcomers. He is the No. 3 left back of the first team and the only left back in the first team. Of course, now that you're here, he is no longer the only one, so he will target you in particular. Oh, it turns out that he is a competitor in the team. No wonder. Guran smiled, oh, I see. Today's the first day of joining the team. The main tasks are physical examination and signing. Harding's provocation can be put aside for the time being. But this matter is definitely not over. Gurran calmly walked on to the bone density tester and began to test bone health. 10 minutes later, the bone density test report was in the hands of Dr. Jensen. The bone density is very good, you're very strong. It fully meets the standards of an athlete. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the bone density report. The sixth item is to test the stability of joints. Dr. Jensen uses professional instruments to test the stability and athletic ability of Gurran's shoulder, knee and ankle joints. Perfect. Gu, your joint ligaments are perfect. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the joint stability report. The seventh item is an eye examination. Vision is also extremely important for athletes. Not only should they check for myopia, but they should also check the retina and fundus to ensure their visual ability during the game. Gu, your vision is very good. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the eye examination report. The eighth item is a dental examination. Although teeth are not directly related to football players, the quality of teeth and gums will indirectly affect the player's condition. If there is a problem, early intervention is necessary. Gu, you have a beautiful set of good teeth. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the dental examination report. The ninth item is a neurological assessment. Maven Gregory helped Gurran connect a set of neurobiological electrode wires to assess Gurran's neural responsibility and coordination through the stimulation of bioelectric current. Very good. This is the best neurological assessment report I have ever seen. Dr. Jensen praised and signed his name on the assessment report. The last test was the motor function assessment. Gurran performed several consecutive movements as required, and the tester then evaluated Gurran's functional status in detail and accurately. Perfect. Gu, your physical condition is very good. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the assessment report again. At this time, the urine sample and blood test reports were also released one after another. The urine sample had no prohibited substances at all, and all the indexes were normal. All the blood indexes were also normal. The renal function index was especially good. Dr. Jensen signed his name on the urine sample report and blood report, and summarized all 10 test reports and wrote comments. Mr. Gurran has met all the standards perfectly in all items, and is very suitable for training and competition. The physical examination has passed and you can sign the contract. After writing, Dr. Jensen signed his name again. After signing, Dr. Jensen handed the summary report to Gurran with both hands. Gu, I have to say that you are one of the few perfect athletes in all my years as a team doctor at Southampton. The last time I saw such perfect data like yours was when Alan Shearer was here and Wayne Bridge was still playing here. In short, Gu, you should have passed all the physical examination items. Welcome to join the Saints. All the doctors in the entire physical examination center stood up and applauded Gurran. Gurran said gratefully, "Thank you everyone, I will definitely work harder after becoming a professional player." Personal assistant Rip took Gurran's physical examination report. Gu, let's go to Old Rice as soon as possible to get the contract done. I just received a work text message that the new head coach Nigel Adkins wants to talk to you alone before the first team gathers. Okay. Gurran quickly got dressed and said goodbye to Dr. Jensen and others. When we took the elevator back to Old Rice's office, most of the senior executives had already left, leaving only Old Rice, CEO Mark Fry, and sports director Mark Walker. These three people were basically the members of the transfer committee of Southampton Club. Old Rice said excitedly, "Aha. Gu. You came at the right time. We just prepared the new contract. Did your physical examination go well?" Without waiting for Gurran to answer, Rick handed Gurran's physical examination report to Old Rice. "It's more than smooth, it's simply shocking." Even the always harsh Dr. Jensen praised Gurran as the new generation of Alan Shearer and the new generation of Weightbridge. "Damn, it's okay to be like Alan Shearer, let's not talk about Weightbridge, right?" Gurran hurriedly said, "Gentlemen, I'm ready to sign." Old Rice said happily, "Great. Gu, this is the new contract we have revised for you. Our upgrade project, termination fee clause, and your network copyright requirements have all been added. Take a look." Gurran took the thick contract and quickly browsed it. Without an agent, these time-consuming and laborious chores must be done by oneself. After confirming that everything was correct, Gurran immediately picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on the new contract. Old Rice said excitedly, "Gu. Congratulations on officially becoming a member of the Southampton family. I declare that your first professional contract is officially effective. Southampton Club is honored to be the starting point of your career. I will ask the finance department to transfer a signing fee to your account now. Guran waved his hand. No need, Mr. Rice, the £100,000 is just the public relations fee for the big network copyright. Old Rice smiled and said, okay, then I will hurry up to get the network copyright for you. Guran said, okay, I still have to meet with Coach Atkins, then we will talk later. Okay. CEO Mark Fry and Sports Director Mark Walker also stood up to see him off. After walking out of Old Rice's office, Guran felt an irrepressible excitement all over his body. Although I knew that I would become a professional player today, the moment the contract took effect, the feeling of this dream coming true was really wonderful. Under Rick's guidance, Guran came to the office of head coach Atkins. Rick was about to announce loudly, but Guran quickly pulled Rick back and knocked on the open office door. Coach Atkins, I'm here. Coach Atkins put down the documents in his hand, stood up from behind the desk, and took the initiative to shake hands with Guran. Hello Gu, I'm glad you joined the team. Coach Atkins' words were very brief, but from the strong handshake, Guran could feel how ambitious the new head coach was. Guran immediately said, thank you, Coach Atkins. I know you are very tight on time, so let's skip the polite words and get straight to the point. Coach Atkins nodded with satisfaction. Very good, Gu. Please take a seat. Okay. Guran sat down. After the two sat down, Coach Atkins said, two things. The first one is your position. After that, Coach Atkins looked directly at Guran, waiting for Guran's answer. Wow, this way of speaking is too brief, isn't it? Do you want me to say what position I want to play? Guran cleared his throat. Regarding my position, of course I will obey the coach's arrangement. I can play as a left back, and occasionally as a defensive midfielder, right back, and left and right winger. I will play in whatever position the coach needs me to play in. Coach Atkins said, according to my observation, you are more suitable for a striker. Guran's heart suddenly moved. Yes, I can play as a striker. Coach Atkins said, I want you to play as a striker. Wow, Guran was so excited. Before Guran could express his gratitude to Atkins for his kindness, Atkins spread his hands. But, no. Damn it. What kind of head coach are you? Can you stop breathing so hard when you speak? Can you suffocate to death by saying a long sentence? Can you suffocate to death? Guran was madly complaining about his new head coach in his heart. Coach Atkins explained, the Saints' forward line is too crowded. This is indeed the current objective situation of Southampton's first team. The Saints' forward line already has Lallana, Garay, Connolly, Barnard, Holmes, Chamberlain, and Garrett. As a team with a 442 double forward formation as the main formation, Southampton's forward line is indeed overcrowded. Coach Atkins continued, my main goal in the first half of the season is to clean up a few useless forwards. Guran nodded slightly. This means that if you choose the forward position, you will not have a chance to play for at least half a season. Although the minimum appearance rate is stated in the contract, that appearance rate is calculated based on a full season. Moreover, the head coach is the one who really decides the appearance. If the head coach just wants to fulfill the contract, he will only replace Guran in the last minute of injury time, which is also considered to have achieved the minimum appearance rate. Either wait until Atkins completes the frontline cleaning, and then play as a substitute forward in the second half of the season. Or, not as a forward, but in a position that is in short supply in Southampton's first team. Obviously, the left-back position is very popular in any professional team. Southampton's first team currently has only one left-back, that is the provocateur Dan Harding who just met at the physical examination center. When Harding was injured, Southampton's first team could only use non-left-backs to temporarily replace him. Another promising star Luke Shaw can play as a left-back, but Luke Shaw is only 16 years old and is still training and developing in the reserve team. He has to wait until he is at least 17 years old to make his debut. Therefore, this period is the period when Southampton Club is most in need of a left-back. This is also one of the reasons why Southampton Club is so eager to sign him. As the head coach, Atkins naturally knows that Guran can play as a striker. He can even conclude that if Guran is placed in the striker position, Guran will definitely score a lot of goals. However, the team as a whole, and Atkins himself is a newcomer, and many team-building ideas need to be promoted bit by bit. Atkins and Guran only talked a few words, but Guran could fully understand what Atkins meant. He still had to start as the scarce left-back. Guran immediately smiled and said, Coach, I hope to get more opportunities to play and train myself. Get the opportunity to play first. Then talk about other things. This is the most pragmatic. What's more, even if I am placed in that position of left back, I can still score a lot of goals. There was no change in emotion on Adkins' face. Okay, then your position in the team will be left back. Adkins quickly wrote a few words on the player registration information, and then continued. The second thing. Jersey number. Finally, it's time to choose your jersey number. Guran was a little excited. Coach Adkins handed the player registration information in his hand to Guran. Take a look, choose a number that no one uses. Okay. Guran took the player registration information and read it carefully. No. 9 Barnard, forward, English nationality, 26 years old, height 179 centimeters, weight 69 kilograms. No. 10 Gully, forward, Brazilian nationality, 28 years old, height 190 centimeters, weight 79 kilograms. Forget about these two numbers. No. 3 Harding, left back, English nationality, 26 years old, height 184 centimeters, weight 77 kilograms. This Harding is about the same height as me, but weighs 4.3 kilograms more than me. For a defender, being too heavy will affect the speed, but it can increase the confrontation. No need to think about the number 3, Harding will definitely not give it up, and I don't like it either. No. 2 Richardson, right back, English nationality, 28 years old, height 180 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms. No. 4 Schneiderlin, midfielder, French nationality, 20 years old, height 182 centimeters, weight 78 kilograms. No. 7 Lambert, central midfielder, English nationality, 28 years old, height 179 centimeters, weight 72 kilograms. No. 16 Walton, center back, English nationality, 33 years old, height 181 centimeters, weight 71 kilograms. No. 20 Lallana, forward, English nationality, 22 years old, height 170 centimeters, weight 69 kilograms. No. 22 Connolly, forward, Irish nationality, 33 years old, height 173 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms. No. 23 Luke Shaw, reserve team, defender, English nationality, 15 years old, height 183 centimeters, weight 71 kilograms. Luke Shaw is treated well, he is not in the first team yet, but he has already occupied the first team number. No. 26 Chamberlain, left winger, English nationality, 17 years old, height 181 centimeters, weight 71 kilograms. Guran read all the way to the last line, and finally saw his name. Numbered blank, Guran, left back, Chinese nationality, 17 years old, height 184, weight 72 kilograms. Basically, the popular numbers between 1 to 30 have already been taken. If you want to choose, you may have to choose after 30. However, there is a number below 10 that seems to have no owner. Number 8. Thank you to the leader of Happy Worship 964 for the reward. Happy Worship is a friend I met when I was writing books in Cheshire. At that time, I was still a young author. Now I am much older. It stands to reason that I should add an extra chapter with the reward from the leader, but recently I am working hard to post 10,000 a day, and I am old, so I really can't post more. So I will owe this extra chapter for now, and I will add more later. Thank you all for your recommendation tickets and monthly ticket rewards. Your support is the driving force of my writing. Chapter 262. Why are my fans so dishonest? Guran won versus the entire Southampton first team. 8. Oh, that's right. Foreigners don't care about this. In fact, it's not that they don't care. For example, they are still very taboo about No. 13 and Black Friday. Guran checked carefully again and confirmed that the No. 8 jersey really has no owner. However, the No. 8 position is generally the jersey number of the midfielder, and it is usually the jersey number reserved for the brain of the midfield. Those who wear the No. 8 jersey are basically the organizers of a team, the people who control the rhythm of offense and defense, and the people with extremely high football IQ and are extremely good at seizing opportunities. For example, in the early days of Arsenal's winger coaching, Ljungberg, who endorsed the brand underwear, wore the No. 8 jersey. There is also the midfield butcher Gattuso who said I am ugly but I am not gentle, who wore the No. 8 jersey in both the national team and the Milan club. There is also that free kit master and the king of falling leaves Gianitlo, who also wore the No. 8 jersey in the Lyon team that won 7 consecutive French League One titles. There are also the strongest classical attacking midfielder Coleman, Rooney, who comes from a boxing family, Cruz, the midfield metronome who contributed to Real Madrid's 4 Champions League wins, Gerrard, the soul of Liverpool, and Lampard, the soul of Chelsea, all wearing the No. 8 jersey. The most representative players of the No. 8 jersey in the contemporary era Xavi and Iniesta of Spain. The soul of Spanish football has never been No. 9 or No. 10, but No. 8. Iniesta is the No. 8 at Barcelona. He is also a real football master underestimated by the world. The Barcelona team with him is the real Taka-Taka. Xavi is the No. 8 of the Spanish national team. His combination with Iniesta is definitely the most powerful national team midfield combination in contemporary football. It can be said that No. 8 is definitely a very good jersey number. It is the organizer of the team, and it can even grow into the number of the soul-level player. The No. 8 jersey of Southampton club is actually vacant. This may be because the previous No. 8 retired or transferred, and Southampton club did not recruit many midfielders this season, so this number is just vacant. And this number is also very meaningful. Even if there are new players, they dare not choose it. This is simply tailor-made for me. Others dare not wear it, but I dare. I will compete with Messi and Ronaldo in the future. If I can't even take on the responsibility of wearing the No. 8 jersey, what future can I talk about? Okay, I will wear No. 8. Grant took a deep breath. Coach, I've chosen it. I want to wear the No. 8 jersey. Coach Adkins was stunned. No. 8. Are you sure? Grant raised his head and said, yes. Okay. Coach Adkins didn't say any extra nonsense, and directly took the registration list from Gurran's hand and filled in the number, 8 inches front of Gurran's name. I will submit this list of information to the sports director. I believe that Mr. Mark Walker will approve it. You can go now, see you at the assembly later. Damn, it's so simple. From now on, I will be Southampton's No. 8 player. Thank you, coach. See you at the assembly later. Gurran stood up and said goodbye. After Gurran left, Coach Adkins smiled slightly. Dare to wear No. 8. This kid is awesome. After leaving the head coach's office, Rick wiped the sweat off his fat face. Goo, you actually chose No. 8. Gurran shrugged. No. 8 is vacant, can't I choose it? Rick said, you can, but Goo, please don't blame me for being nosy. Although the club's top executives like you and recognize that it will be Southampton's hope, and even the Saints fans have high expectations for you, the first team and reserve players may not think so. People don't choose No. 8 because everyone thinks that the person wearing No. 8 must be a very powerful person, and if you take the No. 8 jersey as soon as you come, I'm afraid you will be targeted by other players. Haha, what you said, if I don't wear No. 8, I won't be targeted. As a grassroots, I actually got $3,000 a week and was valued by the top management. Even if I chose No. 38 or No. 48, I would still be targeted. I have been mentally prepared for the bad professional environment. Fine, if you don't agree, this is my code of conduct after rebirth. Grant then said calmly. Then let them target me. I will let everyone see whether I can afford to wear No. 8. Rick was slightly startled, and then gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Grant said. There are still more than 10 minutes before the gathering. It is definitely impossible to train now. Rick, please find me a single room. I want to be alone for a while. Okay, please follow me. Rick immediately took Grant into a single restroom. Taking advantage of this gap, Grant took out the Maxred APP sample and business plan to study. Their APP is still good, but the function is a little bit simple. But this is understandable, after all, their original intention is just to watch the game with Grant through their mobile phones. However, since the public relations fee of £100,000 has been spent, it can't be so monotonous. Their business plan is quite detailed, from the crowdfunding list to the equity allocation, it is very professional. However, there is still a blank about the future development. After reading it, Grant found the contact information of Maxred and others and called them. When the call was connected, Grant said directly in Chinese, Maxred, right. This is Grant. Ah. Grant. Maxred on the other end shouted excitedly, I didn't expect you to call us so soon. Grant said, I have read your APP and plan, and they are well done. I also told the club's executives about your intention to buy the online copyright. They have agreed. If you are free tomorrow, you can come to the club to meet with Mr. Les Reed. He will help you solve the problems with the English Football Association and the English Football Association. Really? That's great. Oh yeah. Our app can finally be launched. In the future, we can also see you playing football in China. Gran, you are so fast. The other end of the phone was so excited that he was about to explode. Damn, I am not the one who was fast. Gran smiled. By the way, I have a few more questions to tell you. Gran then roughly talked about the £100,000 of public relations fees for the online copyright fees of the English Football Association and the English Football Association. After listening, Maxwell and others were a little worried. Their crowdfunding in China only raised 1 million yuan, and the public relations fee for an online copyright was £100,000, which was obviously beyond their expectations. Gran said, "This £100,000 can help you get the big online copyright. That is, not only can you watch it on the mobile app, but you can also watch it on the computer and cast it on the TV through the mobile phone. So it is still very cost effective. And you don't have to worry about this money, I have already paid for you." Oh this. Gran, how can you be so embarrassed? More than 500 of us raised 1 million yuan, and you alone paid nearly 1 million yuan. Brother Ran, you are the largest shareholder of our project. Haha, with your participation and investment, we will definitely make a fortune this time. Let's make it bigger and stronger and create more glory. Tonight's project must be arranged with some high-end games. Brother Guran. Come along. Let's listen to the music together. Guran. Are these people really my fans? Why are my fans so frivolous? Guran cleared his throat. Manchester is too far to go back and forth. Haha. Well, we know you just joined the team and you still need to train, so there will be opportunities in the future. Let us test your ability for you first. Ha ha ha. Then, Guran made some very advanced suggestions, such as not just doing professional football live broadcasts, but open live broadcasts, allowing all broadcasters to participate, focusing on supporting competitive in-game live broadcasts, etc. Guran spoke out all the directions of the live broadcast industry in the next 10 years in one breath. After listening to Maxwell and others, they were all surprised and gasped. Guran's awareness is too advanced. Some of the suggestions, they couldn't understand, but they sounded very cool. When the two sides were chatting enthusiastically, Rit knocked on the door. "Gu, your joining ceremony should start." "Okay, I'll be right there, brothers, I have to go, I'll trouble you with the live broadcast app in the future." "Okay, brother Ran." "Come on, brother Guran. We are all waiting to see you play in the game." "Okay, goodbye." Guran hung up the phone and followed Rick out of the single room to the first team training ground. Finally meeting the first team. At this time, the players of Southampton's first team and reserve team gathered in groups of 3 or 5. The topic naturally revolved around the upcoming newcomer Guran. "Hey, have you heard? The club has just offered a new contract to the Chinese player, and his weekly salary is as high as £3,000. Fuck. It's actually higher than most of us. Why? A grassroots who has never been in a professional youth training camp, who has only played a few amateur school team games, actually gets more than us old guys who have played professional games for more than 10 years. I also heard that he just chose the No. 8 jersey from head coach Atkins. What? A guy who has never played a professional game dares to wear a jersey with a number less than 10, and it's the No. 8 jersey at the team's brain level. Fuck, too arrogant. I only dare to choose No. 27, not No. 8. This kid is really too arrogant. He simply doesn't take a seniors in the team seriously. The club also held a special induction ceremony for him. Isn't this giving him too much face? That's right. The club did this, it's clearly to chill us old players who work hard for the club. Some players also whispered, but I heard that Liverpool and Manchester City have both made offers for him. Manchester United and Chelsea are also paying attention to him. Maybe he is really strong. Humph, what can a Chinese rookie do? Harding sneered, I have seen that Chinese rookie during the physical examination. He is nothing. If he really gets to the professional arena, he will be injured and fall to the ground if the opponent collides with him. Anyway, I don't spoil him. As long as he makes me unhappy, I will let him know who is the boss here. Listen to me, when that kid comes later, we will boo him and let him know that it is not that easy to be a professional player. That's right, we have to let him know that we old players are not easy to mess with. That's right. The players of the first team and the reserve team responded one after another. At this time, head coach Adkins and his assistant coach Andy Williams, wearing training clothes, walked into the training ground. The players of the first team and the reserve team gathered lazily, with their thighs crossed and their arms hugged, standing crookedly in 4 rows. Adkins glanced calmly. "Hello everyone, I am your new coach, Nigel Adkins. The one next to me is my assistant, Andy Williams. From today on, the two of us will work together with you gentlemen to strive to achieve the goal of impacting the English Championship." The players clapped sparsely, and many players chuckled quietly. Southampton ranked only in the middle of the English League One last season. And the new coach Adkins said that he wanted to impact the English Championship right away, so it's no wonder that some players sneered. In their opinion, this is simply impossible. Coach Adkins' eyes swept over the laughing players and secretly remembered their appearances in his heart. Then, Coach Adkins said in a calm voice, "Now, please welcome a new member. A Chinese from the Southampton High School team, playing as a left back on the field, our new No. 8, Gran." Before the voice fell, the players present immediately burst into a harsh and sarcastic laugh. Southampton High School team. "Ha ha ha, I'm going to laugh my teeth off. I can't laugh anymore, send me to the team doctor. Saints, have you fallen to the point where you have to rely on amateur players from China? I think we should just prepare to compete for the English League Two Championship next season. Humph, next season. I'll run away during the winter transfer window." Amid these sarcasms, Gran, wearing a shirt with the words Southampton School Team printed on it, walked into the training ground calmly. The players' sarcasm became louder, especially the main left back Harding, who laughed the loudest. But these harsh sounds did not affect Guran's mentality at all, but only made Guran's steps more determined and steady. Guran knew very well that there was jealousy and discrimination in these sarcasms, and many of them were just following the lead. "Don't worry, you will soon know who was the daddy. The more fiercely you sneer now, the more intimate you will be when you call me daddy in the future." Guran calmly walked to the front of the team and introduced himself calmly. "Hello everyone, I am Guran, the left back from the Southampton High School team." Harding took the lead in booing. The other players followed suit and left. The situation became a little out of control. Coach Adkins wanted to stop it, but he finally chose not to interfere and just stood aside and watched silently. He felt that this kind of situation that others could not bear seemed to be no problem for the 17-year-old Guran. Guran looked at the players calmly. After waiting for these booing and mocking players to calm down, Guran sneered, "I don't think it's shameful to be born in a grassroots family. I am proud of being a player of the Southampton High School team. I helped my school team win the only national championship in the history of the school. And you are laughing at the honors that others have won through hard work. You are the ones who should feel ashamed." As soon as these words came out, the training ground suddenly became quiet. Almost all the players widened their eyes in disbelief. Of course, they were not ashamed of their booing behavior, although it was indeed shameful. They just couldn't believe that this grassroots newcomer in front of them would confront them right away. They were laughing at Guran's background, but Guran laughed at him for being shameless. Guran won versus the entire Southampton first team and reserve team. And he was not at all inferior. The entire Southampton first team and reserve team were speechless after Guran's words. Even the poker-faced Coach Adkins couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Guran continued to output. "Yes, my number is 8, my weekly salary is £3,000, my contract is a star at Hope, the club's top management is busy applying for a work permit for me, Liverpool and Manchester City have made transfer offers to me, Manchester United and Chelsea also want to poach me. Ask yourself, how many of these can you achieve? Do you still have the nerve to laugh at me? Laugh at someone who was better than you?" The mentality of the players present was completely blown up. "Chinese boy. You're too arrogant. Fuck you. I don't think you want to be in the first team anymore. I tell you, you have offended all of us now. In this club, it's either me or you. Either you or me. You're done. I tell you. You're really done." Lights. There are bubbles under the feet of these players who are out of control. There are blue and white ones. Guran couldn't help but smile, and he concentrated his mind and swept. Left back Dan Harding dropped a blue skill bubble with +1 close defense. This is not a good skill, but it is also a necessary basic skill for a defender. Collect it. Guran's mind moved slightly, and he instantly completed the air pickup. Close defense +3. Right back Fraser Richardson dropped a blue skill bubble with +1 backward direct pass. This skill is also a basic skill that backward players must have. Collect it. I can go back and have more prostitution a few more times, and I have to stack it to +4 as soon as possible. Central midfielder Ricky Lambert dropped a blue skill bubble with +1 push step turn. Damn. I finally got this skill. Guran immediately focused his mind and picked up the +1 push step turn from a distance. In this way, with a push-step turn skill that he already knew, Guran can finally start the upgrade mode of this skill. Striker goalie Dode Prado dropped a blue skill bubble with +1 header shot. This skill is also a very necessary striker skill, so I took it. Striker Adam Lallana dropped a blue skill bubble with wonderful pass assist. Flash of inspiration +1. Damn. This is a star level skill. I must get it. Lallana is worthy of being the team flower. It smells so good. Guran happily focused his mind and picked it up from a distance. Defensive midfielder Morgan Schneiderlin dropped a blue skill bubble with +1 back chasing and counter stealing. This basic skill is also very necessary, so I took it. Left winger Alex Chamberlain dropped a bubble with a head +1. Guran. Chamberlain, why don't you take a look at what you dropped? People drop positive skills, why did you drop a negative skill? Chapter 263. Public enemy of the whole team. Head coach Adkins Thunder Tactics. This is a double blessing. Forget it, I can get Chamberlain for free sooner or later. This wave is already a big profit. I got 6 useful skills in one go. It's really cool to join the professional team. And this is just the beginning. Guran was very happy and picked up 2 more white bubbles of outside instant pass training. In this way, there are 2 more pickup progress today. I will see if there's a chance to get 2 more useful skills for free in the afternoon. If not, it will be very good to get 2 more professional players training results for free. Guran said with satisfaction. Thank you very much for the welcome ceremony. After that, Guran stood proudly in the team. The other players were all about to hate Matt, but because of the presence of head coach Adkins, they did not dare to be too rash. Coach Adkins walked back to the front of the line. Now, please ask my assistant coach to take the roll call so that I can get to know you better. The players were noisy. No way, take the roll call. Hey, the new official has just taken office. Hurry up and call the roll. I didn't have breakfast. I'm starving. Hurry up and call the roll so I can go to the restaurant to eat. I didn't have breakfast this morning either. It's the first day back from vacation. Who can get out of bed? Assistant coach Andy opened the roster and began to call the roll in order of jersey numbers. No. 1. Goalkeeper Davis. Coach Andy shouted loudly several times, but all he got was a snickering response from the other players. The first name he called was empty. This is really shameless. Coach Adkins asked in a deep voice, "Where is Captain Davis?" Someone stood up and said, "Coach, Captain Davis is a stomach shock and is now receiving treatment in the hospital. He will not come today." Kevin Davis is a veteran of the Southampton club. He grew up during the club's crisis in 2008 and was a loyal servant who never left the club during the club's most difficult times. He is also the captain of Southampton's first team and has the highest weekly salary of all players, £3,970. As one of the absolute main players of the team, Davis must know how important today is. Not coming at this critical moment is obviously a warning to the head coach Adkins. If the head coach Adkins cannot properly handle the matter of Davis not come in, then the prestige of the head coach Adkins and the team will be gone. At least those old players who follow Davis's faction will not take the words of the coach Adkins seriously. According to the record regulations of the Southampton club, players who are late will be fined. Of course, for Davis, who has a high weekly salary, this fine is nothing. On the contrary, if Coach Adkins only fined the matter, it means that Coach Adkins had no other choice but to vent his anger by fines. All the players present were waiting for Coach Adkins to make a decision. However, Coach Adkins still had a poker face, without any ripples on his face, continued to call the names. Assistant Coach Andy continued to call the names. No. 2, right back Richardson. Here. No. 3, left back Harding. I'm here. No. 4, midfielder Schneiderlin. Here. When no. 8 was called, Guran responded with a full voice of here. When no. 16, centre back Walton was called, no one responded. Paul Walton was also a loyal minister of Southampton club during the crisis in 2008, and he was also the second captain of the team. On the first day of returning from vacation, the 2 loyal veterans, the captain and the vice-captain, did not come at the same time. This is obviously not just aimed at the new head coach Adkins. It is deliberately aimed at the entire club. The reason why the captain and vice-captain targeted the club was probably because the contract the club offered Guran was too generous. A grassroots player who had never played a professional game could actually get a weekly salary of £3,000, which was second only to theirs. As veterans of the club, they were definitely the most dissatisfied. They were using this method to make head coach Adkins compromise and the entire club compromise, so as to achieve the purpose of suppressing newcomers and maintaining the authority of the old players. Then head coach Adkins said coldly, "What? Does Mr. Walton also have a stomach shock?" Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the team, and then someone stood up and said, "No, coach, Vice-Captain Walton took Captain Davis, who had a stomach shock, to the hospital." The laughter of the other players became even more unbridled. Even a 3-year-old child would not believe this excuse. Everyone thought that head coach Adkins would explode, but head coach Adkins just sneered and said, "Go on." Assistant coach Addy continued to call out the names. After a while, the names of the first team and the reserve team were all called out. Guran also took the opportunity to memorize the names and appearances of other players. 4 players were absent from the first team and 2 players were absent from the reserve team. The reasons for absence were varied, such as someone had a stomach shock, someone's girlfriend ran away with her boyfriend, and someone's mother was going to marry his grandfather. This was a double happiness. The training ground, which should have been serious, was like a talk show at this time, with constant laughter. Among all the players, only Guran didn't laugh much. To be honest, the excuse of Mom is going to marry Grandpa was still very interesting, but seeing that the discipline of a group of professional players was so lax, Guran really couldn't laugh. Southampton club almost disbanded a few years ago, and the club didn't want to deal with discipline issues. It was already very good to be able to maintain it. However, if you want to impact the English Championship, discipline must not be so lax. It must be properly rectified. This depends on whether the coach Adkins' wrist is strong enough. Then I heard Coach Adkins say calmly, "The roll call is over. We will have an ability test in the afternoon so that I can better understand your abilities." Is that it? There will be no punishment for the players who didn't come. Guran couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. The other players were laughing and joking, not taking Coach Adkins' words to heart at all. In addition, Coach Adkins continued, "Andy, please write down the list of players who didn't come today. No matter who it is, if they haven't come for the afternoon test, their scores will be invalid, and they don't need to come again in the future. Just apply for transfer." "Okay." Assistant coach Andy circled the names of all the players who didn't come for the roll call. When the players who were still laughing heard this, they all became quiet. "I just came to Southampton to coach, and maybe everyone is not familiar with my style. It's okay, it doesn't matter. You will get to know me soon. I don't like fines, fines are meaningless. I like to let disobedient players sit on the bench. So in the previous club, the players gave me the nickname of bench coach. No matter who it is, as long as he violates my rules, I will make him sit on the bench. As long as I coach Southampton for one day, he will never think of playing. No one can intercede." When Southampton club invited me to coach, I had already made this clear to them, and the club's top management also gave me the right to rebuild the team. I will rebuild your rotten Southampton first team while leading the team to the championship. I don't care how glorious your past was, no matter how loyal you were to Southampton club, and no matter what level of contract you have. From the moment I become the head coach of Southampton, your glory and loyalty are all meaningless. I only look at 3 points, attitude, or attitude. If you don't obey the discipline, you will be on the bench. If you don't train seriously and play badly, you will be on the bench. If you pick a fight, you will be on the bench. The captain and vice-captain are gone, I can choose again. The old players are lazy, I will use new players to replace them. Don't try to fight me with your football career, you can't afford it. At worst, I will change clubs and continue to be a coach. But your football career will be destroyed. Okay, that's all I have to say. At 3 p.m., I hope to see every player from the first team and the reserve team on the training ground. Disband. Coach Adkins said, and then turned around and left. Damn cruel. Guran couldn't help but secretly hissed. I thought Coach Adkins was a dull guy, but I didn't expect Coach Adkins to be so fierce when he really spoke. Good. Only with such thunderous means can we correct the unhealthy trend of Southampton's first team. Southampton is hope. Guran was immediately in high spirits. The other players were stunned and could not react for a long time. Coach Adkins did not give a long speech or yell, but he was too intimidating. As a professional player, who was not afraid of being on the bench. To confront such a coach, it is definitely not wanting a professional career. Fuck, I almost had a cramp in my calf just now. Isn't this new coach too tough? In the past, we just had fun on the return day, but he actually wants a physical test. I haven't run for a single holiday. Who doesn't? Coach Adkins really dares to let loyal veterans like the captain and vice-captain sit on the bench or transfer. Is he trying to scare people? I don't think so. Davis and Walton are already 33 years old, right? If they transfer at this age, where will they find a new club? Call them quickly and tell them to hurry back to take the physical test in the afternoon. Yes, yes, yes. And the other brothers who haven't come yet, notify them to come back quickly. The players were in a panic. Guran got up and walked towards the restaurant in the complex building. Before lunch, he had to meet the private nutritionist arranged by the club under Rick's introduction. This is another benefit that he has, while other players can only envy. Ha ha ha, he had just taken a few steps when 5 or 6 strong men blocked Guran's way. The leader was the left back Harding. Behind Harding, except for the No. 39 defender Tafis Oli, who was a first-team player, the other 4 were reserve team players. This should be a small gang. It seems that Harding, the big brother, is not very glorious. There are too few younger brothers, and most of them are in the reserve team. Harding said fiercely, "Boy, you are very arrogant during the joining ceremony. You humiliated us and you want to just walk away." Guran sneered and said, "Why, you guys, do you want to be humiliated by me again? Fuck. Chinese boy, you're too crazy. I think you just want to get beaten. Do you know that our boss Harding is the main left back? If you want to be a left back in the future, you have to learn from boss Harding. If you offend boss Harding, no one will train with you in the future. You are isolated by us." The younger brothers behind Harding were showing off their power. Training in isolation. When training in groups, the fullbacks do have to train together. If no one cooperates with the training, this is a very serious problem. However, Guran just felt like laughing. "I forgot to tell you, I have my own exclusive assistant coach, so I don't need to train in groups with you. If I train with you, I'm worried that it will affect my improvement." "What? You? Fuck. I'm so mad. Don't stop me, I'm going to beat him. I'm going to beat him now." Harding and his little brothers were so envious and jealous that they were about to fight. Guran smiled coldly. "Want to fight? Okay. But as a teammate, I still have to kindly remind you that Coach Adkins just emphasized that you can't fight. If you want to sit on the bench, I welcome you very much." After these words came out, Harding and his little brothers all calmed down. Harding said angrily, "Boy, don't be arrogant, you are now the public enemy of the whole team. We have plenty of ways to make you cry." Guran shrugged, "Okay, come on." As he said that, Guran passed by Harding directly. Harding gathered all his strength and prepared to use his shoulder to push Guran away. Guran had no intention of avoiding him at all, and directly confronted Harding. Bang! The shoulders of the two people collided heavily. Harding was directly knocked back 2 steps. If it weren't for the help of his younger brothers behind him, Guran's collision would definitely knock him to the ground. Harding's face flushed immediately, and he couldn't believe it. Before the physical examination center, he deliberately bumped Guran's shoulder, and he didn't think Guran was so strong at the time. As a result, when Guran bumped him, he couldn't bear it. After Guran knocked away Harding, who was blocking the way, the other younger brothers immediately made way. Guran walked out of the crowd proudly. "This kid," Harding gritted his teeth, "is still quite capable. But I wasn't prepared just now." "That's right. It was clearly that kid who attacked us. Boss, what should we do next? We can't just watch this kid being arrogant over our heads, can we?" "Humph, of course not." Harding sneered at Guran's receding back, "Just wait and see." A few minutes later, Personal Affairs Assistant Rip took Guran into the complex building and headed to the first-team restaurant. "Gu, I've put your training suit in your locker. After your rest in the afternoon, you can go to the locker room and change directly." "Well, thank you, Rick. I have to say that Rick is really fast and good at doing things." "You're welcome, this is my job." Rick grinned and said, "Please follow me this way. Loina should be waiting for us in the first-team restaurant." "Who was Loina?" "Oh, she is your exclusive nutritionist. From now on, what you eat and drink will be controlled and customized by her." "Okay." Guran smiled helplessly. The two walked out of the elevator and walked along the wall with wallpapers of famous Southampton club stars to the first-team restaurant. The first-team restaurant is used by first-team players, reserve team players, coaching staff, and related personnel, including Guran's exclusive team doctor, physiotherapist, personal affairs assistant, exclusive coach, nutritionist, all can eat here. These staff members can also communicate with a coordination through the opportunity of lunch. The first-team restaurant is obviously larger and more upscale than the youth team's restaurant. The decoration style is also very modern, clean and tidy everywhere, spotless. The sofa backrest of the booth is high and looks very comfortable. In the middle of the restaurant is a buffet table. The standard is completely benchmarked against the buffet of a 5-star hotel, but there are fewer junk food and drinks. Basically, they are higher energy, high-protein foods, such as grilled chicken breast, grilled fish, beef, lamb, and a variety of vegetables, fruits, fried eggs, oatmeal, various breads, yogurt, etc. On the wall of the first-team restaurant, there are also several large-screen LCD TVs. What is usually broadcast on TV are the highlights of Southampton's first-team games, as well as internal training videos. At this time, a short-haired woman in her 30s who is a well-maintained figure came up on her own initiative. Rick whispered to Guran, "This is the exclusive nutritionist assigned to you by the club. I have asked for you." She is currently single, divorced, has 2 children, and likes yoga. Damn, who asked you to ask these things? Guran was a little amused. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Enhanced Demon Recipe. Guran. Great, now I have Halden's hunger. Hi, I guess you must be the legendary rising star Guran. The female nutritionist smiled and stretched out her hand to Guran. Let me introduce myself. I am Lana Best, your exclusive nutritionist. You can also call me Lana directly. Guran said quickly. Hello, Lana, nice to meet you. Lana smiled and said, Gu, I have just seen your physical examination information. I am very happy that your physical data are very good. Your BMI index and body fat ratio are great. This is really a great start. I think you must be very strict with your diet. Do you have your own recipes? Guran said truthfully. I don't have any recipes. I usually eat randomly and eat whatever I think of. Moreover, my appetite has doubled recently. Lorna said in surprise. The appetite has doubled. You can still maintain such a good BMI and body fat ratio. Your daily training volume must be very large, right? Guran said. Not bad. Lorna asked. In addition to normal football-related training, do you have any other sports? If so, please tell me the truth. This is very important for me to tailor your diet and snacks. After all, if you exercise a lot, I must ensure that you have enough calories. Damn, it's really professional. Guran said. I usually come to the training ground an hour earlier, practice alone for another hour after the training. Oh, and I have my own exclusive one-on-one coach. He came back from the Real Madrid assistant coach training class. He is the one-on-one coach that even Mourinho said was crazy, so I think my training intensity should be stronger than other players. Lorna nodded seriously. If that's the case, then your diet and snacks really need to be doubled. You can completely consume them. Are there any other sports? Guran thought for a while. Also, I ride a horse about once every 2 weeks, about an hour each time. Lorna praised. Yes, horse riding is a very, very beneficial sport. Is there anything else? After riding a horse for an hour, I also have to ride for 3 hours, but I'm embarrassed to say it out loud. I am also a fan. My fans treat me as a serious person. Guran cleared his throat. Others, just wipe the bed, wipe the glass, wipe the floor, wipe the wall, wipe the sofa, wipe the table, wipe the car, wipe the glove and so on. Luana smiled and said, Oh, all the housework you mentioned can be ignored. I think I have a general idea of the degree of calories you consume daily. In addition, as your nutritionist, I must master your previous diet structure. How about this, tell me what you ate last night. Through your dinner menu, I can probably determine what kind of recipe I should customize for you in the future. Guran coughed lightly. Does it have to be what you ate last night? Can the day before yesterday be okay? Luana said very professionally. Just say what you ate last night. It's easy to remember mistakes when you say other times, and I hope to get the most accurate answer, so please be true and detailed, which is also responsible for your own career. Okay then. Guran said helplessly. What I ate last night was barbecue Southampton tower with foie gras oil and black truffle sauce, Kent's top caviar seafood platter, top beef tenderloin with oil-soaked French 5 of foie gras, French black truffle foie gras sauce with green apple cheese and Austrian platinum caviar, Norwegian smoked salmon with cream mushrooms and herb stewed eggs, burgundy herb sauce baked snails, Mediterranean cream matsutake soup with wild black truffle black old abalone soup, Oslo sweet and sour oysters with organic vegetable salad rolls, Italian vegetable color cakes with Chinese Sichuan spicy sauce, Pullman's potato roasted octopus salad, Hayden Manor Mill roasted 3 whips with Alaskan snow crab claws and golden Paris sauce, Pullman's charcoal grilled venison with pan-fried black corns, red wine roasted lamb saddle with porcini and black truffle sauce. Grant took a breath. That's about it. Lloyd was dumbfounded. Rick next to him couldn't help wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth after hearing this. After a while, Lorna came back to her senses and said in a trembling voice, "Goo, your diet structure is beyond my cognition." Grant smiled helplessly. Last night's situation was rather special. I was a guest at Hayden Manor. Oh. Lorna was relieved. So that's the case. I thought you ate like this every day. If you eat like this every day, I really can't help you adjust the diet. Grant said. Actually, I usually prefer Chinese food, but I can also accept Western food, and I don't have any taboos. Lorna, just make a diet for me according to your ideas. That's right. I'm a professional player. In order to play football, I can eat any nutritious meal. Come on, Lorna. Grant's professional dream in his heart is extremely firm. Lorna nodded and said, "Okay, Goo. Then I will customize it for you according to the standard player's diet. During this process, you can discuss and modify it with me at any time until we find the most suitable diet for you and the one that can help you achieve the best training and competition state." No problem, Lorna. In addition, I want to remind you that from now on, you must strictly follow that diet we negotiated to eat and drink, and if there are no special circumstances, your breakfast, lunch, dinner, and 3 snacks must be eaten at the club. Lorna smiled. Of course, if you need it and want me to go to your house to make you a nutritious meal, that's fine. However, during non-working hours, you have to make an appointment with me in advance, and you also need to pay for the cost of the ingredients and my additional door-to-door fee. Outside of work, I charge by the hour. It sounds like, Lorna, you're really a serious nutritionist. Grant said quickly. Okay, I see. Well, find a place to sit down first, and I'll prepare today's lunch for you. After that, Lorna turned and walked towards the buffet table. Rick said, "Goo, I'm sorry I have to leave for a while. I don't have a nutritionist, so I have to go get the food myself." Grant smiled and said, "Okay, go ahead, I'll find a seat." It's good to have a dedicated nutritionist. Look at our treatment, you don't even have to pick up the food yourself. Grant happily found a booth and sat down. After a while, Rick came back with a large tomahawk steak and a large plate of cheese-baked prawns, a butterfly lamb chop, a pan-fried longleaf fish, a curry cuttlefish, a large portion of tuna sashimi, and a plate of grilled oysters. Half of the table was filled with Rick's dishes. Grant was stunned. Rick grinned and said, "There's nothing I can do. This place is close to the sea, so I can only eat some seafood." After that, Rick trotted to the buffet counter to continue getting food. After a while, Rick came back with a plate of tiramisu, a plate of Napoleon pastry, a plate of red velvet cake, a portion of light cheese, a walnut tart, a pickled double beef patty burger, and a large glass of iced cola. Most of the table was filled with Rick's dishes. Rick rubbed his hands and sat down. Alas, I can only make do with these things every day. After that, Rick started to eat like a whirlwind. Gran. Rick, I suspect that you come here to work not to make money, but simply to eat free buffet. And I also suspect that you are not working fast for work, but to eat early. By the way, the food of Southampton's first team is really good. It really deserves to be a professional club with super configuration in the English Premier League. TSK, this cheese-baked prawn smells delicious. With my current appetite, it should not be a problem to eat more than 20. But I am a professional player, and I hope to get high standards of diet. Even if Lorna gives me 20, I will firmly say no, and only eat 10. Grant couldn't help swallowing a saliva. After a while, Lorna finally came back with a nutritious lunch prepared for Grant. Grant couldn't wait to take the plate handed over by Lorna. Grant was dumbfounded. The lunch Lorna brought was very simple. 2 boiled chicken breasts, 1 fried salmon, with grilled vegetables and brown rice. There was also a big bowl of green salad with fresh vegetables, boiled eggs and a sauce that smelled a bit sour. Grant. Where are my fragrant cheese-baked prawns? Where is my sizzling tomahawk steak? Add a few oysters for me. This is an appetizer, right? It must be. Lorna smiled and said, "Goo, this is the nutritious lunch I prepared specifically for you. How is it?" "Not bad. From the look on your face, I know you like it very much. How did you know I like it?" Grant rubbed his face. "Lorna, what are these?" Lorna explained complacently, "This is a recipe I specially customized based on your physical data. Especially this bowl of green salad, it is really rich in ingredients. This bowl of salad contains avocado, kale, fresh spinach, celery, nutritious colostrum, and a unique sauce that I personally prepared. This sauce contains the extremely precious oriental magic grass white snake grass, as well as apple enzymes, and the raw oyster juice I squeezed myself. White snake grass Loina, are you an undercover sent by the opponent's club? I have heard of the combination of kale, spinach and milk in my previous life. The devil Holland just made these things into juice and drank them. This is even more excessive than Holland's devil recipe. I don't want to be Holland. Holland is so hungry that he wants to eat people when he goes on the court. What I want to be is Ronaldo, that kind who eats and drinks a lot before the game and never has to control his mouth. And Ronaldinho too. Not only did Ronaldinho never control his diet, he was often so drunk before going on the court that he didn't even know who his opponent was. I want to. Grant suddenly sighed. No. I'm not Ronaldo, and I'm not Ronaldinho. I can't use their talents to benchmark myself. I'm not a talented player. I'm a growing player with a reborn leading football IQ. To grow, you must be self-disciplined. Loina's customized recipe is right. To become a top star, you must pay more than ordinary people. This world isn't fair, but fair. Even if I have the system to protect me, it is impossible to succeed casually without effort and cost. The system only provides me with an opportunity to pass the peak. I have better opportunities than others, even better than those excellent players, but at the same time I must work harder and be more self-disciplined than others. If I want to stand at the top, I must fight with passion. Grant took a deep breath, bravely picked up the chopsticks that Loina had prepared for him, and bit the bullet and took a bite of the enhanced demon meal. The taste of kale, spinach and celery, mixed with white snake grass and enzyme oyster juice, is really hard to describe. Grant felt a little nauseous, but still forced himself to swallow it. After a while, Grant ate the whole plate of salad, chicken breast, salmon and brown rice. Rick next to him was stunned. Loina clapped happily and said, "Goo, you are the first player who can eat my customized nutritious meal. This shows that there's no problem with my nutritious meal, but the other players are not professional enough." Grant said. "Thank you," Loina said. "I have also thought about your afternoon snack. I will use a wall breaker to break this rich salad into a drink for you." Grant. "Great, I am already as hungry as Holland now. Damn, I want to eat children now." Rick next to him wiped his greasy mouth and said, "Oh, I really envy professional players like you. There are people who especially deliver extra meals to you in the afternoon." Grant said, "Rick, I don't mind sharing half with you." Rick grinned and said, No, I'm not a professional player. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Grant turned to Loina curiously and asked, "Loina, as a nutritionist, your lunch must be like this, right?" Loina smiled and said, "Oh, I study athlete nutrition. Of course, I don't have to eat the same as athletes. Who eats this?" Damn, I feel deeply offended. Grant's face was full of depression. Then I heard Loina continue, "I eat very simply, just cheese-baked shrimp. Only eat." "Don't you just eat dry food? Is this kind of diet really healthy?" Grant asked quickly, "Do you mean that baked prawns with cheese are also nutritious?" Loina didn't fall for Grant's trick at all. "No, what I mean is that the price of baked prawns with cheese is more expensive than other foods, and eating a full meal is equivalent to earning £100 for nothing." Grant. "Damn, I'm going to report you to the club's top management. No, I'm going to report you directly to the chairman Katerina." Rick next to him burped, "Goo, you should go to rest, right? Do you need me to take you to the lounge?" Grant said numbly, "No, I know where the lounge is, I can go there by myself." Rick smiled and said, "Oh, that's great, then I can stay and eat more." "Damn. You said you would be my personal eunuch. Alas, you are all liars. I'll eat you to death." Grant walked out of the first team restaurant with his head down and went to the lounge to rest. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Grant, led by Rick, went to the locker room of the first team training ground. The first team's locker room is located in the basement of the training ground's simple stance. The entire locker room is spacious and modern. The locker room is designed in red and white theme colors, which are also the basic colors of Southampton. As soon as you enter the locker room, you will see a whole circle of large personal lockers, which are connected to sponge cushion benches so that players can rest and change clothes in a relatively spacious private space. There is also an assembly area in the center of the locker room, which is equipped with comfortable seats and sofas, as well as a large tactical board for coaches to explain and arrange tactics. The room on the left side of the locker room also has a special medical area, which is equipped with massage therapy beds and various medical equipment. The room on the right side of the locker room is the shower area, which is equipped with a nice bath and a sauna in addition to the front and back rows of showers. Gurren couldn't help but secretly admire. It really deserves to be the locker room of a professional club. Gurren found locker no. 8 inches a corner. The number on each locker corresponds to the player's number, but the order of the lockers is not determined by the order of the numbers, but by the player's status in the team. The lockers of the main players are naturally in the C position, which is the easiest to find. The lockers of other first-team players are arranged on both sides. The lockers of substitute players can only be in the corner. But Gurren didn't care. The status of the team is played out, not cried out. Gurren walked to his locker and opened it. Whoa! A disgusting sour smell hit him. Locker no. 8 was full of garbage, and the 3 newly distributed training suits were all cut into pieces. On the mirror in the locker, a glaring word, monkey, was sprayed with yellow spray paint. Gurren's blood pressure instantly rushed to his forehead. Shit. Rick next to him exclaimed and turned around and thought. You've been my doll at buffet at noon. The whole locker room was instantly filled with a strong smell of fermented seafood. Who was this? Who did this? Rick wiped his mouth and shouted angrily. It was fine when I came to deliver the training clothes at noon. Who was such a bastard? Gurren calmed down. Who else could it be? You don't need any evidence to know that it must have been done by Harding and his brothers. Moreover, with such a big move, even if the other players did not directly participate, they must have watched the fun from the side. Not stopping the evil is equivalent to participating. Therefore, more than 90% of the first team and the reserve team are not free from it. Oh, okay. You want to fight, right? Then let's start the war. You want to use this little trick to make me explode. You are not qualified. You don't know what kind of ruthless person you are facing. So, congratulations. Gurren raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then calmly took off the No. 8 nameplate on the locker. Rick, there's no need to find someone to clean it up, just leave it like this. Okay, I understand, this is to protect the crime scene. This way we can extract fingerprints. Rick said angrily. Goo, don't worry, I will definitely help you catch the bastard who did this. I will make him pay the price. I suggest you talk to Old Rice and ask the club's top management to help you track it down. Rick leaned against the wall and mimicked again. Extract fingerprints. Rick, have you watched too much CSI? Besides, when I want to kill someone, I never need to dilly-dally to find evidence first. Gurren said lightly. No, I will handle this matter myself. Ask the club to intervene when something happens. This is not in line with my usual style. Besides, what kind of trivial punishment can the club impose? They are all professional players. If a whole team does evil collectively, can they all be fired? At most, they will be fined or sit on the bench for a few days. How can this be fun? Letting the club intervene will restrict me. Gurren smiled coldly. Rick, promise me that you will never let the club know about this, and don't tell anyone. Rick said in astonishment. But okay, you are my boss, I will listen to you. Gurren said again. Also, I have to go to the training ground to train now, you stay here first, and when you vomit clean, you can leave, remember not to clean up. After that, Gurren carried his sports bag, pinched his nose, held his breath, and walked out of the locker room full of biochemical smell. Putting garbage in my locker so that I don't have a locker. Well, then no one will use it. The whole locker room is not available. But those bastards in the first team. I had so much seafood for lunch, and it was all wasted. Rick cursed. Fuck. Fuck. How dare you treat my boss like this? You have touched my reverse scale. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you off. Fuck. Rick glanced at the prawns he wiped out, which were still sticky with cheese. Ugh. Rick held the wall and vomited. The smell of fermented seafood was even more intense than the garbage smell in the locker. Within half a year, no, within this lifetime, he didn't want to eat cheese prawns again. Chapter 265 Boss. I just saw that Chinese kid and his fat assistant go to the locker room. Really? Ha ha ha. Let's go. Let's go and see how he's doing. Harding led 5 of his younger brothers and walked towards the training ground with great joy. Hey, now we're going to have a good show. That kid will be furious after seeing our masterpiece. I can't wait to see his painful expression. Maybe he's already crying and has no face to go to training. He deserves it. If he doesn't respect our boss Harding again. If he's so arrogant again. Look at how crazy he was during the induction ceremony. Now he should know the consequences of offending our entire team, right? I guess he must be regretting it now. When he sees our boss Harding later, he'll definitely cry and beg for mercy. Harding's younger brothers clapped their hands in celebration. Harding also smiled proudly and said, isn't it easy to deal with this kind of newcomer? You want me to let you go? That's not that easy. I will make sure he has no foothold in the first team. In the end, he will apply to leave the team obediently. A younger brother said worriedly, Boss, we're going a little too far in this matter. I heard that this kid is the apple of Old Rice's eye. What if he goes to Old Rice and cries to complain? Then we will be in big trouble. Upon hearing the name of Old Rice, another younger brother also became worried. Oh no. This year is my contract year. I still want to be promoted to the first team. What if the club finds out about this and they don't sign a new contract with me? What should I do then? Harding sneered, a bunch of cowards. What are you afraid of? The sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll hold it up for you. Besides, from the first team to the reserve team, they are all our own people. Who doesn't want to see that new arrogant kid make a fool of himself? Who will betray us? How can the club find evidence? Even if the club does have evidence, what can it do? By then, Captain Davis, Vice Captain Walton and other veterans will be on our side. If the club dares to punish us, it will punish everyone in the first team and the reserve team. Does the club dare? Can the club really fire us all for a Chinese who has never played a professional game? That's true. Now that you say that, I'm completely relieved. I only regret not giving that kid more garbage. It doesn't matter. As long as the Chinese kid dares to be arrogant, we will do this to him every now and then, so that he won't even dare to enter the locker room. That's right. Ha ha ha. See how he can gain a foothold in the first team. Hey, boss, look, that guy has come out of the locker room and is heading to the training ground. Huh. That's so strange. Why does he seem to be not angry? Didn't he find the trash in the locker? That shouldn't be the case. But if he saw it, how could he be so calm and composed? That's right, I also wrote a word monkey on his locker mirror. He couldn't help but get angry after seeing it. But he looks as if nothing really happened. Okay, stop arguing. Harding frowned and waved his hand. Let's go meet that guy. Let's go. Harding led his brothers into the training ground and walked straight to Guran, who was sitting on the bench changing into training clothes. Guran's new training clothes were cut up, so he could only wear the old training clothes of the Buck Steelhorn school team. But it didn't matter. Guran didn't care at all. Training clothes are not jerseys, and training clothes don't have to be paid for by yourself. Rick will be able to get a new training clothes before the end of the afternoon training, if Rick can still work quickly after vomiting. Now, what is important is training, not what kind of training clothes to wear. Only by getting good grades in the afternoon test can we slap these bullies in the face. Bullying is everywhere, but if you want to bully me, just dream about it. Guran changed into his old training clothes directly in the open field. When he lowered his head to put on his shoes, Harding and others walked up to him in an unerring manner. Harding crossed his arms in front of his chest and said sarcastically, Chinese boy, why don't you go to the locker room to change clothes? Don't you Chinese people have evolved to use the locker room to change clothes? Ha ha ha. The other 5 brothers laughed shrilly. Guran put on his sneakers, stood up with a straight back and stared at Harding with a cold and stern look. Harding couldn't help but feel a little scared, but still forced himself to look at Guran. To deal with such a guy who likes to play shady tricks, Guran was not polite with him at all. Harding, I sincerely say hello to your mother. Harding was stunned, and immediately shouted with shame and anger on his face. Boy. You dared to scold me. You actually dared to scold me. You all heard it. This boy is extremely uncivilized. I didn't say anything, but he came up and scolded me. Yes. Boss, we all heard it. He was greeting your mother. We could all testify. Harding smiled proudly. Chinese boy, what else do you have to say? Guran sneered. Why, I greet your mother. Are you so happy? Fuck you. Harding's face flushed. Guran said bluntly. That's right, I scolded you openly, so what? You're here to do it secretly, why don't you let me do it openly? Harding shouted angrily. Chinese boy. Don't slander me. What do you mean we are here to do it secretly? We don't know what you are talking about at all. Guran smiled contemptuously. Don't worry, I don't expect you to admit it, although you left your signatures on my dressing mirror. Signature. Harding and his brothers were stunned for a moment. Fuck. The boss called us monkeys. It was obviously us who scolded him, not our own signatures. Shut up. Harding roared with red face. What monkeys, what signatures, we don't know anything. Ah, right. We don't know. Don't know. If they admit this kind of thing, and then it gets to the club's top management, they will all be in trouble. Guran was amused by this group of guys. Oh, that's a group of monkeys. They broke into the locker room, they dumped the garbage into my locker, and left their own signatures on my dressing mirror. Harding simply gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. We didn't know. Invisibly, they became the monkeys. Guran laughed contemptuously. Look at your cowardly appearance. If you don't know, you would think I am bullying you. Don't worry, I won't complain. Harding's brothers immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Goo, you said that yourself. If you dare to report us, you won't keep your word. Enough. Shut up, all of you. After scolding the stupid and bubbling brothers, Harding gritted his teeth and said to Guran, Chinese boy, you really don't know how to live or die. You're already the public enemy of the whole team, and you dare to be so arrogant. Guran sneered. You think you can scare me by putting some garbage? You're too naive. Fuck. Fuck. Harding clenched his fists. Chinese boy, you're too arrogant. I won't let you go, I will never let you go. Guran stared at Harding coldly. No, you're wrong. It's not that you won't let me go, but I won't let you go. Harding's heart suddenly twitched. This look was really sharp and full of murderous intent. At the age of 26, he had played professional football for more than 10 years, but at this moment, he was actually frightened by a 17-year-old rookie. A blue skill bubble immediately appeared under Harding's feet. Oh, you can't stand it. Guran concentrated his mind and sweat it. Reasonable collision +1. This skill has been stacked to +4. Before the personal rating of the system is upgraded to A level, it cannot be stacked up even if it is picked up. Rubbish. Guran commented casually. You dare to scold me. Harding was about to explode. Guran said in annoyance. I'm going to start warming up, don't block the way. As he said that, Guran walked directly between Harding and his brothers. Harding had been hit by Guran's shoulder once before, and the pain was still fresh in Harding's memory. Harding subconsciously dodged to the side. The brothers around him also quickly opened a gap. Guran walked over proudly, stepped onto the grass of the training ground, and started to warm up step by step. Harding was so angry that he was shaking all over, and his younger brothers were also very angry. They definitely couldn't fight. Even going to the ring for a one-on-one duel was not allowed. Although the club allows one-on-one duels in the ring, it is now the first day after returning from the holiday. The newly appointed head coach Adkins will definitely not allow it on the first day. Harding and others did not expect Guran to be so tough and fierce. In their stereotype, Chinese people are honest, smiling, and no one dares to offend them. They thought that cutting Guran's training clothes and stuffing garbage into Guran's new locker would scare Guran and make him surrender. As a result, Guran's attitude became even tougher. Not only did they fail to make Guran surrender, but they hit the iron plate and got a big bump. Fuck you. This Chinese guy is such a villain. I thought we were villains enough, but he is worse than us. I don't understand, why isn't he afraid of us? There are so many of us. And he is alone. It seems that throwing garbage into his locker doesn't work. It doesn't matter, we still have 10,000 ways to deal with him. That's right. This is our territory, how can we let a new Chinese like him step on our heads? We throw garbage into his locker every day. We isolate him everywhere. We make trouble for him and everything. Let's see how long he can last. Harding's brothers shouted angrily. Harding said in a fierce voice, Brothers, if you are assigned to a group with him during the afternoon test, no one should show mercy. Shuttle him to death. Don't worry, boss. We will let him know what true professionalism is. In fact, we have won this time. After all, this kid has no locker. Yes. That's right. Although he's so tough, can't he only change clothes on the training ground? Haha. Like a primitive man. We won. Harding and his brothers laughed arrogantly. At this time, Rick, who was not noticed by anyone, walked out of the locker room gently, holding a shriveled belly, and hid his merits and fame for more than 10 minutes. The players of the first team and the reserve team walked out of the comprehensive building one after another and walked to the locker room of the training ground together. Those players who were late in the morning also hurried to the training ground after receiving the notice. Even Captain Davis and Vice Captain Walton came. They were not really going to the hospital because of a stomach shock, but they wanted to give the new head coach a warning. However, they did not expect Coach Adkins to not buy it. If you don't come, you will sit on the bench until you transfer or retire. Humph, if we don't come, Southampton can't even beat the English League Two team. Davis and Walton discussed it and finally came. After all, they were the first to break the rules. If they really make a fuss, they will not be in the right. The two groups met at the entrance of the locker room. Walton yawned. Davis frowned, looking extremely unhappy. When the players saw Davis and Walton, the two most valuable veterans in the team, they immediately surrounded them and greeted and complimented them. "Hi, Boss Davis. Boss Walton. Long time no see. How's your holiday? Did you have too much fun last night? Introduce us some young models when you have time. Bring us brothers to have fun. Boss. I have some new stuff here, 5 times the flavor of Red Bull. Do you want to try it?" A reserve player took out an iron box from his pocket and handed it to Davis and Walton respectfully. Davis waved his hand. Walton took it readily, took a deep breath with his nose skillfully, and then shook his neck happily. "This new product is really powerful. If you like it, Boss Walton, this box is for you." "Haha, thank you. When there's new stock in the future, remember to get me some more." Walton happily stuffed the snuff box into his pocket. In the Southampton club, players are not allowed to smoke, because smoking will greatly affect the player's competitive state and shorten their sports life. After all, there is only one Cruyff in the world, and only Cruyff can play football while smoking. However, no major club has banned snuff. Some clubs' team doctors even provide special snuff paste, which is applied to the front of the players' jerseys before the game, so that the players can smell the snuff paste on their clothes during the game to stimulate their dopamine secretion and increase their excitement. Although this thing is less harmful to the body than tobacco and has no banned ingredients, it is a nicotine addictive product. In the UK, there are definitely many players who are dependent on snuff. This situation also exists in the Southampton club, especially under the leadership of veteran players. Many young players are proud to have trendy snuff. Harding took the opportunity to say, "Boss, you are finally here. You have no idea how arrogant the new Chinese kid was during the induction ceremony this morning." Other players also complained to Davis and Walton. Yes, we have been playing football for more than 10 years, and this is the first time we have seen such an arrogant guy. Fuck, he has never played a professional game, and he is not from a youth training school, but his weekly salary is £3,000. How can this be justified? It's okay that the weekly salary is high, but he dares to wear no. 8. That's no. 8. And, the new head coach is also very cruel. He doesn't give us old guys any face. On the first day back, Atkins not only called the roll, but also tested us. We were playing during the holidays, and our physical condition hasn't recovered at all. Isn't the test at this time to show our power? Davis frowned irritably and said, "Fark, is Southampton going to change after the holiday? I don't care how arrogant the new Chinese kid is, or how the new coach wants to establish his authority. I just want to ask, whose cayenne is that? How dare they occupy my parking space? No." 1. Chapter 266. Southampton version of the biochemical crisis. Everyone is buried with him. This Chinese boy is too cruel. Who dares to take the no? 1 parking space from Boss Davis. All the players present looked at each other in bewilderment. Davis is not only the no. 1 goalkeeper, but also that captain of the team, and the most valuable and the person with the highest status in the team. Everyone knows that there's an unwritten rule in the team that all know. 1 spaces belong to Davis, including the no. 1 parking space in the parking lot. To take Boss Davis' parking space, isn't that the same as challenging the boss's position? It's not me, the boss. You know me. I can't afford a Cayenne. It's not me, the boss. You know me. My driver's license was revoked last time for drunk driving. It's not me, the boss. You know me. I drive a Mazda. It's not me, the boss. The players all distanced themselves from him. Harding gloated and said, "Boss Davis, I know who it is. We old men all know the rules. Apart from that arrogant Chinese kid, who else would dare to grab your parking space?" Davis's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Don't you have anyone to teach him the rules that newcomers must learn?" Harding said with a beaming eyebrow, "Of course. Boss. We have already severely punished that Chinese kid. I promise that he will never dare to share a locker room with us again." Davis nodded approvingly at Harding. "You are worthy of it, Harding. How did you do it? Tell us quickly and let us all be happy together." Harding said proudly, "This kind of wonderful thing is very boring to describe with words. Why don't you come with us into the locker room to see our masterpiece?" The younger brother next to him also encouraged, "I promise that everyone will like it very much." Davis said with anticipation, "Let's go in and take a look together." Harding and his younger brothers lead the way in front, and the other players also rushed to surround Davis and Walton, and enter the locker room excitedly. As soon as they reached the porch at the entrance of the locker room, Davis frowned slightly and sniffed hard. Davis followed Harding and asked, "What's the smell?" Harding also sniffed hard. It seems to smell like the sea, but it seems to have more layers. The younger brother next to him said cleverly, "It smells better than the sea. It is obviously processed, like some kind of high-end fragrance." I know, this should be the ocean-style fragrance used by the Hilton Hotel, that's right. Haha, I haven't been on vacation for a while, and the staff of Southampton have used fragrance in our locker room. Walton took a few deep puffs with satisfaction. I like this smell, it feels surgeon. The other players also nodded and expressed their love for this high-end smell. Several players even took a few big puffs greedily. After everyone happily entered the locker room, they saw Harding, Davis, Walton and other team leaders standing in the front on the floor in lumps. They were dumbfounded. This is fucking. Damn fucking. Who the fuck just said that this smell is high-end? Who the fuck said that this is the smell of Hilton's fragrance? Before the people in the front could exclaim, the young boys in the back who couldn't see the floor were eager to squeeze forward to watch the excitement. Harding was standing at the front. Seeing this, he turned around in horror and shouted, "Don't squeeze. Get out quickly, ah." So many people squeezed into the locker room at the same time. How could they get out just like that? Suddenly, the people in the front pushed the people behind, and the people behind pushed the people in the front, and the locker room was in chaos. Harding was squeezed directly into one of the puddles, and his shoes were full of it. After being trampled, the strong smell of Hilton's fragrance was immediately fully stimulated. Ugh. Davis mimicked directly. Then, Walton mimicked too. The young boys at the back didn't understand what was going on, and were still curiously squeezing forward to watch. When they saw what was happening in front of them, they leaned over the wall and began to vomit. One player was afraid that he would vomit on the wall, so he turned around and mimicked on his teammate. The whole locker room was so noisy. The vomiting and cursing almost blew the roof off the locker room. After so many years of building the locker room at Southampton's training ground, this was the first time it felt full. "Fuck you," Davis yelled. "Harding. How dare you screw us, ugh." Harding looked round. "Boss. This, we didn't do this. We just, ugh." "Harding, you still say it wasn't you who vomited?" "Shit, my new clothes are all stained, ugh." Disgusting. "Harding, go to hell. Stop yelling, get out first." Davis roared, who was blocking my way. "Get out of the way." Chamberlain stood in front of Davis and Walton, pinching his nose and said, "Boss, you better let me go in first." Davis was going crazy. "Chamberlain. Are you fucking crazy? Do you like this?" "No, boss." Chamberlain panted, "My training clothes are still in the locker." "Fuck." Walton yelled, "Is Chamberlain stupid? It's this fucking time, what training clothes do you want?" Chamberlain quickly explained, "It's almost 3 o'clock. Coach Atkinson wants to test us. How can we take the test if we don't have training clothes and sneakers?" The players who were originally scrambling to the door turned around again. Yes. We'll have the test in the afternoon. Those who fail will have to sit on the bench in the future. We can't not wear sneakers." The main players of the first team are naturally not afraid of not having a position, but the substitutes and reserve players care about the test opportunity. Every substitute and reserve player wants to leave a good impression on Coach Atkins. Seeing the substitutes and reserve players fighting so hard, the main players of the first team also feel a sense of crisis. If the substitutes and reserve players wear training clothes and sneakers for testing and these main players don't, won't they be robbed of their positions by these substitutes and reserve players? People behind, please make way so we can go in and get our sneakers. People in front, don't push in. The ground is full of soup and we can't put our feet down. Ugh, who the hell is still vomiting? Ugh, I just want to ask, who the hell mimicked in this big pool at the door? It's Luke Shaw. Fuck. Luke, you have such a large defense area. Do you want to be a goalkeeper? Sorry, bosses, I ate too much at noon, vomit. Luke Shaw. Stop arguing, get your stuff and get out. Harding, Davis, Walton and others were squeezed into a corner, which was also that place where the Hilton fragrance was the strongest. Harding had mimicked so much that his mother couldn't recognize him. Davis and Walton's shoes and trouser legs were also covered with sticky Hilton fragrance. The whole scene was more biohazardous than the biohazard. After tossing for several minutes, Davis and others finally escaped from the biochemical room in a very embarrassed manner. Everyone was vomiting until their faces turned green, and they were about to vomit out all the bitter bile. Whether they were experienced old players or young players who had not seen much of the world, they were all weak. Fuck. Davis wiped his mouth and said with a sour look on his face, "I've mic'd up all the Louis XIII last night." Walton recovered his breath and immediately grabbed Harding's neck angrily. "Harding. This is what you did. You said you want to make trouble, so make trouble. Why did you mess up a locker room like this? You are not going to prevent the Chinese kid from using the locker room. You're going to prevent all of us from using the locker room. Harding said aggrievedly. Boss Walton. Ross Davis. I'm wrong. I just put some garbage in the Chinese kid's locker. This must be the work of the Chinese kid. He is taking revenge on us. He wants to drag all of us to be buried with him. He can't use the locker, so he makes us all unable to use the locker room. I underestimated this kid. Bullshit. Walton roared angrily. As soon as it went in, I saw 7 or 8 puddles on the ground. Is that the amount that one person can vomit? It's obviously the vomit of you, Harding, and your brothers. Harding was about to cry. It's not us. We swear to God. Davis frowned and waved his hand. Okay, stop arguing. The players immediately quieted down. Davis had a very high prestige among the players, not only because he was a loyal veteran of the Southampton club, but also because he was the oldest, had clear and flexible thinking, had a set of ways to do things, and had the temperament of a team leader, so everyone respected him. Davis said in a deep voice, although this matter is disgusting, I believe it was not done by Harding. Someone go first and ask the club's cleaning department to clean the locker room. Fuck, even if this locker room is cleaned, we can't use it in a short time. I emphasize here that if you want to deal with the Chinese kid in the future, you can, but change the way, never in a place like the locker room that everyone uses. Harding said in annoyance. Yes. Ross Davis. But. He made us so embarrassed, we can't just let it go. The other players were also indignant. Yes. We can't just let it go. My Gucci shoes. They're ruined. Don't say it, I want to vomit again. I'm so weak now, I'm sure I'll fail the test later. Fuck, that Chinese kid is too cruel. Davis took a deep breath of fresh air. That Chinese kid is called Guran, right? Humph, he is indeed a ruthless person. A grassroots newcomer dares to confront all of us. It seems that I must go and meet this kid in person. Ross Davis, kill him. Yes, boss, you start, let's do it together. There are more than 30 people in our first team and reserve team, I don't believe we can't kill him. He should be training at the training ground now. Ross Davis, we will lead the way for you. Let's go. Davis led all the players and walked into the training ground aggressively. At this time, Guran was doing fancy dribbling training step by step on the training ground. Guran saw Davis leading all the players walking towards him, and a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the blue faces of Davis and others, you can imagine the scene of them in the locker room. It must be spectacular, right? Guran didn't dare to think about it, and continued to dribble with his left and right feet. The players surrounded Guran in the middle, each of them with fierce eyes and gnashing teeth. Davis walked up to Guran, raised his chin, and asked in a cold voice, "Are you the new guy?" Guran replied with the same contemptuous tone, "Are you the late Captain Davis?" Davis' face was annoyed. "You dare to talk to me like this, among all the active players in Southampton? You just came on the first day, and you have offended all the players in Southampton. Do you know what your fate will be?" Guran laughed while dribbling the ball. "Can't use the locker room for the time being. You still dare to mock us?" Davis said angrily, "Let me tell you, your fate will be. During training, you must be extra careful about your feet, your knees, and your back. When it comes to the game, no one will pass the ball to you, no one will help you defend, and all of us will isolate you. Your career has not even begun, it's over." Facing Davis's threat, Guran was not afraid at all. From the moment he chose to go to war with the whole team, he had expected this situation to happen. This situation is also the most typical bullying behavior. Coach Carter is right. In professional clubs, the situation of forming cliques is very serious. Some players will form a group because they come from the same youth training camp. Some players will form a group because of the same nationality or hometown, or the same cultural background. Some players will form a group because they have the same idol or the same hobbies, and some players will form a group because they like to go to the same bar. As a grassroots player with no professional background, as a single Chinese player, Guran, this isolation is obvious. It is even more difficult to integrate. To put it bluntly, even if you are humble and serve others as a grandson, you may not be able to integrate. Therefore, every Chinese player playing football overseas is extremely difficult and will definitely be bullied. In addition to being tough, you must also have extraordinary strength to gain a foothold step by step. This is even more difficult than playing football in the English League One. This is also a necessary test for becoming a professional player in a foreign country. For this, Guran has long been mentally prepared. The road ahead is long and treacherous, but even if there are thorns all over the ground and bullets raining down, it can't stop Guran's passionate pace. Guran continued to dribble the ball steadily, and said coldly, "My career is not decided by you." Davis was stunned, raised his thumb and said, "Okay. You have guts. Then let's see how long you can last in this isolated environment." Guran said proudly, "I can last a long time. Originally, I wanted to add a sentence even your mother knows, but after thinking about it, I held back. I have to hold back. After all, I was surrounded by more than 30 people. If a fight really broke out, even if I could avoid being at a disadvantage, I would not be able to gain an advantage." As a reborn person, Guran was very calm. Davis sneered, "Boy, you are so arrogant. Do you know that people as arrogant as you will not survive more than 2 episodes in a TV series?" Guran said proudly, "Sorry, I'm not a supporting role, I'm the protagonist." Davis shook his head and said, "There is no TV series, movie, or novel where the protagonist is so arrogant." Guran said, "Don't you see it now?" Davis was slightly stunned, then said fiercely, "Boy, I'm not here to argue with you. Let me tell you, you owe me 2 debts now. One is the debt for destroying a locker room, and the other is the debt for occupying my parking space no. 1. I will settle these 2 debts with you. I'll make a clear deal first, because I'm a reasonable person, so that you don't feel wronged and innocent at that time." Guran smiled, "I didn't destroy the locker room, and I didn't vomit in the locker room, but since you want to blame me, I have nothing to say. As for parking space no. 1, did you buy the parking space?" Davis said arrogantly, "That's not the case, but this is the rule. Everyone knows the parking space no. 1 belongs to the person with the highest status in the team. You, a newcomer who has never played a professional game, are not worthy of parking in parking space no. 1. Guran sneered, "Since it is not a rule set by the club, why should I follow your rules? 1 parking space no. 1. Okay, it's very simple. Just get to Staplewood earlier than me." The muscles on Davis' face twitched suddenly. "Chinese boy, you will regret it soon. My brothers and I will let you know what workplace rules are." Guran stepped on the football under his feet and was not afraid at all. "Then come on." Davis stared at Guran's eyes tightly. Guran also stared at Davis' eyes tightly. The atmosphere in the field was extremely tense. The surrounding players all held their breath, waiting for Davis's order, and they rushed up to fight. Although fighting is strictly prohibited in the Southampton club, when all the players start fighting, the club cannot expel everyone. What's more, it was Boss Davis who took the lead. After a few seconds of stalemate, Coach Adkins walked into the training ground with the coaching staff. The head coach, assistant coach, physical coach, equipment coach, goalkeeper coach, Guran's exclusive one-on-one coach, Guran's exclusive team doctor, and exclusive physiotherapist all walked into the training ground. Davis' eyes moved slightly, and then he lowered his voice to Guran and said, "Boy, be careful during training." Guran sneered, "Okay." Davis glared at Guran again, then quickly turned around and left, walking towards the bench outside the field. Harding. Other players. At this time, Coach Adkins came over with the cold poker face. "What are you all doing here?" All the players' hearts tightened, and no one dared to step forward to respond. Their boss Davis was obediently changing his jersey on the bench at this time. Guran, who was surrounded in the middle, smiled and said calmly, "Oh, there is no coach. Everyone is very enthusiastic about me and wants to teach me." The players surrounding Guran blushed. Chapter 267. Warm-up run beats the whole team. Coach Jacob. Looks like I have to get serious. Coach Adkins looked around and asked majestically, "Really?" Yes. "Coach, let's go change clothes first." Chinese boy, "No, Gu, you practice well." The players smiled awkwardly and left in disgrace. Coach Adkins said to Guran in a deep voice, "Gu, if someone bullies you, you can tell me." Coach Adkins was still so concise. Guran smiled and shrugged, No one bullied me at all. Coach, you may not believe it, but I actually bullied them alone, but I will not admit it." Guran then smiled and said, "The relationship between us is very good, so good that it can be described as warm and a mess." Coach Adkins frowned slightly. How could he not see the murderous fierceness in the eyes of other players just now? But since Guran didn't mention it, Coach Adkins didn't pursue it too much. This is a professional team, not a kindergarten. Even if he is the head coach, he can't control it. Coach Adkins nodded slightly, "Okay. Anyway, you can come to me if you have anything." Guran smiled and said, "Thank you, Coach." Coach Adkins said again, "Get ready to gather and warm up." "Okay." Grant put away the football. On the other side, the other players gathered around Captain Davis. "Captain, you walked so fast just now." "Yeah, we haven't reacted yet." "You are worthy of being our captain." "But then again, that Chinese guy didn't even complain about us just now. He must be afraid of us, ha ha ha." No, he dared to confront Captain Davis. How could he be afraid of us? So it seems that this kid is quite honest. "Hey, Lambert, you actually spoke for the kid." "I didn't. As long as Boss Davis gives the order, I promise to be the first to rush up and beat him." I also think that the kid did a very honest thing. He didn't escalate the grievances and conflicts between our players to the level of coaches and executives. Of course, it doesn't affect me to rush up and beat him. "Okay, stop arguing. Listen to what Boss Davis says first." The players all looked at Davis. Davis is their backbone, although this backbone will run away first. Davis pursed his lips. This Chinese kid is really tough. To be honest, I really admire him a little bit. Harding and others all twitched their lips. Lambert and Schneiderlin would have said that, but Boss Davis, why are you so arrogant? Walton took out his snuff and took a puff, shaking his head and said, "That kid is one of all of us. How can we let him continue to be arrogant? He must pay the price." Davis nodded. "That's right. Let's do this. When we warm up together later, Walton, Jetty and Font, the three of you will block the kid in front, and Harding and your brothers will block him in the middle. Luke Shaw will give you a chance. You kick the kid's left from behind, and let him taste the feeling of falling to the ground and getting injured." Walton and Jetty are both experienced veterans, and both are strong central defenders. Add in the 26-year-old defender Font, and such a blocking combination is so difficult that even a fly can't fly over, let alone a human. Harding and his men blocked the flanks, which could also prevent Guran from breaking out from the side, ensuring that there would be no mistakes. "Okay. The boss has made the arrangements very clear. Let's do it." Haha, I can already imagine the desperate and terrified expression on this kid's face as he lay on the ground. The players were eager to fight, and they were all very excited. Luke Shaw scratched his head. "Boss, why did I kick him?" Walton said unhappily, "Such a good job of meritorious service is given to you, and you still don't want to do it." Harding immediately said, "Boss, let me switch with Luke Shaw." Davis waved his hand. "It's Luke. Luke, don't kill him, just kick him to the ground. After all, that kid is also a member of our Southampton club. As the captain, even if I want to discipline the newcomers who don't know the rules, I will never allow malicious harm to our own people. Do you understand?" "Yes, boss. I understand." Davis arranged Luke Shaw to kick Guran, just because he didn't want to make things out of control. From this point of view, Davis is not too bad. The players quickly changed their training clothes and shoes in the open air. Assistant coach Andy was puzzled. "What's going on today? Why are everyone changing clothes on the sidelines?" Head coach Adkins smiled with satisfaction. "Although I don't know why, the atmosphere is still very good." Dedicated coach Jacob walked up to Guran with a stern face. "Gu, you must first follow that team to warm up and run for 15 minutes, and then do dynamic stretching exercises together. After that, the other players will be divided into groups for recovery training, and you will go to the gym with me for one-on-one special training. As a defender, you're thin and it is easy for the opponent's forwards and wingers to target you on the court, so I will first give you a 1.5-hour strength training." Guran said expectantly, "Okay, Coach Jacob." Coach Jacob added, "In addition, in an hour and a half, you will have to return to the training ground, and Coach Adkins will conduct 3 tests. After taking the test, I will accompany you to continue the one-on-one training. Be prepared, you will experience authentic Real Madrid-style training at that time, and I hope you can stick to it." Guran smiled. "Okay, coach. There is nothing more worth looking forward to than experiencing Real Madrid-level training in a club like Southampton." Coach Jacob walked away expressionlessly. The team also quickly gathered under the organization of Captain Davis. This is much better than the sparse and lazy gathering in the morning. Davis still has a very high status among the players. With Davis, the players dare not slack off. The players lined up in 2 large rows at the starting line. Walton and other central defenders deliberately stood in front of Guran. Harding and his brothers also stood in the front row, winking at each other. Guran was sandwiched in the middle of the second row. "Were you trying to mess with me?" Guran's mouth curled up with an excitement that was difficult to conceal. Beep. With a whistle of assistant coach Andy, the 15-minute warm-up run began. Walton, Harding and others immediately formed an arc and circled in formation around Guran behind them. Luke Shaw also rushed towards Guran with his head down. Guran let go of the players around him, suddenly switched to the outer circle, and then accelerated directly with the son of Wit. Speed 71, burst 77, high speed sprint +4, extreme acceleration. Son of wind +2, full on. Guran was like a bullet fired from a barrel, brushing past the encirclement in an instant, and leaving the main force behind in the blink of an eye. Luke Shaw was stunned. What was going on? Where are the people? Don't even mention the leg bend, you can't even touch the leg hair. Don't even mention the leg hair, you can't even touch the shadow. Walton, Harding and others were also stunned. How could this Chinese kid be so fast? The arc interception prepared in advance couldn't stop him. This breakthrough is even sharper than the forward. How is this possible? It must be that our combination is wrong. Captain Davis was also stunned. Damn it. No wonder this kid is so crazy. This startup sprint speed is really not exaggerated. What are you still standing there for? Chase him. The whole team accelerated desperately. The warm-up running rhythm that was supposed to be steady under Guran's impact immediately turned into a blood-boiling racing mode. The Southampton players gritted their teeth and chased. Guran maintained a high-frequency sprint rhythm and continued to distance himself from the main force. Those players had not trained much during the holiday, and they had just mimicked violently. Their bodies were weak and their calves were soft. How could they catch up with Guran, who was always in a good competitive state? In less than a minute and a half, Guran had left everyone behind by half a lap. All the Southampton players were going crazy. These awesome professional players wanted to unite to deal with Guran, but now they were all going to be counterattacked by Guran. It was a matter of dignity. The Southampton players gritted their teeth and ran wildly. Their running rhythm was messed up, and it was counterproductive. Seeing such a warm-up scene, the exclusive coach Jacob on the sidelines frowned and complained in a deep voice. Guran, this kid, can't warm up at first glance. He sprinted so fast at the beginning, how can he maintain the same sprinting frequency for 15 minutes? Just running like this, even if he can finish the run, he will collapse after the run and don't have to do anything. I really don't understand why the club bought such a grassroots player who has not been through the professional youth training camp. And let me, an assistant coach trained in Real Madrid, come to him one-on-one. This is asking me to teach him from the beginning. Coach Adkins next to him continued to keep a poker face. He is going to start circling. Coach Jacob. As he spoke, Guran easily overtook from the outside lane and directly circled most of the Southampton players. In front of Guran, there were only two people left, Lallana and Chamberlain. Coach Jacob said, I know Lallana and Chamberlain, two players from our youth training camp. They are very fast and have a steady rhythm. Guran can't catch them. As soon as he finished speaking, Guran also caught Lallana and Chamberlain. Coach Jacob said, although Lallana and Chamberlain were caught once, Gu can't catch them for the second time. 3 minutes later, Guran caught Lallana and Chamberlain twice. Coach Jacob said, although, assistant coach Andy said distressedly, Jacob, shut up now. The 15-minute warm-up run was over. Guran stopped feeling comfortable, breathing steadily, and sweating slightly. Looking back at the players who were caught by him for 5 laps, they were all panting and sweating, and they could hardly stand. There were even a few players kneeling on the grass and retching they really couldn't vomit anything else. In fact, this is certainly not their true level. As professional players, they certainly wouldn't be so bad as to be trapped by Guran 5 times in a row. It's just because they didn't keep training during the holidays, and they were still drinking and partying the day before returning. In addition, they just mimicked in the locker room, and their bodies were already very weak. Moreover, Guran sprinted right at the beginning, disrupting their own rhythm, which also greatly affected them. In contrast, Guran was in full condition. It was natural for them to be trapped 5 times. Guran walked past Davis and others easily, and sneered unceremoniously. What's wrong? You're all soft in just 15 minutes. Lights, lights, lights. The players led by Davis were dropping bubbles. Being trapped by the new grassroots is already humiliating enough, and being trapped 5 times in a row was simply opening the door to humiliation, humiliating to the extreme. Guran concentrated his mind and sweated, and then picked up Lambert's precision stop +1 skill from the many blue and white bubbles. Although this skill is not a star skill, it is definitely a very practical skill. As for the other people's skills and training results, Guran thought about it and decided to wait and see. After all, there was only one last chance to pick up today. If he could get another talent point, it would be perfect. At this time, assistant coach Andy clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Don't sit or lie down, start dynamic stretching in 1 minute." The players were about to cry. Fake, the damn Chinese kid. Too cruel. I need to replenish electrolytes. Was still his snuff. Give me 2 puffs. 1 minute later, the players struggled to get up and gathered in front of assistant coach Andy, and under the leadership of assistant coach Andy, they began dynamic stretching. Andy Williams, also a player from Southampton's youth training, and in professional competitions, he was also a good player. After retiring, he returned to the Southampton club and became an assistant coach. Under the leadership of assistant coach Andy, the players jogged around the obstacle cones and swung their legs to stretch. First do a set of right leg swing stretches, then go back to the starting point of the obstacle cones, and then do a set of left leg swing stretches. Next is lunge stretching, also 1 set for each leg. Then low frequency lateral highlight running on the left and right sides. Then bend over and touch the ground after each obstacle cone and stand up. Then touch the right foot with the left hand, and the left foot with the right hand. Then touch the right foot with the left hand, and the left foot with the back. Finally, dynamic jumping jacks. After doing this set of dynamic stretching, all the players had bit their mouths and wailed. Only Guran was relaxed and comfortable. After the dynamic stretching, assistant coach Andy announced, "Take a 5-minute break. Then divide into groups for free training. Test in 1.5 hours." Yes. The players collapsed on the grass as if they were liberated. It was so fierce on the first day of their return, it was really unbearable. Now, let alone revenge on Guran, they didn't even want to stand up. Guran ignored these weak players and rushed to Coach Jacob. "Coach Jacob, let's start as soon as possible." Coach Jacob said with a straight face, "Do you want to take a break first?" Guran shrugged, "Isn't the dynamic stretching just now a break?" Coach Jacob nodded, "Very good, let's go to the gym." "Okay." Guran followed Coach Jacob with anticipation. His exclusive teammate Maeve and exclusive physical therapist Gregory also followed with a look of excitement. After arriving at the gym in the complex building, Coach Jacob placed 4 obstacle hurdles with a spacing at 1 meter and a height of 1 meter and 2 meters. Let's start with the simplest jump, which is also to exercise your waist and abdominal muscle strength. You haven't received professional training in the youth training camp, so I will show you a demonstration first. You must watch carefully, because I will only show it once. Coach Jacob stretched briefly, then put his legs together and easily jumped over the 4 obstacle hurdles. Do you understand? Guran. I understand. 1 set of 4 hurdles, do 10 sets at a time, rest for 2 minutes, do it again, do it 4 times in total, then rest for 5 minutes. If you can stick to it, we will do strength projects. Okay, coach. In order to make your training more efficient, I will accompany you. I will try to be slower, but if you are slower than me, then your training will not pass. You have to keep practicing until this item passes. Understood. Okay, let's start. Coach Jacob gave an order, and Guran followed Coach Jacob's legs and jumped up. This kind of jump is too easy for Guran, who has excellent waist and abdominal core strength. After the first set, he left Coach Jacob behind by an obstacle bar, and as his proficiency deepened, Guran got faster and faster. Coach Jacob was going to jump slowly at first. After all, Guran was a grassroots who had never received training in the youth training camp, but after 1 set, Coach Jacob was shocked. This kid is something. It seems that I have to get serious. In the 3rd group, Coach Jacob was forced to show his true ability. So, Coach Jacob, who showed his true ability, was surpassed by Guran by 2 obstacles at the end of the 3rd group. Oh, things are gradually becoming interesting. In the 4th group, Coach Jacob was forced to show all his skills during the Real Madrid assessment. So, Coach Jacob, who showed all his skills during the Real Madrid assessment, was surpassed by Guran by 3 obstacles at the end of the 4th group. If this continues, he will be trapped by Guran. Coach Jacob began to sweat and was forced to show his ability that he had never shown before. So, Coach Jacob, who had never shown his ability that he had never shown before, had already started the 6th group at the end of the 5th group. Guran said while jumping at a fast pace, "Coach Jacob, you don't have to jump so slowly to save my face and make me pass the standard. You really don't have to." Coach Jacob, how is this possible? I'm going to lose. When I was in the Real Madrid assistant coach training class, even Mourinho praised me as a madman. This grassroots kid is even crazier than me. No. No. I absolutely cannot lose to him. I must live up to Mourinho's praise for me. Coach Jacob gritted his teeth and broke through his limits. Guran finished 10 sets, and Coach Jacob just started the 8th set. Coach Jacob was going crazy. Chapter 268 Real Madrid style hellish training. Guran. Coach, when does it start? Maeve and Gregory moved a bench and sat in front of Coach Jacob, eating popcorn and drinking mineral water, and occasionally taking pictures of the sweaty Coach Jacob with their mobile phones. Jacob, I told you to take back your ugly words a long time ago, but you refused to listen. Jacob, can you do it? If not, forget it. Jacob, this is not you training Gu, it's Gu training you. You see, Gu ran as to wait for you. The club paid you to come here, not for you to be trained by the players. Jacob, why don't you find more in Ho and let him open his eyes? The two of them were talking back and forth, and they were really insulting. Coach Jacob was a real man, gritting his teeth and finishing the 4 cycles. After the jump, Coach Jacob felt bad. This was his personal best, but it was also the result that Guran surpassed. Guran laughed and said, Coach, I know you must want to lower the standard so that I can pass, but there's really no need to do this. Let's move on to the next item as soon as possible, so that we can get one more item to train. What is our next item? Coach Jacob's mouth twitched slightly. The next item is pull-ups. Guran smiled and said, Oh, I know this. Coach Jacob gritted his teeth. Boy, I haven't finished talking. The next item is pull-ups, plus weighted crunches. Do you know what weighted crunches are? Let me show you. Wait a moment. Coach Jacob needed a break. Guran urged, Coach, no need to wait. I've been resting for almost 10 minutes. Coach Jacob took a deep breath and walked to the horizontal bar with all his strength. He jumped up and grabbed the horizontal bar, and then said to Guran, Go, find a dumbbell that you can bear, and put it on my feet. Then I will use the strength of my waist and abdomen to lift the dumbbell horizontally through my feet until it is perpendicular to the upper body and maintain it. At the same time, I have to do pull-ups. 6 inches a set, not 10, and a total of 4 sets, not 6 sets. Weighted pull-ups are also a required item for gym training. And weighted crunch pull-ups are an advanced training item. Don't think that it's just adding a dumbbell crunch, but crunch pull-ups alone are difficult to do, not to mention that you have to keep the dumbbell angle. In the training class for Real Madrid assistant coaches, this kind of training item is a 5-star health training item. Similarly, this is also Coach Jacob's best and most proud item. Coach Jacob won more in Ho's praise with this item. Coach Jacob was not going to use this training program easily. Even if he wanted to use it, he would wait until Guran, a grassroots player, was trained for a month or 2 before using it to shock him. However, since things have come to this point right at the beginning, let's use it quickly to support the situation. We must let Guran, a grassroots player, understand what is the Real Madrid style hell level training. What is the real gap? What is the strength that even more in Ho praised? Good coach. Guran ran to the barbell area excitedly and picked up a dumbbell. 10 kilograms is too light. Guran put down the 10-kilogram dumbbell and picked up a 15-kilogram dumbbell. It was still light. Guran put down the 15-kilogram dumbbell and picked up a 20-kilogram dumbbell. Guran weighed it and it was about right. I hope Coach Jacob from the Real Madrid assistant coach training class will not be angry because I only took a 20-kilogram dumbbell. It's better to take it step by step when training this kind of project for the first time. You can't increase it to 30 or 50 right away, otherwise it will be bad if you fail. Besides, I'm a grassroots player, and it shouldn't be embarrassing to only take 20 kilograms. After careful consideration, Guran walked back to the horizontal bar with a 20-kilogram dumbbell. Coach Jacob, who was hanging on the horizontal bar, did not forget to emphasize. Pay attention, when doing this exercise, the height of the pull-up must be in place, and the angle between the legs and the abdomen must be kept at 90 degrees vertical. It will not be considered qualified. You must fully utilize the strength of your core muscle groups. Before he finished speaking, Guran put the 20-kilogram dumbbell on Coach Jacob's feet. Coach Jacob's body fell suddenly. Coach Jacob almost screamed. When he was training in Real Madrid, he only did 10 kilograms of weighted pull-ups. He has never tried 20 kilograms. This is damn, it's not a weight that a person can roll up in the air. This kid, is it intentional? It must be intentional. He wants to embarrass me. Coach Jacob was about to yell when he heard Guran ask kindly, Coach, is this weight too light for you? Who was a product of Real Madrid? Ah. I am a product of Real Madrid. Coach Jacob's face was purple. Guran said sincerely, I know from your expression that you are definitely not satisfied with this weight, but this is my first time to receive professional one-on-one training. Coach, just take care of me. Let's proceed step by step. If it's heavier, I'm afraid I really can't do it. Coach Jacob's back teeth were almost broken. If you can do this weight, Coach, I will call you Coach. What are the expressions of Meg and Gregory opposite fake? Are they laughing at me? They are actually holding mobile phones in their hands to record. I am an assistant coach trained by Real Madrid Club. I am a crazy person that even more in who calls crazy. Real Madrid products must be top-notch. Fight. Coach Jacob prepared himself mentally, then exerted his strength suddenly, clamping the 20 kilograms barbell with his feet to do a crunch. After trembling for a long time, Coach Jacob finally kept the 20 kilograms dumbbell vertical with his upper body. However, his body was shaking violently because of the need to maintain such a weight, and he had no extra strength to do pull-ups. After a stalemate of more than 20 seconds, Coach Jacob gave up. Coach Jacob threw away the dumbbells and jumped off the horizontal bar. I suddenly feel that this training may be a little too early for you, Grant said with emotion. Coach, others say that you are very strict, but in my opinion, you are really very nice and considerate. You must be afraid that I can't complete the training, so you said that. Coach Jacob coughed. You can say that. Grant hurriedly said. Coach, I think I should be able to do it, otherwise let me try. Yeah, Coach Jacob sneered. Want to try? Okay, it's not bad to let you experience it, then you can try it. Coach Jacob made way and prepared to see Grant's joke. Thank you, Coach. Grant jumped lightly and grabbed the horizontal bar. Coach Jacob then bent down to pick up the 20 kilogram dumbbells and hung them on Grant's feet. If you can't stand it, just get down. Don't hurt yourself. Coach Jacob hadn't finished speaking when he saw Grant take a deep breath, his waist and abdomen burst out, and he easily completed the weighted crunch, holding the 20 kilograms dumbbells firmly at a vertical angle to his upper body. Coach Jacob's mouth widened immediately. What kind of core strength is this? This movement is simple, as if the 20 kilograms dumbbells are fake. Is this kid still a human? Just when Coach Jacob was extremely shocked, he saw Grant maintain the vertical state of the crunch, stretching his arms upward vigorously, and easily doing a weighted pull-up. While doing it, Grant asked, Coach, is this so? Am I doing this right? Coach Jacob, where is the universal gravitation? How can Newton not control the Chinese? What's going on? Is this kid really a grassroots? What kind of grass is this? What kind of root? This is iron grass. This is steel root. Maeve and Gregory, who were standing opposite the horizontal bar, celebrated by clapping their hands excitedly. Yeah. I knew it. Goo is awesome. I'm Goo's physical therapist. I have contributed to Goo's muscles. As Grant's exclusive team doctor, I must say that I have contributed to Grant's strong and healthy physique. Maeve and Gregory recorded the footage of Grant's training and Coach Jacob's surprised expression in the video. Grant finished 5 crunches easily, and suddenly frowned. No. I finally know why you didn't say anything, Coach. I must have done it wrong. Coach, when you did it just now, the crunch movements were very slow. I know that the slower it is, the higher the muscle strength required, but I did it all at once, and didn't let the muscles have a gradual control process, so I made a mistake at the beginning, and I have to start over. Coach Jacob. Grant put down his legs, slowly crunched again, and then maintained it, and then did pull-ups. After finishing a pull-up, Grant put his legs down again, and repeated the slow abdominal curling and pull-ups. Grant repeated 10 inches one breath. Counting the 5 he did before, this set was equivalent to doing 15 inches a row. Coach Jacob was so shocked that he was numb. He thought Grant was a grassroots person and had not received professional youth training. He thought Grant's body was thin and weak and needed to strengthen his strength. As a result, snap. After Grant finished the set, he jumped off the horizontal bar and rubbed his abdominal muscles and biceps with a grin. Yes, it's really sour. This training is really a bit difficult. I feel that my waist and abdominal core muscle groups, upper arm muscle groups, and back muscle groups are all torn. It seems that I can only use 20 kilograms dumbbells for training for the time being. If it is heavier, I can't complete the remaining 3 sets. Coach Jacob, do you feel your abdominal muscles are torn? I feel like my whole body is torn. Okay. Maeve and Gregory really didn't lie to me. It's true that ugly words should not be said in advance. Who could have known that this grassroots boy was so strong? I want to be his sparring partner. I can't bear this weight even if I have to sacrifice my life. Coach Jacob cleared his throat and said, well, Goo, you are really good. Grant smiled and said, it's all because of the coach's guidance. Now it's your turn, right? Coach Jacob was panicked. Maeve and Gregory cheered from the side. Go ahead, Jacob. Aren't you studying at Real Madrid? Jacob. Don't be scared. Coach Jacob took a deep breath and walked under the horizontal bar. Then, Coach Jacob breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it, I'm afraid there's not enough time. Goo, the rest of the time is yours. Take your time, don't rush. I'll watch you next to see if your movements are standard or not. Grant hurriedly said, thank you, Coach, you are so considerate, you gave me all the time. Guran jumped onto the horizontal bar again, and did 4 sets of exercises in the same way as before, taking breaks in between. Coach Jacob's mentality also quickly changed from shock and disbelief to discovering a treasure. This, too strong. Such a strong player, not to mention the only one in Southampton club, even in the entire English League One, is a unique existence. Even if it is placed in Real Madrid, it is an existence that can make Mourinho even crazier. Imagine, Jacob, a product of Real Madrid, trained a superstar one-on-one. Ha ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Jacob ran up with a big smile on his face, and carefully supported Guran. Are you tired? Take a break. Hey. Muff. Gregory. What are you two doing sitting there? Come over and give Gu a massage to relax his muscles. Fuck. Jacob, you changed too fast. Jacob, why don't you come as a sparring partner? We're still waiting to see you. Stop the bullshit. You two get to work. My Gu has to go back to the team to take the test soon. Don't let it affect his test results. By the way, nutritionist. Where is the nutritionist? Why hasn't the nutritionist come yet? Gu is such a high energy training, the nutritionist must keep up. Coach Jacob looked around. Guran smiled and said, thank you, coach. I think I'm okay. There's still half an hour before the test. Why don't we hurry up and skip these basic trainings and start the Real Madrid style training early? I can't wait to experience it. The muscles on Coach Jacob's face twitched. Gu, it's like this. Coach Jacob thought for a while, training is something that needs to be done slowly. You can't do it all at once. There are 30 minutes left, which is the time for massage and relaxation. This will ensure that your muscles are in perfect condition for the next training. Guran said gratefully, Coach, you really take care of me. But I really want to try Real Madrid's one-on-one training. Coach Jacob blushed and said, there will be, yes. Guran said helplessly, okay, it seems that I am too impatient. Then I will listen to the coach and start with this foundation. Coach Jacob nodded repeatedly, yes. Maven Gregory took over and began to check and massage Guran. Gregory took out the fustian knife directly. Guran clenched his teeth and tried not to scream. Gregory used all his strength, but Guran didn't say a word. That's right, to become a professional player, you have to look like a professional player. Gregory was so exhausted that he was almost paralyzed. He said in despair, it's over. I will never hear Gu's soul-stirring screams again. After the massage, the exclusive nutritionist Lorna came with 2 liters of snap drinks made of avocado, kale, spinach, celery, colostrum, white snake grass, apple enzyme, and fresh oyster juice squeezed by hand. Guran was instantly overwhelmed. This was something that scared Guran more than Coach Jacob's training and Gregory's fustian knife. Lorna smiled and said, Gu, it's time for a snack. Guran swallowed hard. Lorna, I'm not hungry yet. At this time, Rick should be called over. Rick must be very hungry now. Lorna said seriously, you think you are not hungry, but your body is actually hungry. Be good, drink it while it's fresh. It will become sticky after being left for a while and it will be even more unpalatable. Coach Jacob said, yes, Gu, your training volume is too large, you must have a snack. Drink it quickly. After drinking it, you can rest for a while and then go for the test. Guran said bitterly, okay. Lorna said, drink it all. I'll supervise you here. Guran took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and gulped it down. This taste is unmatched. After drinking 2 liters of snacks, Guran felt like he was going to die. But after drinking it, the fatigue of the whole body was really relieved a lot, and his physical strength were also restored. Lorna said with satisfaction, not bad. It seems that I can use more materials next time. Guran. At this time, Rick, who was very fast, walked into the gym with a pale face, holding a few sets of new training clothes in his hands. It can be seen that Rick's big belly has shrunk a lot. Without waiting for Rick to speak, Guran said, thank you for your hard work, Rick. Rick smiled gratefully, thank you Gu, I found a new training suit for you. In addition, your No. 8 jersey has been finalized. The Umbro factory is working on it urgently. It is estimated that 1,000 pieces will be produced before the open class tomorrow. Damn. The foreign factory is so fast. It is estimated that they are working overtime urgently. I have to say that the club is really nice. Guran said, okay, Rick. You are really fast. Rick smiled weakly and proudly. I am still confident in my speed. Gu, I have a request, chapter 269. Exciting. The first pre-season game is against Liverpool. Chamberlain's prostate break. Guran immediately said, Rick, just tell me. Rick grinned, when you're 1000 no. 8 jerseys come out, in addition to the 5 sets of jerseys you always have, you still have 100 sets at your disposal. Can you give me one signed by you? Guran was stunned at first, then smiled and said, I thought it was something else, it turns out to be a jersey, of course there's no problem with this. Although they had just met for a while, Guran was still very satisfied with his personal assistant. Especially in terms of food reserves. Rick said happily, thank you. Goo. You are such a good boss. Seeing this, Moff immediately said, Goo, give me a signed set too. Guran smiled and said, no problem. Seeing this, Gregory immediately said, Goo. And me, I want one too. Guran nodded and said, okay. Exclusive coach Jacob cleared his throat and said in a pretentious tone, when I was studying at Real Madrid, I also received a signed sports t-shirt from Mourinho. Goo, if you give me one of your signed jerseys, I will put you together with Mourinho. Damn coach, you are so kind, how can I refuse? Guran said quickly, Coach, I'll give you 2 sets, one for home and one for away. You can use mine to clamp Mourinho's front and back. Coach Jacob smiled happily and said, okay. I will make sure you clamp them tightly. Lloyd asked, Goo, what about me? I want your autograph too. Guran smiled and said, here. These people will be a small team serving him in the future, so of course they have to be pampered, just a few jerseys, it's really nothing. That's great, Goo. Being Goo's exclusive, although I always have to work overtime, but the benefits are really great. Goo, we're about to return to the test. You should take a shower and then go to the training ground. Okay. Guran took off the wet old training suit directly. Lloyd screamed ah. It's really a great benefit. Lloyd wanted to take out her phone. Guran then remembered that there was a woman in the team, and quickly used the old training suit to cover his muscular upper body. Sorry. Lloyd smiled and said, Goo, I changed my mind. I don't want your new jersey for now. Give me this old training suit in your hand. Guran hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Lloyd. This old training suit is my memory of the bulk steel horns. I want to keep it for myself. Okay then. Lloyd shrugged, then I still want to sign new jerseys. Why did it become 2 again? Do you need me to hold it for you, Lloyd? It doesn't matter, there are a lot of spare ones anyway. There are 100 sets of free disposal. It won't be that I will be without jerseys to wear in the end, right? Guran smiled and said, when the new jerseys arrive tomorrow, I will sign them for you one by one. I'm going to take a shower first. After that, Guran picked up a brand new training suit and walked into the locker room in the gym to take a shower and change clothes. The locker room in the gym is a little simple, but it is better than the locker room at the training ground. After changing into training clothes, Guran walked out in high spirits. From Coach Jacob to nutritionist Lorna, everyone present was stunned. Guran in the red training suit was so handsome. He could rely on his looks, but he insisted on training hard. Guran is simply the Santa Cruz of Southampton. So handsome that he glows. To be honest, with this look and these muscles, he can make his debut in a romantic action movie. Guran felt a little embarrassed by being stared at. Thank you everyone, I'm going to the training ground, see you later. Okay. Goo, come on. We'll go to the training ground to watch you test later. Coach Jacob and others watched Guran walk out of the gym. Coach Jacob took a deep breath and said excitedly, that's great. From the perspective of the coach I studied at Real Madrid, Goo will definitely become a superstar. Maeve said proudly, since I became Goo's exclusive team doctor, Goo has not been sick or injured, I'm awesome. Gregory also said proudly, Goo's success is due to my Foscha knife, only I can make Goo scream. Lloyd stared at the door absent-mindedly, I only gave Goo a nutritious meal and snacks, and the effect is so good. I'm really amazing. Rick curled his lips, speaking of credit, in fact, I have the greatest credit. You may not know that I have given everything I have. Several people looked at each other and laughed proudly. When Guran came to the training ground in high spirits, the group training of other players had already ended. The players were all lying on the ground with dust on their faces. The training intensity on the return day was not high at all, but for them who had not trained much during the holidays and had just mimicked violently, such a simple training level was difficult for them to bear. Seeing Guran walking into the training ground refreshed, the players immediately got angry. Chamberlain stood up suddenly and then sat down weakly. There was no way, he really had the will but not the strength. Coach Adkins frowned, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with the training success of these old players except Guran. This was not the state of a professional team at all. Coach Adkins cleared his throat. Come and gather, get ready to start the test. The players complained and dragged their tired bodies to Coach Adkins to gather. Coach Adkins had a cold poker face, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "The next test is just a simple test." All the players present breathed a sigh of relief. Coach Adkins said again, "Those who fail will be recorded in my little notebook, and their chances in playing time in the preseason will be reduced." The players present breathed back the breath they had just let out. Coach Adkins said again, "Of course, I will not decide your future because of this test." All the players present breathed a sigh of relief again. Coach Adkins said again, "I will also decide your future based on your performance in the open training class tomorrow." The players present breathed back the air they had released twice. Coach Adkins said again, "I know everyone is a professional, I believe everyone will meet the standard." The players present did not dare to breathe again. This back and forth deep breathing was really killing him. Coach Adkins said again, "In addition, regarding the preseason warm-up matches, I have received warm-up invitations from many clubs. There are a total of 6 preseason matches, and I have preliminarily identified 6 opponents suitable for our warm-up. We will play with Liverpool, Arsenal, Newcastle United, Wycombe Wanderers, Torquay United, and our city rivals, Southampton Club, in nearly a month and a half." Wow! All the players present exclaimed. In the 6 preseason warm-up matches, 3 of them are Premier League teams. There is no need to say much about the relationship between Newcastle United and Southampton. With Alan Shearer, the fans of the two teams are as close as brothers. Liverpool and Arsenal, the top clubs, actually took the initiative to invite us to play friendly matches. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of the top clubs. Even Gourin couldn't help but get excited. He played Liverpool's U18 team with the U18 team before, and now he has the opportunity to play directly with Liverpool's first team. Although the pre-season match cannot be considered a formal match, and the main players of Liverpool's first team and Arsenal's first team may not play, it is really exciting to play against Liverpool and Arsenal. And that's not all. The English League Two teams Wycombe Wanderers and Torquay United are both acquaintances. Watergate and Brecker at Wycombe Wanderers. Tyrannosaurus Rex is at Torquay United. Haha. I can play on the same field with my old teammates and abuse them. Gourin couldn't hold back anymore, and wished that time would pass quickly so that he could play the pre-season warm-up match earlier. Then I heard the head coach Adkins continue. The order and specific time of the 6 games have not been arranged yet. But if nothing unexpected happens, this Friday, which is 4 days later, we will first play against Liverpool at Anfield. Wow! The players were furious again. The pre-season game started with Liverpool. Isn't this too exciting? Adkins said again. Basically, everyone has a chance, including the reserve players. Whether you can play at Anfield depends on your recent training and test performance. After all 6 pre-season games are played, I will summarize your performance in the past 1.5 months to determine the roster for the new season. Okay, next I will talk about the specific content of today's 3 simple tests. The first one is the elastic band sprint test. The second one is the pole obstacle dribbling test. The third one is the 10,000-meter run test. It was okay to hear the first 2 tests, but when they heard the last test, the players couldn't hold it anymore. This new head coach is simply a devil. How can you do a 10,000-meter run test on the first day of your return? He was already physically weak and had vomited a lot. Now he had to take a 10,000-meter test. This was going to kill him. Only Gourin was ecstatic. The new head coach Adkins was just what he wanted. Adkins continued to put on an expressionless poker face. For the first test, 2 people of similar weight will form a group. One of them will sprint first, and the other will hold the elastic band behind to stop them. They will sprint 50 meters. If they finish within 1 minute, they will pass. Please ask Coach Andy to divide them into groups. Okay, Coach Adkins. Coach Andy immediately took out the roster and named the players according to their weights. Gourin weighed 72 kilograms and was assigned to Group 7 with Chamberlain, who weighed 71 kilograms. After hearing the name, Chamberlain gave Gourin a hideous smile and imitated the action in the movie, making a gesture of wiping his neck to Gourin. Seeing Chamberlain's clear and stupid eyes, Gourin couldn't help but want to laugh. Soon, the first test began. Southampton's professional players are all experienced and they are all on the same team. Of course, they are giving each other a break in this test. The elastic band looks very full, but it is just a pretense. There is not much resistance at all. The first 6 groups completed the 50-meter sprint easily within half a minute. Next, it was the sprint test of the 7th group, Gourin or Chamberlain. Chamberlain said arrogantly, "Chinese boy, you go first." Guran smiled and said, "Okay." Guran put the elastic band around his waist. Chamberlain also put the other end around his waist, and then tightly wrapped the elastic band around his arms several times. Chamberlain. "Come on. Fuck him. Chamberlain. Fuck him. Don't let this kid meet the standard." The other players cheered Chamberlain on. Chamberlain smiled complacently. "Don't worry. I can make this Chinese kid not run even 1 meter. Ah. Chinese kid, you're doomed to lose. Chinese kid, you're about to lose face. This is the result of offending all of us. We are targeting you on purpose. Ha ha ha. Are you scared?" The other players sneered complacently, trying to disturb Guran's mentality. Guran just smiled slightly, bent his legs slightly, and prepared to sprint. Seeing this, Chamberlain immediately shifted his center of gravity backward and tightly grasped the elastic band. The test has not started yet, but Chamberlain has already been pulling Guran hard. "Are you ready?" Assistant coach Andy blew a whistle. Guran rushed forward fiercely like a cannonball. The elastic band was stretched into thin strips at an exaggerated degree visible to the naked eye. Chamberlain had already made full preparations, but at the same time the whistle sounded, his arm was severely twisted by the elastic band, and his body was pulled by an indescribable force to run. Chamberlain was completely dumbfounded. The players present were also dumbfounded. They could all see that Chamberlain was pulling desperately, not letting up at all, but pulling desperately like this was no different from letting up. Chamberlain gritted his teeth and pulled desperately. His feet plowed 2 deep grooves on the grass. He couldn't pull it at all. Everyone present was shocked. Even Coach Adkins widened his eyes in surprise. This kind of training scene was the first time he, as the head coach, had seen it. Guran's strength did not weaken under Chamberlain's desperate pulling, but became stronger and stronger. Under such a powerful confrontation, Chamberlain couldn't control it at all. When Guran rushed out more than 20 meters, Chamberlain fell to the ground with a dog chewing mud. Prostate break. Can't stop anymore. Wherever Chamberlain passed, only a shallow groove was left, and it became shallower and shallower. Guran plowed Chamberlain in one go and rushed across the 50-meter line. Guran braked with great force, while Chamberlain behind him flew 5 or 6 meters away under the inertia of the elastic band. The whole team was suffocating. The players forgot to help Chamberlain. Chamberlain struggled on his own. "It's okay, I'm fine." Guran smiled and said, "Chamberlain, you really tried your best. Now it's my turn to stop you." The muscles on Chamberlain's face twitched slightly, but he said nonchalantly, "Come on." Guran calmly put on the elastic band. Chamberlain took a deep breath, put on the elastic band and stood at the starting line. "Chamberlain, come on. You also plow that kid back. Chamberlain, we are with you." The surrounding players cheered for Chamberlain. Chamberlain clenched his fists hard. "Watch me." Beep as assistant coach Andy blew a whistle, Chamberlain sprinted with all his strength. His sprinting speed is also one of the best in the Southampton club, and his strength is also strong enough. In the blink of an eye, Chamberlain rushed out 10 meters. The elastic band was also tightened and straightened at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the elastic band was pulled to the limit and stopped moving. Guran stood firmly on the starting line in a horse stance, as heavy as a mountain. Chamberlain had only rushed out more than 10 meters when he was suddenly grabbed. His stomach was almost broken by the elastic band. Everyone present exclaimed. Guran and Chamberlain's weights were obviously similar. Guran was only 1 kilogram heavier than Chamberlain at most, but the difference in strength between the two was so obvious. Chamberlain looked stronger than Guran, but in front of Guran's strength, Chamberlain was as weak as a chicken. Ah! Chamberlain rushed forward desperately. His leg muscle groups seemed to explode, and the grass under his feet was slightly trembling because of his stepping. But he just stood still and couldn't run out at all. Guran's muscles were also tense to the extreme. This is Chamberlain, the future king of memes. It feels so good to be able to compete with the future king of memes. Guran's adrenaline burst, and he took a step back. Chamberlain immediately felt that he was not running in place, but running backwards. Is this okay? Chamberlain was flustered, using his hands and feet to lie on the ground and rush forward. Snap! Maiden's elastic band was actually broken. The broken elastic band hit the surrounding players tightly, causing screams. Guran took several steps back before he stabilized his body. Chamberlain was not prepared, and he bounced directly along the grass, spitting several meters of grass and mud. This can be regarded as replenishing nutrition after vomiting. Chamberlain didn't have time to spit out the grass and mud in his mouth, and climbed up with his hands and feet, sprinting to the finish line. Finally, within the time limit of 1 minute, Chamberlain completed the test. Chamberlain was full of fear. Guran was full of regret. Coach Adkins showed a wry smile on his poker face. Very good, treating teammates as opponents and training. This is what I want. Other players. After the first test, all but more than 30 players passed the test. Then, the second test of dribbling around the pole obstacle began. Assistant Coach Addy placed human wall signs, obstacle cones, jump boxes and other fixed equipment on the training ground. The placement of these equipment is basically irregular, and more than a dozen obstacles are distributed in the 50-meter half-court. The requirement is that the ball must be passed within 2 minutes, and if the ball cannot be controlled in the middle, 10 seconds will be added to the time score. While Assistant Coach Addy was placing the obstacles, Chamberlain, covered in grass and mud, walked to Guran with a gloomy face. Chinese boy. Chamberlain frowned and said, "You are indeed strong." Guran said, "You are not bad either." Chamberlain said coldly, "But this does not mean that we will become friends. We will never become friends. You are still the public enemy of the whole team. I will still target you." Guran couldn't help but want to laugh. "Okay, I get it." Chamberlain said again, "The last time, we were even tied." Tie. Hectares, childish. Guran shook his head. "No, it was obviously me who beat you so badly." Chamberlain's mouth trembled. Lights. Chapter 270. The whole team exploded with taunts. Guran. "I am lonely, I am empty. Oh, there is an unexpected reward. I hope Chamberlain will not drop any reverse skills like hard-headed +1. Guran complained in his heart, while calmly concentrating his mind to check. Direct insertion in the middle +1. Guran. "What the hell is this?" Chamberlain, "You're a promising winner. Why do you always want to go to the middle? Even if you drop a cut inside from the wing." "Well, who told you that you are Shangushen? But this skill is really useless. Direct insertion in the middle, you have to look at the timing. How can you insert it whenever you want? Forget it, there is only one chance to pick up today. If I can get it again in the future, I will talk about it." Chamberlain, including this time, "You have made me go to the middle twice." Guran directly ignored the bubble under Chamberlain's feet. At this time, Coach Addy had already set up the obstacles on the field, and the second test began immediately. The players controlled the ball and turned through the 50-meter obstacle area in the order of roll call. The setting of obstacles seems random, but in fact, it is very particular. The distance and angle of two adjacent obstacles require precise ball control and change of direction to pass. Southampton's players are all professional players, and their basic skills of ball control and dribbling are also very solid. Especially Lambert, Lallana, Schneiderlin, Chamberlain, their footwork is first class, not inferior to the players of the English Premier League. Although Chamberlain looks stupid, from his series of actions of controlling the ball, dribbling, changing lines and accelerating, he can be called world-class below the neck. Looking at the performance of these players, Guran was secretly excited in his heart. These guys are all good targets for free. Ball control, stopping the ball, dribbling, and repeated line changes in narrow areas are also skills that need to be strengthened at present. It's so cool to join the professional team. Guran's eyes became hot when he looked at the players. Soon, it was Guran's turn to test. The players present booed one after another. Guran began to dribble despite the boos. Guran used high-speed sprint dribbling +4 and 5-star reverse foot +2. His feet seemed to have magnetic force to control a football, and he easily and elegantly crossed obstacles one after another. Originally, he didn't plan to use skills. But since the whole team was booing, he had to let them see it. Seeing that Guran could control the ball smoothly with both feet, the other players were all stunned. Is it necessary for a left back to be so flexible with both feet? And the speed of crossing obstacles is faster than that of forward Lallana. This is going to be heaven. Captain Davis couldn't help but frown and said, "Is this Chinese kid really a grassroots? You're grassroots like this now?" "No." 22 Connolly exclaimed, "This kid really has the capital to be arrogant. No wonder the club's top executives think so highly of him." Vice Captain Walton added a puff of snuff. It's too early to say that. He hasn't played a professional game yet. What's the point of being able to dribble a ball? It won't be too late to talk about whether he has the capital when he enters the English League One." The other players stopped talking one after another. Guran's basic skills really shocked them. Guran was indeed a grassroots player, but judging from these two tests, he was not bad at all, but very strong. The second round of tests ended quickly. Most of the players passed, and only a few players in the reserve team were a little behind the stipulated time. Coach Adkins was quite satisfied with the results of this round of tests. He was even more satisfied with Guran's performance. Coach Adkins was originally worried that Guran had not received training in a professional youth training camp, and his basic skills in ball control would be very poor. Unexpectedly, when compared with these professional players, Guran was not at all inferior. Compared with the last time Coach Adkins watched the game at Southampton High School, Guran's progress was very, very obvious. It was simply a reborn level. What if he was trained well? Coach Adkins couldn't help but curl up a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. Coach Adkins wrote a few words in a small notebook he carried with him, then closed it and said in a deep voice, "Okay, now we will conduct the last 10,000-meter run test. The requirements are very simple. You'll pass if you finish the run within 40 minutes. The players immediately wailed in pain. 40 minutes. For professional football players, this standard is not too high, but it is definitely not low. What's more, everyone has been tired all day and their physical energy is basically exhausted. In the end, they have to run 10,000 meters within 40 minutes. Coach Adkins completely ignored the players wailing, "Get ready, start in 2 minutes." The players urgently replenished water and snacks, and some guys even hid in the corner to take snuff. Ross Davis, Harding approached Davis and lowered his voice, "Should we mess with the Chinese guy again?" Davis frowned slightly. "Forget it this time, let's focus on our physical fitness and make sure we can pass the 10,000-meter test. Tomorrow is an open training session for senior management and important fans, and in 4 days there will be a pre-season friendly match with Liverpool's first team. As the captain, Davis still wants the team to win." Harding said unwillingly, "But that kid is too crazy. He put all of us in the warm-up run. If he does it again, where can we old players put our faces? We can't let this anger last overnight." Davis waved his hand in annoyance. "Do it yourself if you want to." "Well, Ross Davis, just wait and see." Harding grinned proudly. "I will make that kid regret offending us." Beep with the whistle of assistant coach Andy, the 10,000-meter run test began. This time, Walton and other strong central defenders did not block Guran in the front row, and Harding and his brothers did not intercept him from the side. Guran easily ran to the front of the team. Because it was a 10,000-meter long-distance race, no one would sprint at the beginning. However, Guran's starting speed was still very fast, and his stride was large and steady. In less than 5 minutes, Guran surpassed the entire team by half a lap. "Fuck, this Chinese kid really doesn't give us any face. I really want to kick him from behind. You make it sound like you can catch up with him. He can't run at such a fast speed, right? This is 10,000 meters, we have to allocate our physical energy reasonably. Humph, he definitely can't run. We must not let his initial speed disrupt our rhythm." "Yes, yes." The other players ran according to their own physical energy allocation. They were getting farther and farther away from Guran. Harding and his brothers deliberately slowed down and ran at the end of the team. "Get ready. If the Chinese guy dares to trap us, you guys should speed up and squeeze him, forcing him to slow down. Then I'll kick him and make him unable to play for at least a month." "Okay, boss." At critical moments, we still have to rely on our boss Harding. The whole team will thank us. Haha. Let that Chinese guy go crazy again. This time he will cry. The 5 little brothers were beaming with joy. 5 minutes later, Guran caught up steadily from behind and prepared to trap us. Harding immediately winked at his little brother. Guran keenly felt that something must be wrong here. Harding was the team's main left back. Even if speed was not his advantage, he would never fall to the back of the team. What's more, there were all his little brothers behind him. This was a trap. "Hectares, haven't you learned enough from the warm-up run? Okay, let's do it." Guran immediately rushed up decisively. 3 of the younger brothers suddenly accelerated and blocked the outer lane, while the other 2 brothers directly took action and pulled Guran's arm. Harding did not say a word and directly raised his foot to kick Guran's knee. All the coaching staff members on the sidelines exclaimed. Guran is Southampton's rising star and an important asset. If Guran was deliberately kicked during training, it would be troublesome. Coach Adkins's brows were twisted into a knot. At this moment, Guran suddenly hit him sideways and pulled him backhandedly. The 3 players who squeezed Guran on the outside were immediately knocked away by Guran, and the other player who pulled Guran's arm was pulled by Guran to the position where Guran just stood. Harding was startled, but it was too late to retract his foot. Bang! The tip of the shoe kicked heavily on his younger brother's thigh. The younger brother immediately covered his thigh and fell to the ground screaming. Guran took the opportunity to get rid of it and accelerated to complete the overtaking. "Yeah!" Maven Gregory on the sidelines cheered excitedly. The other coaching staff members also breathed a sigh of relief. Harding's face was full of shame and anger, but at this time he didn't care about his fallen brother, so he could only bite the bullet and continue to run with the team. Jacob, the exclusive coach on the sidelines, protested angrily to assistant coach Andy and head coach Atkins. Andy. Atkins. Did you see the terrible scene just now? Harding and others deliberately targeted Guran. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to happen in Real Madrid's training ground. I demand that the test be suspended immediately. Punish Harding and others. Assistant coach Andy also frowned and asked head coach Atkins. Coach Atkins, do you want to suspend the test and intervene? Coach Atkins' tightly knit brows relaxed and regained his poker face. No, continue the test. What? Coach Jacob's voice rose 8 degrees. Coach Atkins said calmly. This kind of situation is also a kind of experience that can make Guran grow faster than ordinary people. Moreover, he handled it very smartly. Coach Jacob opened his mouth and then said proudly, that's right, after all, he is a player of my coach who trained in Real Madrid. Soon, the player with the injured thigh was dragged off the court by the team doctor on the scene for treatment. His face was full of frustration. This injury will cause his test results to fail, and it will be impossible for him to show up in the preseason. Not to say that his future is ruined, but it will definitely be bumpy. While running, Harding cursed at his remaining 4 brothers and shamed anger. Fuck. How could you idiots let that Chinese guy knock you away? There are 5 of you. 5 people can't defend against him alone. You're professional players. And he is just a grassroots. One of the brothers explained helplessly. Boss, we didn't expect that he was prepared. We had trapped him, but he suddenly bumped and pulled us, and we didn't react at all. That's right. He was too rough. We didn't react at all. That kid was too cruel. Being hit by him felt like being hit by a heavy tank. Okay, stop explaining. Harding said angrily. Since you were careless, let's do it again. This time, you must be fully prepared. Don't let that kid get away again. Don't worry, boss, there will be no problem this time. But boss, our actions just now have been discovered by the coaching staff outside the court. If we continue, Harding said angrily, what are you afraid of? Our actions just now are so obvious, but didn't Atkins even fart? You just need to squeeze the Chinese guy. I was the one who kicked, and I don't believe Atkins can let me, the only legitimate left back, sit on the bench. You are worthy of being the boss, Harding. Don't worry, boss, we will definitely catch that kid this time. Another 5 minutes later. Guran started the second lap. Harding and others set up an ambush at the end of the team. Guran did not slow down and rushed directly towards Harding and others. Harding's 4 brothers immediately attacked from both sides. They used their hands and feet to stop Guran. Guran hit him without hesitation. One of the brothers was knocked to the ground by Guran in an instant. Harding kicked the brother's arm without hesitation. The brother screamed and rolled off the track. Guran took the opportunity to continue to accelerate to get rid of an overtake. Harding was about to collapse. He kicked twice, and both times he kicked his younger brother. Fake. Fake. Didn't you guys agree that you would definitely be able to squeeze the Chinese guy this time? Boss, D is too strong. We have tried our best, but we can't suppress him at all. He is simply a monster. Boss, there are only 4 of us. Fake. Harding was furious. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? Do it again. This time you have to try your best to stop him, strangle him. Trip him. You must stop him. Boss, I have something to say, I don't know if I should say it or not. Just fart. I want to say, why don't we just forget it today? That's right, boss, there are only 3 of us left. Boss, this year is my contract year, I can't get injured. Boss, there's a very important open training session tomorrow, and in 4 days, there's a warm-up match with Liverpool. Boss, I also want to show my face in the game against Liverpool. You guys. Harding angrily cursed, you're just trash. You're a bunch of trash. Forget it, I won't do it today. If I keep doing this, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the 10,000-meter test. Boss, you're wise. The remaining 3 brothers felt relieved and started running faster. Harding also started to speed up, he was already far behind. Although he was the only left back in the team, if he couldn't even meet the standards for the team test, even if it didn't affect his position on the court, it would affect his playing time and the value of his next contract renewal. Without Harding and others messing around, Guran ran more easily. In the second half, Guran began to speed up gradually. With 78 points of physical support, coupled with Roina's nutritious meals, and Gregory's massage and relaxation, Guran's physical fitness was well maintained, and there was no pressure to accelerate in the second half. At the 35th minute, Guran was the first to reach the finish line, completing the 10,000-meter test, and also lapped the entire team 3 more times. The entire coaching staff applauded and cheered for Guran. Especially Coach Jacob and others, the cheers were the loudest. Guran's performance in the 3 tests made them very proud. As a grassroots player, Guran was able to surpass all professional players on the first day of his return. It was really amazing that he could run such a good 10,000-meter result. Coach Adkins also nodded with satisfaction. After Guran finished the test, he slowed down and ran a lap with him, and marked them one by one. "Isn't this Captain Davis? You run so slowly. Captain Walton, you should retire, right? Golly, you're really a striker. Wow, Lambert, you're panting so hard. Are you practicing your lung capacity here? Lorna, you're good. I almost couldn't run 3 laps with you in 10,000 meters. Schneiderling, I have a coach named Carter. Even if I did got his grandmother, she can run faster than you. Chamberlain, why are you so soft? Where did you eat lunch?" Chamberlain felt uncomfortable in his stomach and wanted to open his mouth to fight back, but he didn't dare to open his mouth at all. At the end of the 10,000-meter test, all the players were struggling with their willpower. How could they have the extra energy to bicker? They could only let Guran slaughter them. The players were so angry that they just wanted to speed up to get rid of Guran, who was following them. After mocking the other players, Guran ran to Harding's side. Harding glared at Guran viciously. Guran smiled contemptuously, without making any sarcastic remarks, but directly changed his line and kicked Harding's knee. Harding was shocked and quickly dodged like a conditioned reflex. However, Guran only swayed, and the next moment he turned around and left the track. Harding lost his balance and staggered to the ground. Harding didn't bother to yell, he got up in a mess and continued to run. Guran didn't touch him, it was all because of his guilty conscience that he fell. Guran alone, in front of the coaching staff, bullied the whole team. "Haha, fight in with me. What can all of you players combine do? I can challenge all of you. No one here can beat me. I am invincible. So cool. How lonely it is to be invincible, how empty it is to be invincible alone at the top. The cold wind blows, you can understand my loneliness, that's right, I am afraid that only Master Shin can understand me in this world. Invincible. Invincible." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novellas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Guran. My invincibility is broken. No matter how many girlfriends I have, I just want to play football. Guran breathed a sigh of relief and jogged back to the sidelines. Coach Jacob came up to him excitedly and took the initiative to high-five Guran to congratulate him. Maeve and Gregory came up to him eagerly and happily examined and massaged Guran. Nutritionist Lorna also ran over and handed Guran a bottle of drinking water she had specially made. In the Southampton club, Guran has enemies everywhere, and he has to be careful when drinking water and eating, but his small team can be trusted. Guran took Lorna's drink with confidence, took a big gulp, and then spit it out with a wow. This drinking water has the smell of white snake grass and patchouli mixed together. I was on guard against it, but my invincibility was shattered just like that. I challenged all the players alone, but I didn't expect to lose to a woman's water in the end. This water is so damn hard to drink. Lorna kept urging, "Goo, drink it obediently, this water is very good for you." Guran said bitterly, "Lorna, you're a British nutritionist, where do you get so many Chinese herbal formulas?" Lorna smiled proudly, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I majored in Chinese herbal knowledge theory in college, otherwise, why would the club arrange me to be a nutritionist for you, a Chinese national? I defeated 2 Michelin-level male nutritionists with this." Guran. "I suddenly want to try a male nutritionist." Lorna said with longing, "Goo, you are my experimental specimen. Your success means my success. If I succeed, I can become the chief nutritionist of Southampton Club. When I become the chief, I must promote the recipe customized for you to the whole team. In this way, it will be difficult for our Southampton Club to fail." Guran. "What a great plan." As Lorna spoke, she became excited. "I also plan to promote this white snake grass and wormwood perfume that I created to the whole team. If you think it tastes good, I will write a report tomorrow and ask the coaching staff to force the whole team to drink this restorative drink." Guran immediately said, "It tastes good, it tastes so good." Lorna said excitedly, "Wow, I knew it." "Goo, then you drink it quickly." Guran held his head and said, "I'll take it slowly first." "What a sin. This is really a sin." After a few minutes, the other team members also completed the 10,000-meter test. Most of the players just passed the test, except for Harding's brothers, who wasted too much energy in the early stage to stop Guran. The two worst brothers were kicked by Harding, and they will definitely not be able to participate in tomorrow's open class. Harding himself did not meet the standard. In fact, he could have met the standard, but Guran's final feint made him fall flat on his face. When he got up and ran, his rhythm was completely messed up. Harding was furious, but he didn't have the energy to bother Guran. Seeing that Coach Adkins was recording the results, Harding gritted his teeth and dragged his exhausted body to Coach Adkins. "Hi, Coach." Harding greeted Coach Adkins with a fake smile. "Yeah." Coach Adkins didn't even look up and continued to write the evaluation in his little notebook. Harding said with a shameless face, "Coach, did I pass the test?" Coach Adkins raised his eyelids and gave Harding a no-in look. "No." Harding said quickly, "Coach, I can actually pass the test. It's all because of the Chinese kid. That Chinese kid kicked me on purpose. Luckily I dodged quickly, otherwise I would have been injured. If I had been injured, you would have no left back available. It was that kid who influenced me, otherwise I would have definitely passed the test." Coach Adkins calmly wrote the comments in his little notebook, closed the little notebook, and then stared at Harding coldly and said, "First of all, that Chinese kid is your teammate. He has a name. His name is Guran." The muscles on Harding's face twitched slightly. Coach Adkins paused. "Secondly, he is also a left back." Harding felt his blood run cold from head to heels. Coach Adkins paused again. "Finally, I'm not blind." Harding felt himself covered by the frenzy, suffocating and unable to breathe. Now he just wanted to hurry up and escape from here. "Do you have anything else to do?" No, Coach." Harding ran away embarrassedly. Coach Adkins continued to open his little notebook and continued to write his evaluation of the players in the notebook. The other players slumped on the grass, gasping for breath, replenishing electrolyte water, energy snacks, and 5 times Red Bull snuff. "Fuck, that Chinese kid is so hateful. He actually dared to run with us to humiliate us. He even said that if he dug out his coach's grandmother, she would run faster than me. This hatred is irreconcilable. When I recover, I must beat him up. Yes. When I recover, we will do it together. Ross Davis, why don't you say anything?" Ross Davis must be thinking of a plan. Davis took the electrolyte drink handed over by the team members, took a few big gulps, and then took a long breath. "I think without the final stimulation from Guran, we would probably fail the 10,000-meter run test today." The players next to him were all stunned. Yes, they had just had a holiday, and their bodies were not in competitive condition at all. They mimiced a lot before the afternoon training. In the end, most of them were able to pass. This is simply a miracle. In other words, if Guran hadn't stimulated them one by one in the last lap, they might not have passed this time. The emotions of the players suddenly became complicated. "But this kid isn't doing this to make us qualified. He's probably just trying to mock us, right? Why do I suddenly feel that this kid is quite interesting? Then boss, are we still going to deal with him?" Of course, Davis nodded seriously. "He dares to challenge all of us. We certainly can't just let it go. But we will have a friendly match with Liverpool in a few days. We must put aside our grudges with him and hurry up to train. That's Liverpool, brothers. Only by beating Liverpool to death can we be taken seriously by scouts from Liverpool and other giants. This may very well be the turning point in your career." The players present were immediately excited. The boss is right. It's more important to play for Liverpool. We must perform well in the friendly match. Maybe we can increase the contract price, or even be noticed by scouts from big clubs. Okay, let's let that kid go for now and wait until we finish playing with Liverpool. Yeah. I agree. But, Luke Shaw, who was only 16 years old, asked cautiously, "What if that kid takes the initiative to bully us?" The players on the scene were immediately full of black lines. This is really a problem. At this time, assistant coach Ali blew a whistle and called everyone together. The players dragged their tired bodies and stood in 2 rows. Guran was still energetic. Gregory's massage restored some of his physical strength, and with the magic water of nutritionist Rowena, it's not to mention that Rowena's special recovery drink is very hard to drink, but after drinking it, you can really feel the effect of restoring strength. If this kind of drink is promoted by the whole team, ha ha ha. Guran almost laughed out loud. Next, let's announce the results of this regression test. Assistant coach Ali took over the scores from head coach Adkins and announced them one by one. Davis, B. Walton, B. Jetty, B. Butterfield, B. Lambert, A. Lalana, A. Schneiderling, A. Chamberlain, B. Luke Shaw, B. Connolly, B. Harding, C. Harding's face was red and confused. A is excellent, B is qualified, and C is poor. As the team's only left back, veteran Harding only got a C after 3 tests, which is undoubtedly a public humiliation for him. In addition to Harding, Chamberlain, who got a B, was also full of shame and anger. In fact, with his strength, that A, or even A, would be no problem, if Guran hadn't made him plow the prostate in the elastic band sprint test. At the end, assistant coach Andy was stunned for a moment, then cleared his throat and said solemnly, Guran S. The players were immediately furious. Fuck, Chinese boy S. Fuck, I have never received an S rating in my life. Fuck, I am jealous. Even Guran himself was a little surprised. His 3 test scores were indeed good, but he thought it might be an A+ at most. Unexpectedly, the poker-faced coach Adkins actually gave him an S. There should be an element of stimulating other players, and there should also be an element of paving the way in advance to get him more playing time. Guran looked at Coach Adkins gratefully. Coach Adkins continued to keep his poker face. After the players' noise subsided, Coach Adkins said, today's return day training is over. Everyone can go home and rest. Tomorrow morning, we will continue with recovery training and new season tactical explanation class, and in the afternoon, there will be an open training class. By then, the club's senior members and their families, as well as VIP fans, organizations, and reporters from the Forward Saints will come to the training ground to watch the game. I hope you all will perform well. Disband. After saying this, Coach Adkins picked up his materials and walked out of the training ground without looking back. Guran was about to walk towards Coach Jacob for a Real Madrid-style extra training, when Captain Davis surrounded Guran with a large group of players. Guran raised his chin proudly. A bunch of B, what do you want to do? Chamberlain roared angrily, what did you say? Captain Davis quickly stopped the impulsive Chamberlain and others, and smiled at Guran calmly. Hey, kid, let's temporarily truce. We are about to play against Liverpool. As the captain, I don't want our internal disputes to affect external operations. What the hell? Truce this time. I've only just started. Haha, there really isn't anyone who can play. However, in order to prepare for the match against Liverpool, it's okay to take a break. Guran shrugged, if no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. Chamberlain said angrily, what? How dare you disagree? Lalana helped Chamberlain. I think what he meant is that as long as we don't provoke him, he won't do anything to us. Guran gave Lalana a thumbs up, the interpretation is correct. Chamberlain finally understood, blushing and shouting, Humph. We are just temporarily on hiatus. After the game with Liverpool is over, I will definitely be the first to do it to you. Looking at Chamberlain's stupid and clear eyes, Guran couldn't help laughing and said, okay, I'll accompany you anytime. Davis said again, but you have to leave parking space no. One for me. Guran said tautly, no way, first come first served. If you have the ability to come earlier than me, parking space no. One will naturally be yours. Davis frowned and said, you have guts. Then, for the overall situation of the team, I will tolerate you for a few days. The other players' faces twitched immediately. Captain Davis has been in Southampton club for so many years. Who has ever seen him be so tolerant? Well, I finally saw him this time. Southampton is really going to change. Guran said impatiently. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'm going to training. At this time, we still need to train. Is this Chinese kid the devil? All the players present were numb. Davis said in a deep voice, no more. The crowd automatically made way for Guran. Guran walked out with his eyebrows raised, singing in his heart how invincible he is. Guran suddenly saw the smiling Loina. The BGM in Guran's heart was muted immediately. Stop singing. After the players dispersed, Guran and Coach Jacob began to practice more. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw deliberately stayed to see how crazy this crazy Chinese kid could be. They are also rising stars, and they also have their own coaches, but they have never stayed for extra practice after the training. Coach Jacob bought a brown-red special solid ball, set up obstacle cones for Guran, and led Guran to practice dribbling, controlling the ball, and passing the ball. As soon as he touched the solid ball, Guran took a deep breath. This thing is really hard on the feet. Guran instantly felt the feeling of superstar role being mimicked by Magath's solid ball training. Guran was not used to it at first. He often couldn't stop the ball or control the ball well. The ligaments and muscles in his ankles and knees were also very sore. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, who were sitting on the bench on the sidelines, left. Gu, do you want to take a break? Coach Jacob asked with a smile on his face. Guran wiped the sweat from his forehead. It's just the beginning, coach. Coach Jacob said ecstatically. Good, good. Which coach would not like such a hard-working disciple? After practicing crazily for more than 10 minutes, Coach Jacob patted and said, "Goo, take a break." Guran wiped the sweat off his face, his black eyes full of excitement. "It's just the beginning. Coach." Coach Jacob's mouth twitched. "Okay, okay." Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, who were sitting on the sidelines, could no longer laugh. Another half an hour of crazy training. Chamberlain and Luke Shaw walked away with serious expressions. Coach Jacob was so tired that his ankles could not move. Guran urged, "Coach, don't stop. I still need you to help me pass the ball." Coach Jacob leaned on his knees with both hands and shook his head in despair. At his age, he really can't keep up with young people. The key is that this young man just finished running 10,000 meters. I really envy Guran's young body. "Goo, let's stop here today." "Coach, it's just the beginning." Guran said anxiously, "If we keep training like this, when can I experience your Real Madrid-style training?" "Coach Jacob." Guran said again, "Coach, why don't you drink some water first? I'll ask Lana to prepare some Herbagas-Rugosa perfume for you." "No, no, no." Coach Jacob got angry and said almost beggingly, "Goo, it's getting dark. If you don't go back early, your girlfriend will be worried." Guran grinned and said, "Coach, are you testing me?" "Don't worry, I'm here to make a statement to you. No matter if I have a girlfriend or not, no matter how many girlfriends I have, I just want to play football." Coach Jacob covered his face and said painfully, "Goo, let me tell you the truth. I have an 80-year-old mother at home who I need to go back to take care of." Muffin Gregory also hurriedly said, Yes, let's stop here." Lorna couldn't wait to say, "Goo, it's time for dinner." Speaking of dinner, personal assistant Rick's face turned pale instantly. Guran looked at the time and said helplessly, "I will practice for a while, just for a while." Coach Jacob was about to cry, "Goo, let's stop here. Training is not a one-day or a two-day thing. Rest after training is also very necessary." Guran said with a lingering feeling, "Well, it seems that I can't experience the Real Madrid-style training today, so I will work harder tomorrow." "Coach Jacob." Guran said again, "By the way, Coach, can you give me the shot put? I can also find time to practice when I go home." Coach Jacob's lips trembled. Take it, you're welcome." "Thank you, Coach." "Coach, you are so nice. I don't understand why they all say you're so strict that you are perverted." Guran happily put the shot put into his sports backpack. "Coach Jacob, you're the real pervert." After finishing the training, Guran went to the locker room of the gym to take a shower and change clothes. As soon as he took off his clothes, the phone in his sports bag rang. Guran picked up the phone and saw that it was from an unfamiliar number. Guran hesitated for a moment, then pressed the answer button. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Guran?" A weak and timid female voice came from the other end of the phone. "This voice sounds familiar. Who is it?" Guran hurriedly said, "Yes, it's me. Who are you?" The girl on the other end of the phone immediately said, "Hello, Mr. Guran. I am Amelia's friend." Chapter 272a. New magic tool has been delivered to your door. Scarlet Witch must be kept here. Oh, Guran remembered immediately. 2 days ago, when I went to Liverpool for a match, I received a text message from Emilia Clarke, the actress who played the role of Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones. In the text message, Emilia said that she had a good friend who wanted to get guidance on acting. Her friend was an actress who failed in a competition for the role of Dragon Mother. Alas, I didn't expect that she would come to my door so soon. It's so annoying. Can I concentrate on playing football? I can't go back on my promise to Amelia. After all, I still want to develop friendship with Amelia in the future." Guran said helplessly, "Hello, Amelia's friend, it's a bit late tonight. How about we postpone it? I can only delay it for a day." I heard the girl on the other end of the phone say melancholy, "Mr. Guran, can we not postpone it? I'm in a hurry. Amelia said you are great, so I really want to try it." "Oh, I'm at the door of your villa now. No matter how late it is, I will wait for you to come back tonight." Damn, are we really talking about guiding acting? Why does it sound like? But then again, this little girl is quite persistent. And her voice really sounded very familiar. There was a very recognizable sense of melancholy. "Well," Guran said immediately, "if you are willing to wait, then wait. I will be home in about an hour." The girl on the other end of the phone immediately said, "Great, Mr. Guran. Then I will wait for you here at the villa. In addition, I must say that your yacht is so beautiful. Can I go on the yacht to take a look? I also like yachts very much." Guran said, "No. The girl on the other end of the phone did not seem to expect Guran to refuse so straightforwardly. She paused for a moment and said in a melancholy tone, "Well, I think it must mean a lot to you." "That's not the case. The main reason is that there's no engine for you to find out." "Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me, an acting instructor?" "Then see you later." "Yeah, okay, Mr. Guran." After hanging up the phone, Guran started to take a shower. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, Guran bit the bullet and went to the restaurant of the first team. Guran was not afraid of the intensity of training, not afraid of fighting with the whole team, nor afraid of having too many girlfriends to count, but was afraid of the enhanced demon recipe and customized recovery water that Mana customized for him. Guran would rather double the intensity of training, fight with the whole team, and double the number of girlfriends, rather than want Mana's demon recipe and recovery water. At this time, there was no professional player in the restaurant. Most professional players left directly after training and rarely stayed in the club's restaurant to eat. Originally, the restaurant staff could get off work early. As a result, because of Guran's extra training, they could only wait. Loina brought the enhanced demon dinner to Guran. Dinner was basically the same as lunch, but the fried salmon was replaced with fried tuna, and the portion was half as much. Guran gritted his teeth and ate up the nutritious dinner. Although it was not delicious, it was indeed very beneficial for professional training. Seeing Guran eat it all, Loina was very satisfied. After dinner, the training for the day was officially over. Guran thanked and said goodbye to his team members, then walked out of the complex building and drove home. In less than half an hour, Guran returned to the Dune Villa. The door of the Dune Villa was empty. "Oh, didn't you agree to wait until I came back to see how good I am? It's been less than an hour, and you ran away. Girls nowadays really have no patience at all." While thinking about this, Guran glanced at the coast inadvertently. "I saw a girl in a floral dress, with her back to the Dune Villa, facing the out in the sea, standing in the wet and salty sea breeze. Even if you just look at her from behind, you can feel her perfect body proportions like a goddess. A golden full moon shines on her, as if God is also pampering her. The hem of the floral dress flutters in the sea breeze, revealing her slender, straight and white calves. Her golden hair flutters in the sea breeze, messy but still beautiful like a goddess. The friend Amelia was talking about must be her. This figure looks so familiar. It seems like I've seen it in a movie." Guran subconsciously took a breath, and various background music rang in his mind. The dirty sea breeze should not comfort him. The moon represents my heart. I admit that it's all the moon's fault. Guran walked up with brisk steps and cleared his throat at the graceful and clear-cut figure. The girl with the thin floral skirt sticking to her body jumped on the spot like a little rabbit that was suddenly frightened, and turned around carefully. The next moment, Guran was completely stunned. WTF? WTF? No way. Really not. The actress whose dragon mother role was taken away by Amelia Clarke turned out to be her, Elizabeth Olsen. Olsen's sister. Scarlet Witch. Elizabeth Olsen. The stunning Scarlet Witch in Avengers: Age of Ultron. The sexy goddess in the dreams of countless men in the future. At this moment, Elizabeth Olsen, who was only 20 years old but has a mature figure, stands weakly in front of Guran. The gentle moonlight sprinkles on her delicate face, dyeing her melancholy expression with a layer of irresistible charm. The cool sea breeze blows her red floral dress, and the thin skirt clings to her skin, outlining her legs in an even more irresistible shape. Her agate green, originally deep and melancholy eyes, have a little more fear and tension. Guran really wants to rush up and grab her hard, telling her not to be afraid. He is not a bad person. Of course, Guran controlled himself. To be precise, he controlled his young body. "Are you Mr. Guran?" Elizabeth Olsen asked in disbelief. Guran suppressed his excitement and smiled charmingly at Olsen. "Yes, it's me." Elizabeth Olsen said and her melancholy and nervous expression suddenly became a little complicated. "Is this a joke Amelia played on me?" "Sorry, sir, I'm not targeting you, but you look so young. How could a 17 or 18-year-old boy wearing a jersey be a drama performance instructor?" Elizabeth Olsen would never believe it, although this boy is indeed sunny and handsome, and his smile is touching, but Elizabeth Olsen never believes that he can guide her acting skills. Guran continued to smile charmingly and said in a deep and magnetic mature voice, "It's only my body that is young, but I actually have more than 30 years of life experience." Elizabeth Olsen blinked her beautiful green agate eyes. "What do you mean?" "You mean, your real age is in your 30s, but you just look young." Guran avoided the question and said with a smile, "In short, since you are here, you have to try it yourself. If you don't try, how do you know that I can't handle you?" Elizabeth thought for a while. You are right, I have been waiting for so long. It is really not cost effective to go back like this. Well then, my name is Elizabeth Olsen. Nice to meet you, Mr. Guran. I hope you can give me guidance on acting. Guran held Elizabeth's soft hand. His heart was slightly shaken, and his face was serious and said, "Hello, Miss Olsen." Elizabeth smiled. "You can call me Lizzie." Guran continued to smile charmingly. "You can call me Gru." "Okay." Several consecutive charming smiles made Elizabeth confused. Her heart beat faster, and she dared not look directly into Guran's eyes. Elizabeth shyly lowered her head and smoothed her hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. This unintentional action of her smoothing her hair also touched Guran's heartstrings. This is the Scarlet Witch Elizabeth Olsen. Although she is not famous yet, in the current American entertainment, everyone knows the three Olsen sisters. Why do people call her Olsen? Because she has two older sisters, and they are twin sisters Ashley Olsen and Mary Kate Olsen. Olsen's two sisters are well-known twin stars in the American entertainment. Her two sisters starred in the hit drama Full House when they were 2 years old. In the more than 10 years since then, the two of them have appeared on TV screens an average of 53 times a week. They are grown up on TV screens by American audiences, from angel dolls to beautiful girls. They have countless endorsements and countless halos. It can be said that the twin sisters Ashley and Mary Kate are definitely the national daughters of the United States. Because they are great beauties, and they are extremely rare twin beauties, so they don't need acting skills at all. Even if they do nothing, they can attract the madness of the whole nation wherever they go. But the younger sister Elizabeth Olsen, who was born 3 years later than them, is not as lucky as her two twin sisters. Elizabeth Olsen does not have the twin halo of her sisters, but has to live under the shadow of her sisters. Her family is rich enough to rival a country, with a lot of yachts and luxury cars. Shoes alone occupy 2 full rooms, and countless brand-name bags. But those are all her sisters, and have little to do with her. So, since Elizabeth was sensible, she has been very depressed. She really wants to make a name for herself through her own efforts. It's a pity that she has been in many film crews, but she can't even get a small role now. She is becoming less and less confident. This time, she came to Guran, and it was with Amelia's encouragement that she finally decided to give it one last try. If this doesn't work, she decided to give up, go back to study for a degree or something, and be an ordinary person. Elizabeth took a deep breath, and her already full breasts almost stretched her dress. Elizabeth mustered up her courage and said, "So, Gu, when can we start?" Guran smiled and said, "Anytime is fine." Elizabeth said, "Then, can we do it now?" Guran said, "Of course." Guran stood there motionless. The sea breeze blew Elizabeth's thin floral dress against her body, which looked more exciting than wearing nothing at all. Such a beautiful scenery, I can stand here and watch it for a whole day. Oh, no, if I just look at it, I really can't stand it. Elizabeth asked uneasily, "Here. In the wild. It's very comfortable in the wild." Guran hurriedly said seriously, "Oh, if you want to go to the villa, you're very welcome." Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. Let's go." Guran led the way. Elizabeth stepped deep and shallow on the soft sand. Accidentally, Elizabeth stepped into the sand pit with a crying ouch. Guran was quick-witted and held Ami's arm. "It's so smooth." Guran's heart was moved, but his tone was very serious. "Liz, it's dark, be careful." "Thank you." Ami blushed and pulled back her arm. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous. "This is a very good start." As they walked, Elizabeth asked, "Gu, I heard from Amelia that you're a professional player. Is this true?" Guran smiled calmly. "Yes, it's real. Just signed today, hot and scalding, a professional player." Elizabeth asked, "You're so young, a professional player, and you can also guide acting." "Of course, I don't doubt your ability, but this is really too unbelievable. It's like a plot in a novel." "Damn Ami, you actually question my ability. Although you say you don't doubt it, you obviously don't believe it. It seems that it is necessary to establish my personality as a Hollywood manga. I must calm this future Scarlet Witch so that I can keep her and use her as my own magic weapon." Guran then smiled in a mysterious way and secretly activated the director communication skill. This director communication skill was a skill that Beckham learned for free from the advertising director when he came to Sandton Beach to shoot an advertisement a long time ago. Guran still remembered that this skill could also communicate with male actors one-on-one. Of course, Guran was very serious and would never use this skill on male actors. After activating the director communication skill, Guran cleared his throat and said steadily, "Liz, in fact, you didn't lose unfairly in the competition with Amelia for the role of Dragon Mother." Elizabeth's face changed slightly, and then she said melancholy, Yes, Amelia's acting skills are indeed better than mine. Guran smiled calmly. No. After saying no, Guran said no more. This place requires the use of Coach Atkins's big breathing skill. Although he did not pick up the big breathing skill, Guran did not need the system to pick it up. Elizabeth waited for a long time, her appetite was aroused, and her agate green eyes could not hide her eagerness. No. What do you mean? Guran said lightly. It has nothing to do with acting. Elizabeth's eyes widened immediately. Ah. It has nothing to do with acting. Isn't acting the most important thing for an actor? Guran said in a menor's tone. That's right, but not entirely right. Elizabeth asked hurriedly. Do you mean that in addition to acting, you also need guidance from a famous teacher? Guran smiled. Yes, but it's still not entirely right. Elizabeth. I can't hold my pee anymore. Guran said slowly. In addition to my guidance, there is another big reason why Amelia can get the role of Dragon Mother, that is, she is more suitable for the role of Dragon Mother than you. Suitable. Elizabeth savored the word carefully. She seemed to understand, but she seemed to understand nothing. Gu, can you be more straightforward? Guran said, let's be more straightforward. Amelia is smaller than you. Amelia is 157 centimeters tall, and Amy is 168 centimeters tall. Amelia is still A, while Elizabeth is already magnificent. Amelia is a rare petite figure among European and American people. In fact, Amy's frame is petite and slender compared to other European and American female stars, but compared to Amelia, she really has no petite advantage. The role of Dragon Mother in Game of Thrones is set as a heroine, but she is petite to achieve the contrast of the Queen, especially in the first season, to highlight the contrast between her and the King of Horses. In addition, Guran gave Amelia some guidance and tips, so Amelia was naturally the best choice for Dragon Mother. Oh. Elizabeth suddenly felt enlightened. Gu, your analysis makes a lot of sense. It seems that you really know a lot about acting. But why do I feel like you are comforting me? In fact, not only for the role of Dragon Mother, but also for many previous movie roles, I have failed in the competition. Guran smiled and said, I am just telling the truth. You have never been defeated. You just haven't met the right role yet. Actors certainly need acting skills, but acting skills are not the most important, they are just the most basic. Just like playing football, can you become a star if you can stop the ball, pass the ball, and dribble the ball? Can you become a star if you can run? No, those are just the basics. Actors need to work hard, they also need talent, and they need the right role. Amelia's figure is a kind of talent. And your figure is another kind of talent. Guran said, Liz, what you lack is not acting skills, but confidence. Elizabeth took a trembling breath, and said with admiration on her face, Gu, listening to what you said really broadens my mind a lot. Please forgive me for thinking you were too young to guide me. I now completely believe what Amelia said. You are really an amazing person. Damn, the director's communication skills are really effective. Ama was convinced in just a few words. Of course, Ama is still very young and innocent, and she has never met any big director who wants to shock her while the heat is hot. Ama must be kept and let her live here for a while, so that she can get the talent points of a big star for free. That's right, such a good artifact must be kept. What's more, it just so happens that I heavily hand-painted Avengers 2, Age of Ultron recently. Guran smiled like a charm. Actually, I usually don't guide others to act easily. I have only guided Amelia, Sophie, and Anne Hathaway. Elizabeth was shocked. What? You also guided Anne Hathaway, the White Queen? Guran pushed open the door of the villa and said calmly, What's the matter? The floor under your feet was wiped by Anne on her knees. Oh my God! Elizabeth exclaimed, a little afraid to step on it. She originally thought that Guran was just a film and television enthusiast who had some ability to direct performances, but she didn't expect that even Hollywood star Anne Hathaway had been directed by Guran. Ah. Guran, so amazing. I'm really here this time. Let Guran guide me, I will definitely gain a lot. Elizabeth looked at Guran with a little more admiration. Guran held the door in a cool manner, turned around and smiled at Elizabeth like a charmer. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Chapter 273. Crazy and terrible acting skills. Guran hits AMI. Can I really step on it? Elizabeth looked at the floor that Anne Hathaway had knelt and wiped, and asked nervously. Should I take it off first? What the hell? Are you playing so big right at the beginning? I'm a serious man. Guran cleared his throat. Okay. Elizabeth immediately bent down and took off her high heels. Guran only felt a wide and magnificent scene in front of him. Elizabeth bent down and put the high heels in place, and smiled. Okay, it's much more comfortable this way. This is also a respect for Senior Anne. If Senior Anne knew, she would definitely be very happy. It's better not to let Senior Anne know about this kind of thing. Grant tried hard to pull his eyes away from the magnificent scene of AMI. Liz, please sit down. Do you want something to drink? Elizabeth lowered her head and stroked her hair. Don't bother, Goo. I'm not thirsty. Okay, Grant said, then coffee. Eh? Okay. Elizabeth is not very good at refusing. Grant immediately walked into the kitchen. Just now, he accidentally saw two great advantages of AMI, and his young body began to get excited again. So, brewing coffee is fake, and letting the body calm down is real. I can't expose my specialty as soon as I enter the door, right? Grant took out the coffee pounder and performed the hand brewing technique +1. After a lot of busy work, Grant came out with a cup of strong coffee. Thank you. Elizabeth quickly and politely bent down from the soft leather sofa and took the coffee with both hands. When she stood up, there was another wave of magnificent waves. Don't do this. Grant's mouth twitched slightly. Liz, have you had dinner? How about I cook a few dishes for you? Do you like kung pao chicken? Elizabeth was immediately flattered. No, Goo, you're so polite. I'd better not eat it first. As she spoke, Elizabeth swallowed her saliva unconsciously. As a real foodie, she wanted to try Grant's chicken cubes, but she knew very well that she came here tonight to seek guidance, not to eat chicken. Oh, okay then. Grant tried to move his eyes away from Elizabeth's advantages. Grant also thought this was a little funny. Who would treat people to chicken cubes as soon as they entered the door? Alas, today's training intensity is obviously very high, and the physical energy consumption is also very high, but this young body seems to be hungry. What should I do in the future? Elizabeth took the coffee, lowered her head and tasted it lightly, and immediately said with an amazing expression, Wow, it smells so good. Goo, I didn't expect your coffee to be so delicious. I dare say, this is the best coffee I have ever tasted. Grant laughed in his heart. How can it not be delicious? I added so much sugar and so much milk. You Hollywood actresses, throw a stone and hit 10 of them, 9.5 of them have depression, and the remaining half have bipolar disorder. They are all lacking sweetness. Add more sugar and more milk, you will definitely like it. Plus my method, it would be strange if it doesn't taste good. As for getting fat, that's not my concern. Seeing that Grant was still standing, Elizabeth hurriedly asked, Goo, why don't you sit down? Isn't this your own home? Why are you so polite? The higher you stand, the farther you can see. Grant cleared his throat. I just finished training not long ago. I don't want to accumulate acid. It's more comfortable to stand. Oh, so. Elizabeth took a sip of coffee and couldn't help asking, then why don't you get yourself a cup of coffee? Grant smiled. I would like to drink it, but my nutritionist won't let me drink anything other than water. Ah, then isn't it very hard for you? It's nothing. I'm a professional, and I like water very much. Okay. Elizabeth smiled embarrassedly. I always feel a little embarrassed. I'm sitting while you're standing. I'm drinking coffee while you watch. Otherwise, I'll stand too. As she said that, Elizabeth was about to bend down and stand up. No. Grant said quickly, just sit down and relax, or I'll really treat you to chicken. Elizabeth smiled. Goo, you're too polite. You're the politest person I've ever met. By the way, Goo, since you've coached big stars like Anne Hathaway, it should be easy to coach a small actor like me, right? I just don't know how much I need to pay to get your guidance. She originally thought that Amelia introduced her here, so she didn't need to spend money. But since she knew that Senior Anne Hathaway had also received guidance here, she felt that she must pay something to be worthy of Grant. Grant smiled and said, talking about money is vulgar. Elizabeth was stunned. Do I have to kneel here and wipe the floor? Grant said in a mentor-like tone, Oh, that's not necessary. You and Anne are different. For Anne, she needs that kind of experience to transform and return to Hollywood. Oh. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. Then I have to do something, right? Be aware. Grant smiled and said, Don't worry. Let's talk about this. Tell me about your current situation and your short-term goals first, so that I can develop a guidance plan for you based on your specific situation. Elizabeth praised, Goo, you're so professional. My situation is like this, I have interviewed more than a dozen film crews, but I can never get a decent role. There is an audition for a crew tomorrow, so I would like to ask you for guidance tonight, hoping to get the role tomorrow. No wonder he is so anxious, he wants to try tonight. Grant nodded slightly and asked, what kind of crew? Elizabeth said solemnly. The name of the crew was Peace, Love and Misunderstanding. The plot is roughly about a divorced female lawyer mother who takes her adolescent children back to her hometown farm to visit her mother who has not spoken to her for 20 years. I want to audition for the role of one of the adolescent daughters. Supporting role. Yes, Elizabeth smiled bitterly, a newcomer like me can't get the script of the protagonist. That's right. Emma is now in the most confused period of her life, and her career has not even started yet. The movie Peace, Love and Misunderstanding is a typical family comedy. In fact, this kind of theme is not suitable for Olsen's real style. However, Guran also knows that this movie is indeed the first movie that Olsen will participate in the future. Although the movie received mediocre response and basically hit no box office, it did not bring Olsen any reputation and awards, and she was not even familiar with the face. Olsen began to emerge after filming the thriller Martha Alien in 2011. Martha Alien fully demonstrated Olsen's great potential in crazy roles. Martha Alien also won Olsen Good awards such as the Saturn Award for Best Actress and the Independent Spirit Award for Best Nomination. However, whether it is Peace, Love and Misunderstanding or Martha Alien, Olsen failed to really enter the audience's field of vision. Olsen's real rise in popularity was in Avengers 2: Age of Ultron. If you want to give Olsen guidance, hard guidance is also fine. After all, even if Guran did nothing, Emma would still be able to pass the audition for the crew of Peace, Love and Misunderstanding tomorrow. But in that case, Emma will not come again tomorrow. How can I let her slip through my fingers? I have to grab it tightly. At the same time, this will also allow Emma to take fewer detours and start directly as Scarlet Witch. Guran thought quickly, and then said, "Tell me specifically about the role you are going to audition tomorrow." Elizabeth immediately said, "This role is an 18-year-old rebellious teenage girl who was a vegetarian, but has a very bad temper. At the end of the plot, she changed and fell in love with a handsome butcher on her grandmother's farm." Guran. A vegetarian falls in love with a butcher. It would be strange if this theme didn't flop in Europe and the United States. Speaking of which, this director is really brave and is really not afraid of the iron fist of the animal protection. Guran couldn't help but smile. Elizabeth said nervously, "Gu, do you want me to act for you and then you can give me some guidance?" "Okay." Guran said, "Then treat me as a handsome butcher and act out a scene of quarreling with me." "Okay, Gu." Elizabeth stood up and smoothed her hair, and smoothed her hair again. Guran was about to tell her not to be nervous, when Elizabeth suddenly glared at him and roared at him hysterically, "Damn it. I said. I don't want to eat diced chicken. I don't want to eat chicken. But you actually put chicken in my dish. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you." Elizabeth instantly turned into a dancing, irritable girl. Guran was obviously prepared, but he was still shocked by Elizabeth's tension. After the performance, Emma was exhausted and panting, and her chest was heaving. Guran. This is such a fierce and crazy acting. She is obviously a melancholy girl, but when she gets irritable, she seems to have the power to destroy the world. This tension is amazing. No wonder she will become popular in the future with the role of Scarlet Witch. However, this kind of acting is still a bit exaggerated when used in a light family comedy. It can be seen that Emma really wants to get this role to prove herself, but the more this happens, the more she will overdo it. Emma calmed down and asked Guran weakly, "Gu, what do you think? Is it terrible?" "Is it terrible?" "Not really." It seems that Emma really has no confidence at all. In fact, it is very good, especially the few times when the chest trembles when it is furious, which is quite real. However, at this time, you can't praise it. After praising it, Emma walked away happily. How can I still do it? In order to do it, in order to prevent Emma from taking a detour and play the role of Scarlet Witch as soon as possible, you must use some means of suppressing before praising. Guran thought for a while, then cleared his throat and said, "How to say it? Well, it's terrible." Elizabeth said her spirit collapsed instantly, and her agate green eyes became more melancholy. Guran said again, it's terrible that her mother opened the door for me, it's terrible." Elizabeth was hit hard again. "Well," Elizabeth smiled awkwardly, "it seems that I'm really not good enough. I should consider changing my career. Gu, thank you for your coffee and time, sorry to bother you." After that, Elizabeth was ready to leave. A bright red bubble was generated under Emma's feet. Damn. Pick up some artifacts. It seems that Emma was seriously injured this time. Fortunately, there is another chance to pick up today. Guran immediately concentrated his mind and picked up the talent point bubble dropped by Emma through the air. After picking it up, Guran was not in a hurry to add points, but smiled slightly. Why, Liz, just leave like this. Elizabeth was slightly startled, and then smiled bitterly. Oh, by the way, I forgot, I haven't paid the reward yet. Goo, you can't say you don't want money, then what do you want? Can you watch your artifact? Guran smiled calmly. Don't leave in a hurry. We'll talk about the remuneration later. Elizabeth said sadly, I'm so bad. I always want to catch up with my two sisters by acting. I overestimate my abilities. Goo, you are right. In fact, I know that I am very bad, but there's always a trace in my heart that I don't want to admit it, and I don't want to bow my head and admit defeat. Now, you wake me up, and my dream should end. I plan to study cooking again after returning to China. It would be nice to be a chef in the future. Guran smiled calmly. There are so many women who can cook, and you are not the only one. What if I say, give me a month, I can train you to become the hottest female star in Hollywood? Elizabeth was stunned. What do? Are you kidding? You must be kidding. Become the hottest female star in Hollywood. How is that possible? Besides, didn't you just say that my acting skills are terrible? Guran smiled. That's why I only need a month. If not, how can I look awesome? How does the old saying go? Not showing off in front of the woman you like is like walking in the night in fine clothes. With Elizabeth's talent points for free for a month, she will definitely be strong enough to dominate the English League One. In about a month, she could almost finish the hand-painted script of Avengers 2. Age of Ultron. Kill two birds with one stone. Perfect. Elizabeth's chest rose and fell with excitement. Goo, I dare not think about it. I really have completely given up just now. The dream I have held on to for so many years has just been shattered into powder by you. Why are you giving me new hope? No, this must be a joke. It must be. Guran knew that Elizabeth must be tempted. As long as she is tempted, it will be easy. Guran said calmly. Are you kidding? Why don't you stay and try it? What can you lose in a month? Elizabeth remained silent, struggling with her conscience. Guran added. Besides, I didn't say that your acting is bad. When I said bad, I meant that your overall state is bad. Elizabeth's eyes lit up, and she looked at Guran eagerly, hoping that Guran would give her some advice. Guran said. Liz, you studied acting, how could your acting be bad? Your real problem is not your acting skills, but that you are too unconfident. You are obviously very good and talented, but you just lack the right opportunity. But it is because of your excessive lack of confidence that you are particularly eager for others' recognition, which further leads to you always trying too hard when performing, always wanting to prove yourself. Elizabeth's delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She felt that Guran had caught her point at once. Thinking of her experience over the years, Elizabeth was completely convinced. Goo, you're so right. It turns out that my real problem is not my acting skills. It's my mentality. Yes. I lack confidence too much. But I am too eager. That's why I always overdo it. Goo, you must have a way to solve my lack of confidence, right? Elizabeth was so excited that she grabbed Guran's arm passionately. Guran did not answer directly, but smiled at Elizabeth like a charmer. Want to try it with me for a month? Elizabeth's chest rose and fell. Yes. Goo. I want to. I want to so much. I can't wait to move in now. Guran smiled. Then you can move in tonight. There are plenty of empty rooms here. Elizabeth was stunned. I haven't packed my luggage yet, and I didn't even bring my toothbrush. Guran smiled. It doesn't matter, I have spare daily necessities here. Besides, it's so late, I don't feel comfortable with a beautiful girl like you walking at night. The security here is not very good. Some time ago, there was a bloody incident in which more than a dozen young people were blocked in an alley and beaten to the hospital. Elizabeth was so nervous that she squeezed her arms against her chest. So serious. Then I'll bother you tonight. Damn it. Who can stand this? Guran felt dry mouth, and his serious brain thinking was about to be occupied by his young body. Liz, are you hungry? How about I go and fry some chicken for you now? Huh? Before Elizabeth could say how can this be, Guran turned around and ran into the kitchen and took out a chicken from the refrigerator. Chapter 274. I am a professional player, and sooner or later I will be forced to become a mat master. While Guran was tinkering with the chicken in the kitchen, Elizabeth happily visited the Dune Villa. From the living room to the dining room, from the dining room to the bathroom, these are all places where Senior Annie fought. Elizabeth visited with admiration. She was particularly curious about Guran's liquid nitrogen freezing capsule. What is this? In the bathroom, it should be used for bathing, right? Isn't it an automatic scrubber? Or an automatic dryer? I didn't expect this villa to be so small, but the things are so advanced. I really want to try it, but I'll talk about it when I take a bath tonight. After visiting the bathroom, Elizabeth walked into Guran's master bedroom. While as soon as she entered the master bedroom, Elizabeth was immediately attracted by the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the vast sea, and the golden moonlight sprinkled on the sea. The scenery was really beautiful. Elizabeth couldn't help but put her hands on the clean glass. 2 clear palm prints and 2 large chest prints were immediately left on the glass. Elizabeth. How embarrassing. This should be the glass that Senior Annie has wiped. I actually did it. No, I can't let Gu find out, otherwise he'll be angry. Elizabeth looked around hurriedly, but found nothing that could wipe off the marks. Elizabeth bit her lip, picked up her skirt, and wiped it hard. Why is it getting dirtier the more she wipes? Elizabeth looked at the 4 marks on the glass, lifted her skirt, and fell into deep thought. As someone who never needs to do housework, she really couldn't figure it out. Forget it, just leave it alone, maybe the marks will disappear by themselves after a while. Elizabeth comforted herself and left the master bedroom. After visiting the first floor, Elizabeth went to visit the underground gym in the second floor room. Then, Elizabeth ran to the backyard and visited Guran's small training ground and swimming pool. The grass and swimming pool were well maintained. If she hadn't bought a swimsuit, Elizabeth really wanted to jump into the pool and swim. After almost finishing the visit, the smell of kung pao chicken wafted from the kitchen. Elizabeth sniffed excitedly, and ran into the restaurant without waiting for Guran to call her. Gu, do you need help? No, Guran brought the prepared kung pao chicken to the table. Sit down, Liz, have you finished the tour? How do you feel? Elizabeth stared at the kung pao chicken, which was delicious and fragrant. It smells good. I mean, well, it's very good. Although it's not as big as my house, it's really good. Guran. Well, it really can't be compared with your Olsen sisters' home. Alas, you think you are a rich person, right? In fact, you are still far from it. Compared with Evelyn's family and the Olsen sisters' family, you still have to work harder. Guran smiled and handed a pair of chopsticks to Elizabeth. Can you use chopsticks? Of course. Elizabeth took the chopsticks and skillfully picked up a piece of smoking chicken. Guran was surprised and said, you can actually use chopsticks. Elizabeth said proudly, of course, our family is upper class after all, right? The upper class in the United States are proud of knowing Chinese culture. The upper class children in the United States all have to learn Chinese and recite Tang poetry. Is it strange to use chopsticks? Guran smiled, then can you speak Chinese? Elizabeth smiled embarrassedly. My academic performance in school has always been very poor. Hey, Gu, where are your chopsticks? Guran shrugged. Oh, I had dinner at the training base, and my nutritionist does not allow me to eat anything other than her specified diet. Elizabeth smiled. She is not here. It's okay for you to sneak a bite. But Guran said firmly, I am a professional player and I have a professional attitude. Elizabeth was slightly stunned. Gu, I admire you more and more. You are so self-disciplined. Then can I eat? Damn. It's obvious that he is a super foodie. Guran smiled. Of course you can eat it. This whole plate is yours, but it's just out of the pot. You have to be careful of the burns. Before he finished speaking, Elizabeth swallowed the whole piece of diced chicken in one gulp, and then she spit out the hot diced chicken with a roar. The hot diced chicken fell from Elizabeth's chin into the chest of her dress. Guran was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and reached in directly, and finally grabbed the hot diced chicken out with 1, 2, and 3 handfuls. Elizabeth blushed in pain. Ah, I'm dying. I don't know if it hurts because of the burn or the grab. Guran said, look at you, I told you to be careful of the burn, but fortunately I'm quick. Come on and take a look yourself, or you've burned inside. Elizabeth said, oh, and pulled the collar in front of Guran and looked inside. Damn, this knife. Guran felt that his young body was a little out of breath, and his eyes were nowhere to go. Elizabeth breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't get burned. Gu, thank you for what happened just now. Guran swallowed subconsciously. That's right, fortunately I was quick to protect you. Elizabeth said, it was so fast, I didn't even react. Guran cleared his throat. You, don't eat so fast next time. Go wash up, there are clean towels in the bathroom. Oh, okay. Elizabeth looked at the kung pao chicken on the table with nostalgia, and then got up to go to the bathroom. She is really naive and a super foodie. Guran looked at Elizabeth's back and couldn't help but move his knuckles, recalling the feeling of the two doing just now. After a long while, Elizabeth returned to the table with a blushing face. Her floral dress was obviously adjusted, and there were still some water stains on the ends of her hair and the exposed collarbone. Guran looked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth looked at Guran. The atmosphere suddenly became a little ambiguous. When Guran first reached out to grab the chicken cubes, he didn't feel any flirtation, but now that Elizabeth had finished cleaning, he became flirtatious. Emotions are so strange. Guran cleared his throat. Are you okay? Elizabeth lowered her head and said, yeah, it's a little red and swollen. Damn it, sister now, don't describe it. Guran felt that he needed to make a cup of coffee to calm her down. How about I put some burn ointment on you? Ah. No need, right. I can do it myself. Oh, that's right. Guran nodded repeatedly. Elizabeth smiled innocently and said, I apply skin cream myself every night. Damn it, sister now, don't describe it anymore. It's really too dangerous abroad. It's really too dangerous. Guran felt his temples throbbing wildly. Elizabeth asked softly, by the way, Gu, did you get your hands burned? Guran sighed faintly, oh, it doesn't matter, my hands are not as important as yours. With it said, the atmosphere became even more ambiguous. It was as if Amity's mother was opening the door for Amity, and Amity was at home. Elizabeth said softly, anyway, thank you, Gu. You are really brave just now. That's right, I'm brave LSP, ugh. We can't go on like this. If we go on like this, Amity's grandmother will come out to open the door for Amity. Guran cleared his throat. Eat chicken. Elizabeth picked up another piece of diced chicken, blew it on her lips, and then carefully put it into her mouth. Wow. Elizabeth seemed to have reached her climax. This is really, really delicious. So sweet. I dare say, this is the most delicious kung pao chicken I have ever eaten. Guran smiled and said, as long as you like it, I can make it for you often when I don't have any competitions in the future. Of course, during normal training, I usually don't come back until after 8 o'clock in the evening, so if you want to eat, you have to wait for me to come back. Elizabeth hurriedly said, of course I am willing to wait for such delicious food. It's just that you train so hard during the day, and you have to come back to cook for me at night. I will feel bad. Guran smiled, it's nothing, just enjoy it with peace of mind. Elizabeth said, I have to do something for you, right? Although I can't do housework, I can try to do it. Guran smiled and said, stay with me, you can do whatever you want. Elizabeth asked, then can I drive your yacht? I have a yacht at home, and I drive it very well. Guran felt depressed, no, except driving a yacht. Oh, okay. It seems that the yacht is really important to you. Elizabeth smiled helplessly, so what kind of training do I need for the month I'm here? Damn. This really hits the nail on the head. In fact, there's no need for training at all, as long as I hand draw Avengers to age children. But I can't let Elizabeth do nothing, right? That would make me look like a low-level mentor. Guran pondered for a moment. I said just now that your problem is not in your acting skills, but in your mentality, so my special training for you will focus on your mentality, and I will make you more confident. Elizabeth said excitedly, okay, Gu. I promise to listen to you. In this month, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Guran nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's it for tonight. I'll think about it and make a professional plan tonight, and we'll officially start tomorrow. Okay, okay. Elizabeth said excitedly, I can't wait to receive your special training now. It must be very interesting. Oh, by the way, do I have to audition for the crew of Peace, Love and Misunderstanding tomorrow? Guran shook his head. No. Let me put it this way, with your ability, you will definitely be able to pass the audition, but you don't need to waste time. Elizabeth hesitated, then smiled and said, this opportunity is quite rare. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll move all my luggage here tomorrow, and I'll bother you for the next month. Okay, okay. Guran looked at the time. It was already 9:30 the evening. Although for most young people, the wonderful nightlife has just begun at this time, for professional player Guran, it is time to go to bed. It will definitely be difficult to fall asleep tonight, so I have to go to bed earlier. Guran then said, Liz, eat slowly, and remember to wash the dishes after eating. I will take a shower and go to bed first. I have an important public training class tomorrow. Oh, by the way, your room is in the bedroom on the second floor. If you need to change clothes, there are several maid outfits in the closet on the second floor for you to wear. Elizabeth smiled and said, okay, I know, Gu, you are really thoughtful. You're tired all day, you should go to rest. Well, then good night. Good night, good night. Elizabeth buried her head and continued to eat. Guran smiled, got up and left the restaurant, went directly into the bathroom, and started the ice and fire therapy before going to bed. Today's the first day of professional training. To be honest, the intensity is really high. This is incomparable to the training intensity of the amateur school team. Even the training intensity of the professional youth team cannot be compared with it. In the future, the training intensity will be like this every day, or even higher. A glamorous career requires persistent hard work and sweat to pave the way. Moreover, it is never the case that you will succeed as long as you concentrate on training. There are thousands of hard-working people in this world, but only a few can really succeed. It is not that hard work is useless, but that hard work is only the foundation for success. The foundation alone is not enough, and you also need to look at talent and opportunities. This is not only true for professional players, but also for people in all walks of life who want to succeed. Many inspirational quotes say that you just need to work hard, but how can it be that simple and easy? Even if Guran is a system and has the leading experience and knowledge after rebirth, he must work twice as hard to succeed in football. The system is just an auxiliary, and it is up to you to decide your fate. Guran lowered the temperature of the liquid nitrogen freezer to -180 degrees and increased the freezing time to 10 minutes. This is no longer something that ordinary people can endure, but it is very effective for muscle recovery. After Guran finished the cryotherapy, he walked down the liquid nitrogen freezing chamber with a trace of cold air all over his body, and then went directly into the sauna steam room to continue the high-temperature sauna for 10 minutes. After the ice and fire therapy, Guran's muscle fatigue was greatly relieved, and his physical strength was obviously restored a lot. The whole person was like a new life. Guran returned to his master bedroom with a bath towel around him, and saw the floor-to-ceiling glass at a glance. Sister Ao, what did you do to my floor-to-ceiling glass? This is so fucking, can't I sleep? Tonight, I have to let Newton, Leibniz, Gauss, Descartes, Euler and other mathematical masters accompany me to sleep. Guran scratched his head painfully, lay on the bed and started mental calculus. I am a professional player, and sooner or later I will be forced to become a mathematical master. Just when Guran was tossing and turning with the mathematical masters, Elizabeth Olsen was also struggling with the dishes in the kitchen. Elizabeth was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Before she was born, her two twin sisters were already making a lot of money for the family. It can be said that Elizabeth is a real young lady who has never done housework since she was a child. Of course, in order to repay Guran, Elizabeth washed very seriously, for fear that Guran would despise her for not knowing how to do anything. Elizabeth washed a plate, a bowl and a pair of chopsticks for 10 minutes. She used half a bottle of detergent. After washing, Elizabeth looked down and found that the front of her skirt was soaked. Fortunately, Gu didn't see such an embarrassing scene. If Gu saw it, he would definitely despise me. Elizabeth secretly rejoiced, then walked into the bathroom, took off her clothes, and took a beautiful bath. After the bath, Elizabeth looked at the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule curiously. There was a liquid nitrogen mark on the space capsule, but there was no explanatory text, and Elizabeth couldn't understand it at all. This should be a new type of human dryer. But, forget it, I'll just wipe it with my hands. Oh, my hands are so sore from washing dishes just now, why don't you try the human dryer? It's just for a while, Gu will definitely not know. Elizabeth stood naked in the liquid nitrogen space capsule. Elizabeth observed it for a while and casually pressed the start button. The door of the liquid nitrogen freezing chamber closed immediately, and the compressor began to work. Elizabeth waited happily to be dried. The liquid nitrogen at -180 degrees turned into cold mist and sprayed on Elizabeth's body. Elizabeth screamed, "Ah! Help!" At this time, Guran didn't care about much, he just raised his muscular thigh and kicked the bathroom door violently. The force of this kick directly kicked the door of the bathroom away. Guran rushed into the bathroom and saw Elizabeth trapped in the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule. He was stunned for a moment. This is too stupid and cute, right? Is there anyone more stupid and cute than Ao? She actually trapped herself in the freezing capsule. Elizabeth saw Guran as if she had seen a life-saving straw. Gu! Save me! Save me! Here I come! Guran rushed to the space capsule with a bath towel that was not wrapped tightly, and quickly pressed the stop button and the button to open the hatch. Squeak! The liquid nitrogen freezing chamber seemed to sigh and slowly opened the hatch door. In the extremely cold air, Elizabeth, who was almost frozen, was immediately revealed in front of Guran. Damn, Guran was stunned. Chapter 275 Scarlet Witch comes into my dream. Southampton's new tactics for the new season are confirmed. Go, don't just stare at me, save me. I can't move. Elizabeth was shy and complaining. Here I come. Guran quickly grabbed Elizabeth's slender waist that was frozen tight. At this time, Guran had no bad thoughts in his mind, only that 4 big words: saving people is the most important. Damn, it's really cold. This little girl is so silly and cute. Guran carefully carried Elizabeth down from the extremely cold space capsule. Elizabeth was shivering with cold. Guran quickly massaged and stimulated the blood circulation. After a sweaty struggle and busy work, Elizabeth finally recovered and warmed up. Guran also breathed a long sigh of relief. What a feast. Thank you, Gu, for saving my life. Elizabeth's teeth were chattering, her expression was shy, and she was very touching. Guran cleared his throat. Nothing, as long as you are okay. Can you move now? Do you want me to, give you some blood? Elizabeth blushed and said, I'm so sorry. I'm not wearing anything. After working for almost half an hour, this silly and melancholy young lady finally realized her situation. Guran quickly found a clean bath towel and put it on Elizabeth's shoulders. Can you walk? Elizabeth nodded, leaned on Guran's body and stood up. After taking just one step, her calves became weak and she fell. In a hurry, Elizabeth grabbed the bath towel off Guran's waist. Guran was careless and didn't dodge. The bath towel was torn off and fell to the ground. Guran. Elizabeth. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it just now. Elizabeth blushed and tilted her head, hurriedly emptying her bath towel to cover Guran. Now it was Guran's turn to exclamation mark. Is it really okay for us to go back and forth like this? Sister A, now, can you be even more silly and cute? If this goes on, how can I sleep tonight? Huh? How can I sleep? Oh. What a sin. Guran bent down, silently picked up his bath towel, and tied it around his waist again. The scene instantly became extremely ambiguous. Now, Guran understands Elizabeth's strengths, and Elizabeth also sees Guran's strengths. Listen. Wrap it around yourself too. Guran felt a little embarrassed. Sister A, now, you're definitely the first person who can make a senior LSP feel embarrassed. Oh. Elizabeth blushed and quickly tied her bath towel. What happened just now is really just an accident. Elizabeth explained with a red face. I thought it was a human dryer. Guran also hurriedly said, it's not your fault, it's my fault that I didn't introduce it to you before. This thing is called a liquid nitrogen freezing capsule. I use it to restore body functions. In fact, you can also use it. This capsule can beautify and reduce age, but this low temperature is my exclusive configuration and is not suitable for you, and you should. Elizabeth widened her silly eyes and asked, should what? Guran wanted to say that he should wear a thick coat before going in, but then he thought it was fine not to wear it. Oh, it's nothing. Next time you want to use it, just tell me first, and I will help you adjust it to a low temperature that suits you. Elizabeth stuck out her tongue. No, I will never use this thing again. Sorry Gu, I'm really sorry, I woke you up from your sleep, and you kicked the bathroom door to save me. Don't worry, I will compensate you. Do you mean to compensate me for sleeping, or for my door? Guran smiled charmingly. It's nothing, don't worry about these little things. Elizabeth's heart beat fast. The extremely ambiguous atmosphere, coupled with Guran's charming smile, Elizabeth couldn't stand it. Obviously her body was still very cold, her teeth were chattering, but she felt very hot and humid. This feeling was really the first time she experienced it. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a while. After a long time, Guran finally said, how about I carry you back to the bedroom first? Elizabeth said shyly, how can I do that? Alright, better go by myself. Guran quickly protected his bath towel. No, I'll carry you. If she was caught again, something would definitely happen. Guran immediately picked up Elizabeth and carried her back to the bedroom on the second floor. After putting Elizabeth on the bed, Guran found a few thick blankets and wrapped Elizabeth tightly. Elizabeth said with emotion, thank you, Gu, you are so kind, I feel much better. Guran smiled, that's good, then I will go back to sleep first. Yeah, go to sleep quickly, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow. The two acted as if nothing had happened. Guran turned and walked out of Elizabeth's room. Elizabeth buried her face in the blanket. I am dying. Guran returned to his master bedroom, and tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. Just on the first night of knowing each other, she looked at me and touched me all over. Will Elizabeth treat me as a LSP? I really am not. Oh, what a sin. My menor's personality has not been established yet, and it collapsed. Why are my hands full of Elizabeth's touch? How the hell can I sleep like this? Mental arithmetic and calculus can't even be handled. Guran tried to close his eyes and forced himself to fall asleep. I don't know how long it took before Guran finally fell asleep reluctantly. In a half-asleep state, Guran saw Elizabeth walk in wearing the Scarlet Witch's robe. Just as Guran was about to speak, the Scarlet Witch waved her hand and a direct light appeared, pulling the quilt away in midair. Then he looked at the time and it was only 5 o'clock in the morning. Guran. What a young body. You do this to me every morning. Alas, I can't sleep anymore. Guran simply got up and trained crazily in the basement gym. After training for a full hour, Guran was satisfied and went to the bathroom to take a shower and did some ice and fire therapy. The bathroom was still in a state of being kicked to pieces, and Guran was too lazy to repair it. Let's just leave it like this for the time being. Anyway, there's no outsider at home. After the ice and fire therapy, Guran put on his training clothes, rested for a while, drank a pack of milk, and then drove to the Staplewood training base. At this time, Elizabeth was still asleep. When Guran drove to the Staplewood training base, it was not yet 7 o'clock. The parking lot was empty, so Guran naturally parked his car in parking space No. 1. After parking the car, Guran went directly to the first team training ground, took out a shot put, and started warm-up training. After training until after 8 o'clock, Guran went to the locker room in the gym to take a shower, and then went to the restaurant to eat the enhanced version of the demon breakfast that one had prepared for him in advance. After Guran finished breakfast, other players of the first team also came to the training base to have breakfast. The players of the first team all yawned with bitter faces, and several players were still wearing muscle bandages. Obviously, the fatigue of yesterday's return day training has already reacted. In contrast, Guran is full of energy, and the physical energy consumed yesterday has basically recovered. This is the benefit of high physical energy and high physical fitness. Of course, the disadvantages are also very simple. At 9 o'clock, all the first team players and reserve players gathered at the training ground. Coach Adkins still had a poker face and said very little. Assistant Coach Addy took the roster and started to call the roll. As expected, no one was late today. Coach Adkins has established his authority. Guran actually contributed to this. Guran performed very fiercely in the first day of training in his professional career, and surpassed the whole team with an S score. The other players' performance was so poor that they naturally did not dare to confront the head coach. After the roll call, the players began to warm up under the leadership of Captain Davis. Guran was still the first to lead the way, leaving all the players behind. Of course, since the game was suspended, Guran did not do 5 laps of the whole team like last time, but simply did 2 laps of the whole team. After all, the pre-season warm-up match with Liverpool's first team will be held in 3 days, so they still need to save some physical strength. The other players were all furious, but they had no way to deal with Guran. Even Chamberlain and Luke Shaw, who were the most clamorous yesterday, were silent at this time. They had seen Guran practice most of the process with a solid ball last night, and they couldn't help but admit it. Lights, lights, lights at the end of the warm-up run, the players dropped blue skill bubbles and white training bubbles. Guran concentrated his mind and scanned the circle, picking up 3 skills. Outside foot pass +1, back chase and counter steal +1, 5-star reverse foot +1, and 6 dynamic pass and receive training results bubbles. Today's pickup progress has been completed for 9, and the last one is left for EMI at home. The 6 white bubbles plus the remaining training time will automatically exchange for 1 special talent point. With the talent point he got from EMI last night, Guran now has a total of 2 talent points. Guran thought about it and added one of the talent points to physical fitness and the other to burst. With high physical fitness, Guran can do more skill moves on the court. With high burst, the sprint speed will be faster. This is also Guran's own key advantage. After adding the talent points, physical fitness increased to 79 points and burst increased to 78 points. Although there is still a big gap, with EMI as a magic tool for picking up points, plus the first team's abundant picking resources, there will definitely be earth-shaking changes in a month. Guran is full of confidence in the English League One finals. After the warm-up run and dynamic stretching, the other players conducted physical training in groups. Guran followed the exclusive Coach Jacob for one-on-one physical training. The physical training of other players is basically sprint interval running, while Guran's physical training is sprint interval running with the elastic band pulled by Coach Jacob himself. Coach Jacob, who was produced by Real Madrid, also experienced the feeling of plowing the land. Maeve and Gregory, who were watching on the sidelines, laughed and took all kinds of photos. Coach Jacob's old face was blushing, but he didn't mean to blame Guran at all. After all, this was trained by him personally. The stronger Guran is, the more successful he is as a dedicated coach. After 40 minutes of physical training, everyone rested for 10 minutes. This is the most headache for Guran. Nutritionist Lana came to Guran with a strengthened version of the demon snack and a special recovery water, smiling. "Hi, Gu, you look good today. Did you eat anything last night?" "No, absolutely not." "Very good, then you must be very hungry now. Be good, finish the snack and drink up the recovery water." "I'm not very hungry either," Lana said indifferently. "It's not up to you to decide whether you're hungry or not. It's up to me, your nutritionist." "Be good, drink it quickly, only after you finish it, you can return to the team, otherwise, you can't go anywhere today." Guran had no choice but to bite the bullet and eat and drink up the snack and recovery water. This taste is too good. Guran felt like he wanted to eat someone now. After the 10-minute break, all the players followed Coach Adkins to the tactical classroom in the comprehensive building to take a tactical class. Most of the players went to grab seats in the back row. Sitting in the back row would not be noticed by Coach Adkins. Guran sat in the first row openly. The team leaders Lalana, Lambert, Schneiderlin and others also sat in the first row and listened carefully. The first tactical class is very important because this is a new head coach, and the new head coach will inevitably bring a different style change from the previous head coach. As a qualified main player, you must listen carefully and understand the new tactics brought by the new head coach. After all the players were seated, Coach Adkins walked into the tactical classroom with a pile of information. "Let's start the class now." Coach Adkins was still as concise as ever. On the large whiteboard behind him, there was a stadium model and various small flags marking tactical lines. The red magnetic stickers representing the player's number were neatly stacked on both sides of the stadium model. Coach Adkins said, "Before taking over Southampton, I spent a lot of time studying the previous style of Southampton. Southampton's traditional style of play is very aggressive. It does make the game look good and very entertaining. However, I have also noticed that in Southampton's games in recent years, the offense has not been smooth. On the contrary, due to defensive problems, it has conceded too many goals and a low winning rate. Last season, Southampton, a team with so many good attackers, was only ranked in the middle of English League One. This is obviously not the true level of this team with a Premier League foundation. This is due to the turmoil in the club and the team itself. The team's long pass success rate on both flanks is poor, and the overall defensive awareness is insufficient, so the offense is not smooth and the defense is even worse. This season, I want to change Southampton's previous aggressive offensive long pass style of play to a conservative defensive counter-attack strategy." As soon as these words came out, the players in the classroom were immediately blown away. "Fark. No way. Our tradition at Southampton is to attack. It will be hard for us to adapt to the change in our style of play. Even if we can adapt, the fans will definitely not be satisfied, right?" Most of the players looked depressed. Guran remained calm and secretly happy. The crazy attacking style of play means that the front court has more ball possession, while the defensive counter-attack style of play is more holistic. The ball possession of the offensive players in the front court will be compressed accordingly, and the defenders will get more touches. When he was in the Buck Steelhorn school team, Coach Carter used the basic tactical idea of defensive counter-attack. Therefore, Guran is still very familiar with the defensive counter-attack style of play. Such a tactical strategy can also give Guran, a left back, more room to play on the court. Coach Adkins had a poker face and directly ignored the dissatisfaction of other players. He turned around and drew a schematic diagram of defensive counter-attack on the court model. "First of all, we need to build a tightly coordinated defense. My requirement is that when we lose the ball in the game, each of you must return to your position as quickly as possible and form a compact joint defense formation. Our defenders must remain in the last line of defense and be responsible for curbing the opponent's offense. Midfielders must provide full court coverage in defense, from the flanks to the ribs and center, and fully assist the defenders. Forwards must also play a defensive role and try to suppress the opponent's passing lines to prevent the opponent from easily launching offensive opportunities. In short, everyone, no matter what the situation is, must run, fill their own gaps, and open up the opponent's gaps. I don't allow blind long passes unless the timing is very good." As soon as these words came out, the forwards and midfielders complained. Then I heard Coach Adkins continue, "When we play defensive counter-attack, we will lose some ball possession and the situation will be more passive, especially when we meet strong teams, but this is not a problem. The key to defensive counter-attack lies in the moment of switching from defense to offense." He drew a schematic diagram on the whiteboard and said, As long as we can suddenly steal the ball and counterattack when the opponent is in an offensive formation and defensive mentality, the opponent's formation will be disrupted, and the gap in the front court will naturally appear. This will greatly increase the success rate of our offense and will cause great psychological pressure on the opponent. And to achieve a perfect defensive counterattack, our team needs a player with strong defense and explosive power. More importantly, he must have outstanding awareness, broad vision, and high basketball IQ to take on the responsibility of switching from defense to offense. Damn, strong defense, strong explosive power, outstanding awareness, broad vision, high basketball IQ, and handsome appearance. Isn't this talking about me? Grant's heart suddenly moved. At this moment, Chamberlain stood up excitedly. Coach, aren't you talking about me? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.